Su Ming stood up, and his gaze fell on by Su's picture. Slowly, he closed his eyes. When he reopened them a moment later, he took a few steps forward and stood at the edge of the platform outside his cave abode. The sky had already become completely dark, but the snow and ice underneath still shone with a white light, causing the land to not be shrouded in darkness. The platform Su Ming was standing on was near the top of the 9th summit. It could be said that there were hundreds upon thousands of feet from where he was to the ground. If a normal person lowered his or her head to look down, they would find it hard to not have his or her heart start racing while also feeling dizzy. Su Ming stood there and looked down as the light in his eyes flickered. The golden rock rode the winds in the world and flew above the 9th heaven. It won't be easy trying to copy the movements of the sacred beast of the shaman tribe, then creating it for my own. If I don't have the golden rock's heart and don't feel the rock's will, then it will be difficult to understand its spirit. Then, just what are the golden rock's heart and will? Su Ming stood there, silent for a long while before he closed his eyes. He lifted his right foot, then stepped off the border of the platform and plunged straight down the canyon. With that one step, his body was in the air. Without circulating his power of the awakening realm and using any enchanted treasure, his body started falling down the mountain like a rock. His speed as he fell was very quick, so quick that whistling sounds sliced through the air as his body scraped against air. Su Ming closed his eyes and spread his arms open. As he continued falling, the image of the golden rock soaring through the clouds formed in his head. The golden rock's heart and its will are reflected as it flies through the world. Within its eyes, there is nothing in the world that can stop its path. It can fly endlessly in this vast sky. Su Ming fell even faster, and the sounds of wind moaning rose in his ears. The wind seemed to be able to tear through everything, and when it appeared, it was as if there was a strange sound mixed within it. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet. Su Ming's eyes remained closed as he continued falling. Besides the golden rock, he had nothing else in his mind. 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet. When he had fallen 80,000 feet down and was very close to the foot of the mountain, when his body was charging towards the ground like a comet, all the blood in Su Ming's body started circulating backwards and surged towards his head, causing his head to buzz. The buzzing sounds grew stronger, and gradually, Su Ming's will began to cloud over. Gradually, the golden rock also started fading away from his head. The instant it turned into a mere illusion, Su Ming opened his eyes. When he did so, the buzzing sounds in his head turned into roars that could shake the sky and earth. The golden rock in his head lifted its head and let out a howl towards the sky. The golden rock's heart represents freedom. Its will is to be unrestrained, which is what is pursued in seeking freedom. That's why it's incredibly hard to tame it, because once the rock is tamed, then it won't be free anymore. It would be the same as losing its spirit. Master's golden rock clearly did not have its freedom limited by Master, could fly at will in the land of the shamans. Only when Master needs it, then it will appear. There must be some other reasons to this, or else, just having to listen to Master's orders without any other reason would make it very miserable. Understanding appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His body continued plunging down, but he did nothing to stop himself. Instead, he simply let his body get rapidly closer to the ice on the ground, only lifting his right hand to draw 2 lines towards the sky. The 2 lines contained all of Su Ming's strength, his understanding, and his perception towards the golden rock's will. The instant he drew the 2 lines, he was already less than 1,000 feet away from the ground. A sense of danger enveloped Su Ming's mind and body, but he did not try resist it. When he was only a few dozen feet away from the ground, he drew a perfect arc. And he shot into the air, straight into the skies. Su Ming traveled so quickly that he felt like he was crashing against mountain ranges. Even though what lay before him was the endless sky, this feeling was incredibly strong, and it could even be said that it was not just a mere figment of his imagination. It was real pain he sensed of when his body crashed against the wind. While Su Ming was feeling as if he was crashing against mountains, the distance between the earth and sky shortened by several fold in his eyes. It was as if the 2 spots and 2 lines existing between the sky and earth fused together, and once they did, an abrupt change in their positions happened. All of those things were what Su Ming felt in that instant. His body immediately turned into a black dot in the sky. Excitement appeared in his eyes, but there was sharp pain shooting up his body. During that instant, he had shot up into the sky from the ground at a terrifying speed. His body could not withstand that speed. Su Ming could tell that with his body's current tolerance, if he used that speed again, his body would be torn apart. Is this the golden rock speed? No, this wasn't as fast as the rock. I'm still slightly slower, but this is already astonishing. Su Ming quelled his excitement and did not dare use that speed anymore. He walked onto his platform on the 9th summit and immediately sat down. A mouthful of blood spilled out from his mouth. Yet Su Ming thought that this spilling of blood was worth it. By coughing out blood once, he understood the will of the golden rock as it spread its wings and placed it into his drawing. That was enough. My body is not strong enough. If I'm strong enough, then I can last longer, and with that speed, even the virescent sword won't be able to catch up. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest. It could be said that it was by pure coincidence that he understood the golden rock's speed. If it was not for what Bai Su drew on her drawing board, Su Ming would not have been able to think about this. His eyes swept past Bai Su's drawing board before he slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, he continuously replayed the speed at which he had traveled just now and the 2 lines he had drawn. When the night went by and light appeared in the horizon, Su Ming opened his eyes. There was still excitement in them. He dipped his head down and looked at his own body. Once he did so, a glint appeared in his eyes. If I wore the divine general armor, equipped it with runes to increase its defense, and at the same time removed all the ice rocks, and used the golden rock speed, then how fast could I travel? As Su Ming mumbled to himself, the desire to try it grew within him. However, the chances of him forming runes within the divine general armor were still not high. He was just about to try when his expression suddenly changed and he charged into the cave abode. Once he was in, he did not hesitate and walked to where Hefeng was fusing with the wings of the moon. In the cave, Hefeng was slowing opening his eyes, and they were bloody red. He lifted his head and howled, and cracks rapidly tore his skin open, but no blood flowed out. Instead, black mist spread out from those cracks. There was a pair of wings that belonged to the wings of the moon on him. With one flap of those wings, he looked as if he wanted to rush out of the cave. But when Su Ming walked in, he lifted his right hand and drew a line down with his finger. At the same time, Han Mountain Bell appeared above Hefeng. Bell chimes echoed in the air and turned into a mighty pressure in the form of a sound wave. It shook Hefeng and caused him to freeze. Then he seemed to regain his senses, and pain appeared on his face. Master, I'm almost there. Can tell. If I make it through this and make it through another fusion, I'll succeed. Hefeng's voice rose and then fell, and when it reached Su Ming's ears, his finger had already touched the center of Hefeng's brows. The moment he did so, Su Ming's robes flapped about violently and his hair was lifted. A grim expression appeared in Su Ming's eyes. A presence that could rival that of those in the great completion of the awakening realm. Even the powerful berserkers who had just arrived at the early stages of the bone sacrifice realm, abruptly erupted forth from his body and his finger, surging into Hefeng's body that was still fusing with the wings of the moon. Hefeng shuddered and slowly sat down. Master, when I was fusing with them, I saw their memories. As Hefeng spoke, his teeth suddenly grew longer. They instantly shot out of his mouth, causing his unfinished sentence to turn into a howl. Fire! That one world was contained within Hefeng's howl. As he howled, fire abruptly burst forth from within his body. It was as if that fire wanted to burn down Su Ming's cave abode on the 9th summit. Yet the moment it appeared, the blood moon in Su Ming's right eye shone. He lifted his left hand and tapped Hefeng's forehead with his finger. He pressed his finger down, and it caused the fire from Hefeng's body to freeze for a moment before flowing back inside. Time trickled by. The time Su Ming took in this attempt to help Hefeng fuse with the wings of the moon far surpassed all his previous ones. Even when one day had passed by, it had yet to end. Bai Su had arrived at the 9th summit a long time ago. She waited for a while before entering Su Ming's cave abode. Yet the moment she entered, she was immediately pushed out by an invisible force. After several attempts, she sat down by the side with a huff and only left unwillingly when night came. The entire process lasted 7 days. When the 7th evening was over and night fell, Su Ming opened his eyes. He Feng had once again turned into a gigantic black ball of light before him. It was silent all around him, but there was a mighty pressure spreading from the ball of light. A feeling as if their blood was connected appeared in Su Ming's heart when he looked at that ball of light. There was a slight hint of fatigue on his face. He looked at it for a little while longer before walking out of the room, sitting down cross-legged in his cave and meditating to recover. It was also at that moment that an unwelcomed guest appeared outside Bai Su's cave abode in the 7th summit. That person was also a woman and lived in the 7th summit. However, her level of cultivation was not high and she usually kept to herself. That was why it was easy for people to overlook her. The woman came to give Bai Su a bamboo slip. The name Sima Xian was written beautifully on it. Once the woman handed the bamboo slip, she stated coolly, "Senior brother Sima wants to see you." She then turned around and left. Bai Su looked at the bamboo slip with a blank expression, and her thoughts became chaotic. This was the first time she experienced such an emotion when she heard that Sima Xian wanted to see her. After the time takes to burn an incense stick, Bai Su quietly walked out of her house. Her hair was still tied by the red string, and she still had 2 braids by her ears. She still wore a blouse with its fur overturned, and there were still crystals stuck to her forehead. She could not describe what she felt, but she could tell that it was different from before. In the past, when she went to see Sima Xian, she would be filled with warmth. Whether she was just talking or playing chess with him, every single gaze of his would make her heart pound as if there was a horde of deer running rampart within her. Yet now, while the feeling was not gone per se, it had become much weaker. This brought about a mix of emotion in her heart along with great confusion. She quietly left the 7th summit and walked on the familiar path leading up to the 1st summit. Yet as she walked on this path this day, she felt that the trail had become much shorter. Bai Su was not overly familiar with the 1st summit. She might have come here several times, but she only knew the road leading to Sima Xian's cave abode. When she arrived outside it, she saw Sima Xian sitting by a stone table dressed in a long robe and looking as handsome as ever. There was a gentle look on Sima Xian's face, and his smile was very captivating. His eyes shone like stars when he looked at Bai Su. "Su, you haven't come here to see me for more than a month. Is there something wrong? Big brother Sima." Bai Su paused in her footsteps. She did not know what to say. The wildness of her disposition disappeared without a trace at that moment and was replaced with docility, obedience, and that complicated feeling that still remained within her. "Come sit before me." Sima Xian looked at Bai Su. The moonlight made his smile even more captivating. This was Sima Xian's unique charm. Bai Su walked quietly forward, sat down before him, and dipped her head down. She looked like a completely different person compared to when she was in the 9th summit. It was as if they were from 2 separate worlds. Bai Su's thoughts were a little messy. She had no idea why, but ever since she came here, her heart had been racing. However, she still knew at the very least that the reason for it was not because of Sima Xian but that hint of uneasiness lying deep within her heart. She could not find the source of the uneasiness. She just had a feeling that she should not be here. "Su, what's wrong? Why do you look so troubled?" There was worry on Sima Xian's face, and he lifted his right hand to grab Bai Su's hand. Yet before he could even touch her, she pulled her hand back as if shocked by lightning. She lifted her head to look at Sima Xian with nervousness and a short moment of bewilderment. It's nothing. Big brother Sima, I'm fine." Bai Su forced out a smile. She saw the worry in Sima Xian's eyes, but for a reason she did not even know. When she saw him, a person sitting cross-legged and allowing her to throw her tantrums suddenly appeared in her head. "Su, have you talked to your father about freezing Sky Cave?" Sima Xian was not bothered by Bai Su's expression or actions. He still looked calm when he spoke gently. Even his voice felt like the spring wind. In the freezing weather, his smiles could make people's hearts feel warm. That tone, smile, and expression were something Sima Xian could put on with ease. He was already used to it, used to all the girls looking at him differently when he spoke to them in that voice. He believed that Bai Su was the same. What's wrong with him? I haven't seen him in 7 days. What is he doing in his cave? Did something happen to him? No, it shouldn't have. Baisu's mind wandered. There was a single thought that had been lingering in her mind for the past few days, and it was about why Su Ming had not come out of his cave for 7 days. She had a lot of questions about it, but as time passed by, those questions were also tinted with a hint of slight worry. Su, Sima Xian frowned. Baisu was stunned and snapped out of her stupor. Immediately, she returned to her docile self with a hint of nervousness. Big brother Sima. Su, if something happened to you, you must tell me. Don't be like this. It'll just make my heart ache for you when I see it. Sima Xian said softly. If you're troubled because of me going into Freezing Sky Clan, then I can give it up. For you, I can give it up. Gentleness appeared in Sima Xian's eyes. If you're troubled because I told you to get closer to Su Ming, then I can also give it up. I told you. For you, I can give up on everything. Sima Xian's voice was laced with a strange attractive quality that made it very pleasant to the ears. Baisu looked at Sima Xian, at the man before her, and Su Ming's face appeared faintly in her mind once again. These two completely different people treated her in absolutely different ways, and the way she acted before them was also different. Su. Sima Xian looked intently at Baisu. Big brother Sima, don't worry. I'm fine. I already told my father, and he has agreed to let you go into Freezing Sky Cave. Baisu said softly, biting her lip. Joy blossomed in Sima Xian's heart, but on his face was only a look of worry. I don't care about that. I only care about Big brother Sima. I'm tired. This was the first time Baisu had interrupted Sima Xian's words. Fatigue and confusion fused together on her face. She stood up gently, left her seat, and walked away. When Baisu disappeared in the distance, Sima Xian calmly picked up the wine cup on the table, took a sip, then placed it down slowly. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in his thoughts for a moment before standing up and walking to his cave abode. His expression remained calm, and not a hint of change due to Baisu's expressions and actions could be seen on him. Yet after he left the table, the stone chair he had sat on shuddered and cracks appeared on it. In an instant it turned to dust and scattered into the wind. The 8th morning arrived with the sun rising into the sky. When the first rays of sunlight shone on the land, Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at the light outside his cave. Gradually, a dark expression appeared on his face. It's been 8 days, and Xianxia isn't back yet. Su Ming got up, walked out of the cave onto the platform, and frowned. Xianxia had said before he left that he would need at most 3 to 5 days before he could return, and he also said that most of the trading squares were courteous towards those of Freezing Sky Clan. Most of them were also fair towards those who came to trade. After all, that place belonged to Freezing Sky Clan, and there were few who would dare to offend Freezing Sky Clan in the land of South Morning. Freezing Sky Clan was also very close to the great tribe of Freezing Sky. The tribe and Freezing Sky Clan complemented each other. Although the two of them seemed like two completely different forces, they came from the same root. All the disciples in Freezing Sky Clan would go to the great tribe of Freezing Sky to be given a title once they reached a certain level of cultivation. They would treat the great tribe of Freezing Sky as they would their own master. The area around this place might not be impenetrable, but accidents rarely happened in the area near where Freezing Sky Clan disciples regularly went to. While Xianxia might not have reached the bone sacrifice realm, he was one of the best among those who had reached the later stage of the awakening realm. He was also ranked within the top 10 in the Great Frozen Plains ranking boards. He might not be as prodigious as Sima Xian, but it was still enough for people to look up to him. This sort of person did not lack experience venturing out either. He understood the area around the place very well. That was why Su Ming let him go alone so that he could save up more time for his own training. Yet now 8 days had gone by and there were no news from Xianxia. Su Ming did not believe for 1 second that Xianxia would leave without a reason. This brought nothing beneficial to Xianxia, unless he betrayed his own master because of this and never returned to Freezing Sky Clan. For as long as his power could not surpass the 9th summits, and as long as his master could not surpass Xianxia, then the only thing left waiting for him was the punishment for not fulfilling his promise. Su Ming and Xianxia had been around each other for quite some time. He could tell that Xianxia was not someone so foolish. He was a person who knew how to act accordingly, and most importantly, the seal on his person was only lifted for 10 days. Besides, while Su Ming was not very good, he was not bad to him either. In this sort of situation, Su Ming could not find reason for Ziche to not return. Unless something happened to him. A freezing glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and a murderous aura accumulated within his body. After the experiences he gained during those few days he was in the shaman tribe, the murderous aura within his body was no longer empty inside but was now filled with bloodiness. Almost at the instant the murderous aura within him gathered together, Su Ming lifted his head and looked in the horizon. Over there, a long, dim arc was flying crookedly towards the 9th summit. The person within the long arc was Ziche. His face was pale, and there was fresh blood flowing out of his mouth. When he arrived at the 9th summit and the long arc disappeared to reveal his body, Ziche coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Within his blood were black bugs that were densely packed together. They squirmed around and devoured each other in a crazed fashion. Just the sight of it was terrifying to behold. Ziche's face was bloodless. There was a wound on his chest so deep that his bones could be seen. There was also black arrow on his right leg. Black mist seeped out of it, turning into ghosts that were laughing hideously. "Uncle Master!" Ziche shuddered and fell to his knees with a bang. His eyes were dull, and with a broken laugh, blood spilled out of his mouth once again. Those black bugs could still be seen in his blood. There was only a thread of life left within him, and that small thread was clearly because his enemy did not want to kill him. That small hint of life was left on purpose. Zhuogu, the Black Arrow Berserker of the great tribe of Freezing Skies Northern Frontier Tribe. The moment Ziche uttered his last word, he fell to the side, unable to cope with his injuries any longer. Su Ming stood by the side, his expression growing terrifyingly dark. The murderous aura in his right eye surged like raging clouds, but his left eye was as calm as the water in an ancient well. His hair danced in the air. Wind blew past, but it could not blow away the murderous aura coming from within him. A cry of surprise came from the mountain stairs ahead of Su Ming. That sound came from Bai Su, who would come every day around this time. She stood there and stared at Su Ming with wide eyes. This was the first time she saw Su Ming acting this way. The killing intent in his right eye and calmness in his left eye created a powerful contrast that made her breathing freeze for a moment. Bai Su's heart pounded against her chest, and it was due to the powerful impact of Su Ming's change. Not only did Bai Su's breathing freeze because of it, she also felt a freezing chill that seemed to be much colder than the cold from the sky and world surging out from the area around him. She shuddered. This was the first time Bai Su saw this Su Ming. He terrified her. She suddenly felt that she did not understand the person before her. Before this day, she never knew that when this man was burning with silent anger, such a powerful murderous aura would come from him. Su Ming was no longer a boy, no longer a rash child who would do things recklessly. He had learned how to be calm and got used to being cool-headed. He might be angry, but besides the killing intent in his right eye, he did not let anything else show. Instead, he lifted his right hand and tapped a finger against the center of Ziche's brows. With that one tap, Ziche instantly started trembling. Su Ming crouched down, brought out some medicinal pills, and placed them into Ziche's mouth. He picked him up and raised him to a sitting position. He placed his right hand at the top of Ziche's skull, and the moment the power of awakening surged into his body, Ziche trembled even more violently. He coughed out another mouthful of blood, and it was still filled with those black, squirming bugs. Su Ming frowned. He noticed that once his power surged into Ziche's body, it immediately turned into thousands upon thousands of threads that disappeared into all parts of Ziche's body. It was as if his power was swallowed. This was something normal and to be expected, and it was what Su Ming had wanted to do. He wanted to use his power of the awakening realm along with the medicinal pills Ziche swallowed to nourish Ziche's body. Only then would he be able to wake him up as quickly as possible and begin healing him, though he would only be able to cure him a little. Yet now, even though Su Ming's power was continuously disappearing into Ziche's body, the man wasn't getting better. In fact, he grew worse. He had a single thread of life left previously, and now that thread was rapidly disappearing. Once it completely disappeared, Ziche would definitely die. Su Ming let out a cold snort. The killing intent in his right eye grew stronger. He might have never treated Xianxia as one of the Ninth Summit, but ever since Xianxia came to the Ninth Summit, besides the disobedience at the start, he had always listened to Su Ming's orders. Over the past months, Su Ming had found no reason to complain about Xianxia. More importantly, Xianxia had gradually begun to refer to Su Ming as master instead of uncle master, entirely of his own will. Su Ming had not asked him to do it. Deep in his heart, Su Ming had always thought his eldest senior brother could hurt Xianxia as much as he wanted to. His second senior brother could do it too, and it was the same for his third senior brother. Of course, it was the same for his master. However, besides these people, if anyone else harmed his follower, then they would need to pay for it. With a cold harumph, the green sword mark at the center of Su Ming's brows flashed, and instantly, his divine sense spread out to gather on Xianxia's body. After it scanned it, it surged inside and began looking in detail through each and every inch of the body. After a moment, a sharp look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He could clearly sense a cocoon-like thing in Xianxia's stomach with his divine sense. That thing was about the size of a fist, but there seemed to be an endless space within it, for black bugs were incessantly crawled out of it. These bugs stayed inside Xianxia's body and continuously absorbed his life force to strengthen themselves. That act was incredibly vicious and cruel. Su Ming lifted his right hand from the top of Xianxia's skull and drew a slash across Xianxia's robes covering his chest, then pressed his palm on his abdomen. Once he did so, he fused the power of awakening with his divine sense and swept it across the cocoon-like thing in Xianxia's stomach. Xianxia lay with eyes closed, unconscious, but right then he let out a piercing scream. As he screamed, Su Ming's right hand turned into a claw and pierced his abdomen. Once the fingers sank into his flesh, Su Ming seized the cocoon and yanked it out, forcefully bringing it out of Xianxia's body. The instant the cocoon was brought out, Xianxia's eyes flew open, revealing an extremely exhausted look in his eyes. At the same time, Su Ming pressed his left hand against the wound on Xianxia's abdomen. The power of awakening surged in with Su Ming's command to clear up the body and caused the wound to quickly close up and numerous black bugs to crawl out of Xianxia's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. They struggled for a moment before falling to the ground, lifeless. A hint of red gradually appeared on Xianxia's face, and his life force slowly stopped fading away. He panted harshly and sat down cross-legged to meditate, slowly showing signs of recovery. However, there were still wisps of black mist surrounding the black arrow that was protruding from his right leg. That black mist would occasionally gather up to turn into ghosts that howled without sound. Su Ming pulled his left hand back and was about to draw that black arrow out, but he stopped himself. He stared at the arrow and frowned. He had a feeling that the arrow was not something that he could take out easily. The arrow of the black arrow berserker. The ones who are shot will find their life force continuously disappearing, as if they were poisoned. Without the proper method, if you pull out the arrow, Xianxia will die in his weakened state. Bai Su said in a weak voice from nearby. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he averted his gaze from Xianxia's body to look at the cocoon he held in his right hand. That cocoon was entirely black and looked like a stone. When Su Ming brought it out of Xianxia's body, it had been soft to touch, but when it was exposed to wind, it hardened up rapidly. There was a crack on its corner and black bugs were crawling out of it. However, that crack was quickly closing up. The bugs that had crawled out all fell to the ground under the cold wind. Su Ming stared at the cocoon in his hand and a light of curiosity alighted in his eyes. "This isn't something from Freezing Sky Clan," a weak voice laden with fear said from the direction before Su Ming. When he lifted his head, he saw Bai Su walking onto the platform with a hesitant look on her face. All the things in Freezing Sky Clan can withstand the cold, but this thing hardens up once it's exposed to cold wind. "It doesn't belong to Freezing Sky Clan," Bai Su stated softly. Su Ming did not speak. He lowered his head and continued looking at the cocoon in his hand. A frown gradually formed on his brows. His eyes seemed calm, but no one could know the storm raging in his heart when he saw the bugs Xianxia vomited out and when he held the cocoon in his hand. Bai Su hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Even in the great tribe of Freezing Sky, it's rather impossible for something like this to appear, because the climate is not suitable for these things to survive. See, they're already dead. The cocoon in your hands will also die before long. What's the relationship between Northern Frontier Tribe and the Great Tribe of Freezing Sky? Su Ming slowly asked. There are 4 branches under the Great Tribe of Freezing Sky. Northern Frontier is one of them. As for Zhuogu, I've heard of him before. He's not a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan, but is the son of Zhuoya, Northern Frontier Tribe's chief of war. Baisu hesitated for a moment, but still chose to tell what she knew in the end. However, there was one thing that she did not tell Su Ming after her hesitation. Zhuogu was someone who was closely acquainted with Sima Xian. What does Black Arrow Berserker mean? As Su Ming asked, he averted his gaze from the cocoon in his hand and turned to look at Ziche's, who still remained sitting cross-legged, right leg. The ghosts formed from the black mist around the arrow were floating around hideously. The berserkers in Northern Frontier Tribe train in ways that are largely different from what we do here in Freezing Sky Clan. They refine their blood, but don't awaken. Neither do they sacrifice their bones. They choose instead to walk down the path of training which stimulates the power of the blood in their veins, turning their bodies invincible. This cultivation method is unique to Northern Frontier Tribe, and they seldom share it with outsiders. When Northern Frontier Tribe surrendered to the Great Tribe of Freezing Sky, they also gained the Great Tribe of Freezing Sky's respect. That's why they could retain that unique cultivation method of theirs. Black Arrow is just one of their titles. They are divided into blue, black, green, and purple. Black Arrow Berserkers are around the same level as a Berserker in the Bone Sacrifice realm. Besides the cultivation method which Northern Frontier Tribe keeps secret to themselves, they also keep the method they use to create their arrows a secret. Their arrows can only be shot by the tribe members who practice their secret cultivation method. They have the power to absorb life and cannot be drawn out lightly. The black mist on it has to be refined, and then enough life force has to be offered for it to be possible to take the arrow out. Baisu explained softly, telling almost everything she knew in detail. Su Ming stared at the arrow in Ziche's right leg, and the murderous aura in his right eye became stronger. What is that black mist? He asked calmly. A phantom. This is the name Northern Frontier Tribe gave it. Every single year, the berserkers who have become adults will be sent to a secret place in the Northern Frontier to search for their own phantom. Once the person finds it, the arrow he or she shoots out will have the power of the phantom. The more people the person kills, the stronger the phantom will become. Eventually, the phantom's power will reach a shocking level. The Great Tribe of Freezing Sky suffered quite a lot before they subdued this tribe in the past and named it Northern Frontier. Su Ming was silent for a moment before looking at Baisu. The knowledge she possessed of these things shocked him. What was the name of the tribe before Freezing Sky subdued it? Phantom Deus. Baisu answered in a low voice. Once she finished speaking, she hesitated and cast a glance at Su Ming. Perhaps I can try getting rid of the phantom aura on the arrow. Su Ming looked towards her. My power may not be great, but I've always liked reading ancient scrolls since I was young. I know a lot of things other people don't know. I also learned a lot of arts from some strange tribes from my father, Baisu said softly. She did not tell Su Ming that her father had done everything he could to get all sorts of valuable ancient scrolls and arts that could be casted without relying on the caster's level of cultivation to foster this one and only interest of hers because of what had happened to her when she was young. How confident are you? Su Ming asked calmly. Baisu hesitated for a moment before she answered softly. 3/10, 2/10. Maybe even less. If you fail, then Ziche will die? Su Ming asked after a moment of silence. Baisu did not speak for some time. After a long while, she nodded her head with a grim look on her face. If you don't cure him, he won't be able to live for long either. First, his power will fade away, and once he loses his power, his body will be the next to be go, and eventually his life force will also fade away. When he is truly and completely dead, he will turn into a phantom and return to his master's side. Baisu stated softly. Northern Frontier Tribe also belongs to Freezing Sky. If Zhuogu kills Ziche, won't Freezing Sky Clan take action? Su Ming looked at the cocoon in his hand. The cocoon had completely hardened up by then and felt like an ice rock in his hand. Don't you know? Baisu was taken aback. She looked if she just understood something. She cast a look at Ziche and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. What? Su Ming lifted his head and looked at Bai Su. 3 months ago, Ziche's master notified the mountain gate and chased him out of the second summit. He's no longer a freezing Sky Clan disciple. Su Ming's eyes flashed with a dark light and he looked towards Ziche, who was sitting on the platform with a pale but determined face. He could not hear Su Ming and Bai Su's words. Right now, he had to make sure to keep curing himself, or else he would not be able to fight against the power of the arrow.
3 months ago. Su Ming understood it then. This thing had happened during the 5 days he was gone from freezing Sky Clan. Yet he had seen nothing out of place from Ziche.
However, it was clear that this was not something unimportant to Ziche. If that's not the case, then there would have been no need for him to lower his head in shame every time he saw his sister. Bai Su sighed softly.
Su Ming stayed silent, looking at the cocoon in his hand. After a long while, he gave it a squeeze.
You said that this bug isn't something from freezing sky, and that it dies when it's exposed to the cold? Su Ming's voice was calm. Not a hint of emotion could be heard from his tone.
Bai Su nodded.
Su Ming crouched down and picked up a bug that was so stiff that it seemed dead. Once he held it in his hand. A powerful ball of fire abruptly appeared on Su Ming's palm and enveloped that bug. That bug's rigid body suddenly trembled within the fire, then flipped over energetically. It screeched and started moving as if it wanted to crawl into Su Ming's body through his palm.
Yet before it could enter, the fire on Su Ming's palm was snuffed out. As chilling wind blew past, Su Ming clenched his fist. Cracking sound rang out and Su Ming relaxed his grip.
Bai Su sucked in a sharp breath when she saw that the black bug in Su Ming's palm had turned to pieces. This bug wasn't dead. It just went into slumber. It'll wake up once again when it becomes hot. Su Ming flicked his wrist, and the pieces in his palm scattered into the wind. That is the case for the bug, and it is the same for the cocoon.
Su Ming's voice was freezing cold. A scene from his memories rose before his eyes. He saw a chain, and on that chain was an illusionary figure of a person.
There were numerous wounds covering that person's entire body, and within those wounds were countless black bugs that were identical to the bug he just held. Lei Chun. Su Ming closed his eyes. He hadn't known whether what he saw on the chains of Han Mountain was real or fake, and he still couldn't tell even now. Yet the appearance of these black bugs shook him. He had never seen them before he challenged the chains of Han Mountain, so there had been the possibility of it just being a figment of his imagination or that it was a mere illusion, but now that he saw the exact same bug, there was no way Su Ming would believe that he had imagined it. If it's real, then why is the truth different from my memories? If it's fake, then how could something of my imagination exist in the real world, and in the exact same form too? This is a clue. Su Ming opened his eyes and Bai Su's soft whispers fell into his ears. Let me try for Ziche, she whispered, looking straight at Su Ming. Don't need to. There's a method with which I can cure Ziche completely without any risk, Su Ming stated calmly. His voice was cold, and a red glare shone from his right eye. What method is that? Bai Su was taken aback. She did not understand the meaning behind Su Ming's words. Kill Zhuegu and destroy his phantom. Then the phantom aura on the arrow sticking out of Ziche's leg will disappear naturally. Once Su Ming finished speaking, he looked at Bai Su. You know this area better than I do. Bring me to Northern Frontier Tribe. Bai Su bit her bottom lip and stared at Su Ming with wide-eyed astonishment. But she still shook her head firmly. With your power, if you go to Northern Frontier Tribe alone, you'll definitely die. I won't take you there. I'm not alone. Su Ming turned and let out a piercing howl towards the sky. That howl echoed through the entire 9th summit, causing the glaciers to tremble and rumble loudly. When that howl started, Hu Zi was drinking in his cave with his eyes closed and a silly grin on his face. He was just about to hug his wine gourd and go to sleep so that he would have enough energy for his nightly activities. Yet the moment he was about to close his eyes and begin snoring, Su Ming's piercing howl shot into his cave. That howl was like a rumbling thunder, causing Hu Zi's cave to tremble, and Hu Zi to open his eyes. He rubbed them hard and a surprised look appeared within them. What's wrong with 4th?
But he did not hesitate. Wuxia immediately picked up his pot of wine and rushed out of his cave before running towards Su Ming's cave abode.
At the same time, around the middle of the 9th summit was a spot where a large amount of flowers bloomed. Green leaves covered the entire area and created a scene on the ice that looked as if time had traveled back. Su Ming's second senior brother sat cross-legged among the flowers, maintaining a position in which the sun would always shine on the side of his face. There was a gentle smile on his face, and before him, many of the plants were swaying even though there was no wind.
Some of those plants were growing rapidly and intertwining with each other as if they were trying to knit something.
There was an intense look of concentration on the second senior brother's face. Yet at that moment, Su Ming's howl reverberated through the 9th summit. There was a shocking amount of killing intent within that howl. The plants that were knitting something before the second senior brother froze momentarily under that killing intent. Surprise appeared on the second senior brother's face. He lifted his head and looked at where Su Ming's cave was located in the distance.
Who offended youngest junior brother now?
Second senior brother stood up at a moderate pace and patted his robes before placing his hands behind his back and walking towards Su Ming's cave abode with the sun shining on the side of his face.
His feet may have seemed to be stepping on the ground, but in truth, every single time his feet landed, they would stay an inch away from the ground. Similarly, as Su Ming's howl traveled through the 9th summit at the ice located at the position downwind of the 9th summit, a gaze appeared in the darkness in the place that was always used as an isolation grounds.
Faint mumbling sounds came from within the silent glacier. Such killing intent. If he doesn't release it, it'll be difficult for him to clear his mind. Youngest junior brother, you may want to go release it, but I still can't go out.
Yet suddenly an ice rock that was about the height of a person suddenly cracked. Fire spread out from within that crack, looking as if it was burning that ice rock. In an instant, more cracks appeared on the ice rock and it eventually exploded.
The moment it exploded, a black hand stretched out from within the ice rock. A powerful gust of freezing wind spread from that black hand. Once it stretched out, it pressed against the ice floor by its side, and gradually, as if someone was crawling out, a man whose skin was completely black appeared.
That man was half naked. When he crawled out, he closed his eyes and knelt down on one knee in the direction of the gaze.
All 300 of my slaves stopped the slaughter at the same time as I did in the past and joined me when I isolated myself here. Now, I've awakened you, one of the 300 slaves. Go and do something for me. Your instructions, young master. The man opened his gray eyes. Within those gray eyes were madness and mercilessness. While those could cause people to feel a chill creeping into their hearts, they would also be able to clearly sense the bloodthirst coming from within the man. Protect my junior brothers and listen to them. If necessary, I will allow you to cast the forbidden curses. The gaze within the ice glaciers gradually disappeared. Only the words remained floating in the air, and as they echoed calmly, they radiated with bloodlust. That man grinned and licked his lips. He bowed and stood up. The moment he took a step forward, his body immediately turned into a layer of black mist that crawled into the ice walls around him before disappearing. At the same time, at the top of the 9th summit, Xianxia yawned and stretched his back as he walked out from his cave. As he walked, mumbling sounds could be heard spilling out from his lips as well.
Once he reached the top of the mountain, he took a deep breath, laid down facing the ground with both hands supporting his entire body and started doing push-ups. Once he did a few of them, he stood up and a contented smile appeared on his lips. I did 10 today. That's one more than last year.
That's great.
That's wonderful.
That's marvelous. Xianxia, you're just too amazing. You're the strongest person I've ever met in my life. Xianxia, you awesome bugger. I'm proud of you. With a pleased smile on his face, Xianxia mumbled to himself for a moment before lifting his head. He was just about to let out a roar towards the sky like how he usually did every day before he flew in a certain direction to train his body in the morning when he stopped.
The moment he opened his mouth to roar, someone did it before him and let out a piercing howl. That howl rumbled like thunder and traveled in all directions, stunning Xianxia.
I haven't even shouted. Why's there sound?
Xianxia blinked and lifted his hand to cover his mouth. When he heard that the sound was still echoing in the air, he quickly crouched down and looked down the edge of the peak with his neck outstretched.
Fourth's cry is really unpleasant. Third is rushing over. Second is also going over.
Well, I'll be damned. That eldest disciple of mine in isolation is also joining in. Are they going to fight?
Haha. This is going to be fun.
An excited glimmer appeared in Xianxia's eyes. He quickly rolled up his sleeves with a look as if he wanted to join in. As Su Ming's howl echoed in the air, Zi was the first to appear on the platform outside Su Ming's cave abode. The moment he came to the platform, he saw the wretched state Che was in, and an angry glare immediately appeared in his eyes.
Bloody hell? Who hurt my kitten? Soon, second senior brother walked towards them with his hands behind his back and a gentle smile on his face. But the moment he saw Che's condition, that smile on his face disappeared. Youngest junior brother. Who did this? Su Ming looked at Che and stated calmly. Zhuogu? Black Arrow Berserker of Northern Frontier Tribe. He's the son of Zhuoya, Northern Frontier's chief of war.
Bloody hell, I'm going to fuck his birdie up. How dare he touch my kitten? Zi roared. This is not good. Second senior brother shook his head and a faint smile appeared once again on his lips, but this time there was a frightening quality to that smile.
We won't fuck his birdie up. We'll cut his birdie off and eat it.
The smile on the second senior brother's lips grew wider.
As Bai Su continued listening to them, her face turned red and she clicked her tongue in distaste. Cut off his birdie and eat it? Zi was stunned when he heard those words and instinctively lifted his hand to scratch his head, but thought that it was not an act suitable for him. He immediately lowered his hand, which was already partly lifted. He had always believed that he was the smartest person in the 9th summit, and he absolutely did not want anyone knowing that he did not seem to have fully understood the meaning behind those words. That's right.
That's what I meant. We'll cut off his birdie and eat it.
That bugger. I'll eat it once I cut it off. Zi patted his chest and grinned foolishly as he looked at his second senior brother with a look that screamed he understood it.
Second senior brother blinked and smiled in a gentle manner at a spot. Once he heard Zi's words, surprise, disbelief, hesitation, admiration, anticipation, and all sorts of other emotions appeared in his eyes. The changes on his face would have been indiscernible if the people looking at him did not know him well. Zi saw it and had a feeling that something was off, but he knew that he absolutely must not reveal that he did not understand what his second senior brother had just said. He repeatedly told himself that he was the smartest on the 9th summit and understood everything. That was why he lifted his chin and puffed out his chest before nodding at his second senior brother sternly. A serious look soon appeared on second senior brother's face. He patted Zi's shoulders as if he was about to say something to him, but eventually chose to let out a long sigh before a respectful replaced the seriousness on his face. That uneasiness in Zi's heart grew stronger, but he kept the nonchalant look on his face. Che remained sitting cross-legged on the platform. He was still. The phantom aura from the black arrow surrounded his right leg, causing the slight red flush on his face to quickly fade away. As second senior brother patted Zi's shoulders, Su Ming turned around to look at Bai Su. Now, will you lead the way for the three of us to Northern Frontier Tribe? Su Ming's voice was calm, but the murderous aura in his right eye and the calmness in his left eye created a strange feeling that made it seem that both things had fused together, causing those who saw it to feel shaken to the core. Bai Su dipped her head down and fell silent for a moment before lifting her head and looking at Su Ming. She nodded gently. The moment she did so, Su Ming walked over and wrapped his arm around her waist, eliciting a cry of surprise from her. He turned into a long arc and flew into the sky while holding her tightly. Bai Su's vision blurred and her view turned indistinct. Her heart pounded and raced against her chest. The strong presence that belonged to a man wafted into her nose. Not only did she hear her own heartbeat, she also felt Su Ming's. That strange feeling made her cheeks turn redder. Even if she was with Sima Xian, they would at most only hold hands. Due to Sima Xian's worries and Bai Su's nervousness, they did nothing more than holding hands, which was why things like her being held had never happened before. When Su Ming took hold of Bai Su and flew into the sky, Zi took a big swig from his pot of wine and followed after with a vicious sneer on his face. Second senior brother's face remained gentle and, with a smile on his lips, he placed his hands behind his back and walked into the sky. Every single time his feet landed, a faint light would flash in the air. As his speed increased, it looked like a green arc was slicing through the sky. Behind those three, an indistinct wisp of black smoke followed behind. That black smoke drifted about and could not be discovered easily, but if anyone did manage to notice it and observed it closely, they would discover a shocking bloodlust within. That faint black smoke was naturally that one slave from the 300 the eldest senior brother owned. He was following the orders of his young master to protect his junior brothers. When the time came, he would cast the strongest skill from their tribe, the forbidden curse. Behind that wisp of black smoke, in the smoke that even the eldest senior brother's slave did not notice, was an old man dressed in white. That old man had an excited look on his face and continuously rubbed his hands together. Sometimes he would roll up his sleeves to reveal thin and dried-up arms while a brilliant light shone in his eyes as he followed behind them cautiously. Are they going to fight? This is going to be fun. Fourth isn't dumb. At least he knows to not fight alone. Group fights are the only exciting fights. I can't let them know I'm following behind them. If I do this, it'll be more exciting. But these brats just can't match up to me when I was young. If they knew to go fight in a group, then why didn't they know they should also wear masks? The old man was, of course, Xianxia. Besides the excited look on his face, there was also enthusiasm simmering within him. However, dissatisfaction soon appeared on his face. This was the first time since many years that the entire 9th Summit ventured out together. Together, they charged towards Northern Frontier. If Shuagu, the Black Arrow Berserker of Northern Frontier, knew beforehand that injuring Ziche would bring about such a result, bringing out the monsters of the 9th Summit that happened to be connected to each other by a master and disciple relationship, then perhaps he would have immediately turned back when he saw Ziche and would not have bothered him. It takes about a day to reach Northern Frontier Tribe from Freezing Sky Clan. They're both on the ice plains, but they're quite different. Their tribe isn't built on ice mountains or frozen rivers, but on a snow plain. Baisu felt the cold from the wind seeping into her bones as they continued flying in the air while Su Ming held her. She shuddered, then immediately felt warmth traveling from Su Ming's body to hers. With that warmth around, the chilling wind also seemed gentler to the skin. Baisu's cheeks were flushed red, and she spoke in a low voice after remaining silent for a while. It could be said that she was recalling everything she remembered about Northern Frontier Tribe so that she could help Su Ming and the others to make detailed preparations. Northern Frontier Tribe is very big and looks like a city, but there aren't any walls surrounding it. They only use ice to make their houses. To the people of Northern Frontier Tribe, ice and snow are part of their lives. They cannot put up a wall and separate it from their lives. There are 2 giant statues right before Northern Frontier Tribe. The 2 statues are carved in the image of 2 ferocious and malicious spirits fighting against each other. Their big bodies form the gate to Northern Frontier Tribe. Baisu's voice echoed in the howling wind, her words falling not only into Su Ming's ears, but Hu Zi and his second senior brothers too. In the past, it was said that there were 3 green arrow berserkers who were as strong as those within the berserker soul realm. One of them was even halfway to the purple arrow. This powerful tribe might not have been a big tribe, but it was strong enough to make big tribes fear them. The great tribe of Freezing Sky paid a great price in subduing them as well. They managed to kill the elder of Northern Frontier Tribe, who was the person who was halfway through to becoming a purple arrow berserker, and also killed another green arrow berserker before managing to conquer Phantom Deus and changing their name to Northern Frontier. The only remaining powerful berserker who was at the level of the berserker soul realm in Northern Frontier was the tribe's chief of war in the past. That person escaped death by a hair's breadth, but before long, due to his largely reduced life force, he died. The Northern Frontier Tribe now may no longer be as great as they were in the past, but they still cannot be underestimated. As one of the 4 great branches of the great tribe of Freezing Sky, Northern Frontier Tribe definitely has powerful berserkers at the Berserker Soul Realm defending them. Because the elders of these branches in the past had to go to the great tribe of Freezing Sky to train when they attained great completion in the Bone Sacrifice Realm. Only when they reached the Berserker Soul Realm would they be given the title of Elder. There was a period of time where Northern Frontier Tribe had no elder leading them for more than 2,000 years, but I remember reading in one of the ancient scrolls that 100-something years ago, An elder that Freezing Sky approved of appeared in Northern Frontier Tribe. That person's name is Mo Shan. Baisu quickly explained. Half a day passed by as the four of them continued dashing forward. The land was filled with a vast expanse of white, the end of which could not be seen at first glance. All they could see was the sky and earth that were filled with ice and snow. They seldom saw anyone moving towards them as they flew in the sky. It was as if there were no longer any living souls within the world, and the only ones left were their group. There were no tracks of anyone walking on the ground either. If a normal person trudged upon this land filled with ice, snow, mountain ranges, and plains, they would definitely die. The wind moaned like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Snow hurricanes would occasionally appear on the land and blow in all directions while moving the snow on the ground, creating a shocking sight to behold. This was a white world. It was a world of ice and snow, a world where no other color could be seen. Besides the elder Emoshan, there are 4 other leaders in Northern Frontier Tribe. They're the Chief of War, Chief of the Hunters, Phantom Equal, and Spirit Chief. The power of these 4 people is so great it cannot be discerned. Even if they're not at the Berserker Soul Realm, they should not be too far from it. We have to be especially careful of the Phantom Equal among them. There is a rumor about him that people seldom hear. I only read about this legend in an ancient, broken scroll. It said that up till now, no one has ever seen the face of the Phantom Equal of Phantom Deus tribe ever since the tribe appeared in the land of South Morning. Neither have they seen his clothes, his voice, or his actions. Over the years, he has created a presence among others, which is what led to this rumor. The Phantom Equal of Phantom Deus will never die and will never be destroyed. The Phantom Equal will only be one person for all eternity. Baisu's voice gained a hushed quality as it echoed in the other 3 people's ears. In the moaning wind, a mysterious quality was added to her words when she uttered them. Youngest junior brother, this last knows a lot of things. This is good. A smile appeared on second senior brother's lips, and he cast an approving look at Baisu. Baisu quickly returned a smile to second senior brother from Su Ming's embrace. Thank you for your praise, Uncle Master. I just like reading. You can refer to me as second senior brother like my youngest junior brother does, second senior brother said with a smile. A red flush colored Baisu's face once again. She had no idea why, but she was blushing quite frequently this day. Why is there no tribe leader? Su Ming suddenly asked. This was exactly what second senior brother was about to ask too. As for Hu Zi, he continued drinking as he kept his gaze in front of them while occasionally licking his lips, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. He did not listen to Baisu's words. In his mind, he would just beat up all those he met, and there would be people naturally reminding him how to fight these people when the time came. To him, that was what smart people should do. Northern Frontier Tribe still retains the customs left behind by their ancestors when they were still Phantom Deus tribe. They don't have a tribe leader. Their tribe leader is something without substance. I heard that he's a malicious spirit in the world, but it's just a mere symbolism, Baisu answered softly. A thought flitted through Su Ming's mind. Once he heard of the things related to Northern Frontier Tribe, especially about the tribe leader, the first thing that appeared in his head was the old man from Lizard Shaman Tribe summoning the giant lizard totem. That giant lizard was also just a symbol and a mere totem. Northern Frontier, Phantom Deus. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Time slowly passed by in this manner. Their speed increased, and when dusk arrived, Baisu's breathing suddenly quickened. We're here. Su Ming came to a halt, while Hu Zi took a few steps forward by his side. With his wine gourd in hand, his eyes were gradually tainted with bloodlust. As for the second senior brother, he had his hands behind his back and stood nearby in a relaxed manner. It was a pity that the sun was covered by the clouds. But even if the land was still bright, it was not hot. About 10,000 feet ahead of Su Ming and the rest of them were many big buildings built on a large expanse of snow. As wind blew past, the snow would be lifted from the ground. Right before Su Ming were 2 giant statues. These 2 statues were carved in the image of malicious phantoms fighting against each other. A heinous, murderous aura spread from within the 2 statues without restraint, and filled the entire area with it. Behind the 2 giant malicious phantom statues were rows upon rows of neatly arranged houses. These houses were all made from ice and connected in a long, unbroken line. With just one glance, it was hard to find the end of that line.
This was a tribe bigger than a city. The enormous size of the tribe was not due to how grand it looked, but due to its length. It seemed endless, stretching far into the distant land. If anyone stood in the sky high above the tribe and looked at the ground, then they would be able to see that the buildings within Northern Frontier Tribe were positioned in a manner that they formed the shape of an arrow on the vast and endless plain of snow. It was like the mark of a gigantic arrow that was branded on the land belonging to Northern Frontier Tribe. Beneath the snow plains were layers upon layers of snow that continued sinking into the snow plains. The bottommost layer, which touched the earth buried under the snow plains, had the least amount of snow.
If a person could see far ahead beyond the snow plains, they would find hints of green growing on the ground, which was also located much lower than the snow plains itself. If that person could see even farther ahead, they would find birds flying about and flowers blooming.
This snow plain was like a ravine that separated winter and summer. Northern Frontier Tribe existed within this land, a land that made it seem as if the great tribe of Freezing Sky was located south, but was in truth a place that was located to the north in the maps detailing the topography of the land of South Morning. The tribe stayed here defending the northern gate of the great tribe of Freezing Sky. This is just one part of Northern Frontier Tribe on the Great Frozen Plains. There's another part of the tribe underneath the snow plains. Baisu said softly.
Northern Frontier Tribe has retained the customs of Phantom Deus. All their berserkers have very long hair. If they fight against outsiders, those who die will lose their heads. If they fight among themselves, the person who loses will have a choice.
He can choose to cut off his own head or cut off his hair. That is why if a person has very long hair, it means he seldom loses. It might also be that he has never lost before. Baisu whispered, looking at Su Ming. Once she finished speaking, she hesitated for a moment. Su Ming, I would suggest all of you to wear hoods. If you do that, I think it might be easier for all of you. The moment Baisu finished speaking, but before Su Ming could manage to say anything in return, second senior brother gave the girl an approving look. He then turned to Su Ming. Youngest junior disciple, this lass is very good.
But lass, I've already made preparations for this a long time ago. Second senior brother smiled gently and lifted his right hand to bring out a number of black hoods from his bosom. Ahem, as disciples of the 9th Summit, we have no need to hide our faces. In fact, it's below our dignity to hide our faces, but... A stern look appeared on second senior brother's face when he looked at Su Ming and Hu Zi. We have to be considerate of our master. He's already old and his mind can't react fast enough for him to formulate lies, so we have to find an excuse for him, no?
We're not worried about showing our faces, but for our master, for our old man, we have to bear with this shame and wear the hood. Hu Zi blinked, then nodded his head firmly in understanding. You're right.
This is for master. We're doing this for master. Second senior brother, I can bear with this. I will bear with it. As he spoke, he snatched a hood and covered his head, which left only his eyes to be seen. He snickered.
Third senior brother. I'm sorry you have to go through this. Second senior brother patted Hu Zi's shoulder with a touched expression on his face. Second senior brother. We're doing this for master. This insult is nothing. Hu Zi stopped snickering and a resolute look appeared in his eyes. We're all master's good disciples. Youngest junior brother. What about you? Second senior brother handed a hood to Su Ming. Su Ming took it with an odd expression on his face, but he still covered his head with it without a word.
Baisu widened her eyes where she stood by the side. She had a sudden feeling that she had never come to understand the 9th Summit as clearly as she did at that moment.
Just what are these people?
Baisu rubbed the center of her brows. She had thought that convincing these people to wear a hood would be difficult, but the strange development made her suddenly think that she was far too young and inexperienced compared to these people.
Master, for you, we will suffer through this injustice. But we're doing this willingly because we're your good disciples. We love you. Second senior brother lifted his head and puffed out his chest before putting on the hood. He winked at Su Ming and Hu Zi, then threw the leftover hood down as if he did not just do it intentionally and charged towards Northern Frontier Tribe in a long arc. Hu Zi stomped the ground with his right foot, and as snow scattered in the air, he dashed after his second senior brother.
Find a safe place and wait for me. Su Ming cast a glance at Bai Su and leaped into the air to chase after his second senior brother and Hu Zi. The three of them were like shooting stars traveling in the sky, and their destination was Northern Frontier Tribe. Bai Su stood there and watched the three of them. She remained silent for a moment before she sat down cross-legged.
There were hints of worry along with a complicated look on her face. In the sky, the three disciples of the ninth summit closed in rapidly on Northern Frontier Tribe, side by side. Second senior brother, is Master really behind us? An excited and savage look appeared in Hu Zi's eyes when he asked softly.
Of course, Master is even faster than we are. Besides, when we left the ninth summit, I saw him peeking at us in white with my own eyes, second senior brother whispered in a hushed tone.
I saw him too, Su Ming offered in a whisper. Ha ha.
Then there's no mistake about it. I left a hood for Master. We can kill as much as we want today. We'll kill that little birdie, and even if it's a serious matter, the Master is there to hold the line.
There's nothing for us to be afraid of. Second senior brother had clearly become excited as well. His eyes sparkled. How will we kill them? Hu Zi pulled the hood back and licked his lips. Third, fourth, I'll tell you the rule of the ninth summit today. This is what our eldest senior brother told me in the past. Second senior brother looked at Su Ming and Hu Zi. Kill those who have harmed even a single plant of ninth summit.
Kill those who have harmed even a single follower of ninth summit. Kill all the berserkers of the tribe of the person who harmed even a single disciple of the ninth summit.
The ninth summit will never cause trouble, but if someone provokes us, then we will use murder to tell them that the ninth summit is not someone they can offend. That is why we will look for Zhugu. And if anyone stops us, they'll die. There was a murderous aura within second senior brother's words, and his voice was as cold as ice. Hu Zi sucked in a deep breath, then pulled the hood back on his head. A blood-red light appeared in his eyes. However, after a moment of hesitation, he turned to look at his second senior brother while flying forward. Second senior brother, why didn't you help me when I was bullied last time? That doesn't fit the rules of the ninth summit. Hu Zi was very dissatisfied. If you didn't peek at me every single night, I'd help you as well. Second senior brother shook his head and sighed deeply.
Su Ming did not speak. Green light shone at the center of his brows, and the murderous aura in his right eye spread through his entire body, causing him to look like an arrow filled with killing intent. With one single charge, he flew to the forefront of the three of them.
As they charged forward, the distance between them and Northern Frontier Tribe grew shorter.
At the same time, at the spot where Bai Su had sat down behind them, she had cast some unknown art, and her body gradually faded away until she looked almost invisible and was as unnoticeable as a spectral.
Yet right then, Bai Su's eyes flew open and she nearly cried out in surprise.
A layer of black smoke had appeared before her. That black smoke filled the air and was charging forward through the snow plains. In the span of a breath, it had traveled 10,000 feet and was already far away from her.
Lass, don't make a sound.
The cause for Bai Su's held-back scream was the old voice that fell into her ears. Soon, she saw an old man dressed in white robes walking forth from the snow plains on her side.
That old man had his back bent and was walking towards her with light footsteps. When he was before Bai Su, he placed his index finger to his mouth and made a shushing sound. A strange expression immediately appeared on Bai Su's face. She had seen this old man before and knew that he was Su Ming's master, Xianxia Zi. Xianxia Zi lowered his head and picked up the hood second senior brother had thrown down while mumbling under his breath. Those brats sure are sly. At least they knew to bring hoods with them. Looks like they're not dumb after all. They even left one for me. Shoot. Did they see me? The white-robed Xianxia Zi pulled the hood over his head as he continued mumbling, then turned around to look at the stunned Bai Su. A smile appeared on his face.
Hey, you must be the young companion of my fourth disciple. So, do I look good?
Bai Su was stunned. She instinctively nodded her head.
A pleased look immediately appeared on the white-robed Xianxia Zi's face. He turned around and walked in the direction Su Ming and the other two had taken to Northern Frontier Tribe. The instant Su Ming and the other two arrived 10,000 feet away from Northern Frontier Tribe, the people within it noticed them. However, the treatment given to Su Ming and the other two by this tribe was completely different compared to the other tribes Su Ming had run into in the past. If it was any other tribe, someone would have flown out a long time ago to stop them.
Yet Northern Frontier Tribe was not so. When they noticed Su Ming and the other two approaching, only a few of the tribe members stopped whatever they were doing and lifted their heads to look at the sky coldly. Most of the rest chose to ignore them. In an instant, Su Ming and his brothers arrived at the gate formed by the two statues. With a smile, second senior brother took one step forward and wrapped his fist in his palm to bow towards the Northern Frontier Tribe members who were looking at them coldly but were not saying a single word. I am Gong Sun Hu of Freezing Sky Clan's third summit. I would like to meet Brother Zhuoguo. Please tell him on my behalf.
The people who were looking at them coldly from behind Northern Frontier Tribe's gate continued remaining silent. Second senior brother shook his head.
You are all far too rude. This is not good.
While speaking, he took one step forward. The moment his foot landed, the earth suddenly trembled and a large amount of snow shot into the air.
It blotted out the entire sky and earth, causing the Northern Frontier Tribe members who had been looking at them coldly to change their expressions drastically.
Give us Zhuoguo.
Anyone who try to stop us, die. Huzi lifted his arms, and a gigantic battle axe materialized in his left hand. He took a big swig from the gourd in his right hand and charged forth. Huzi was like a tiger jumping down a mountain. Once his feet landed on the ground, the snow there flew into the air, causing the area to look clouded. But from that indistinct view, he charged abruptly out with the giant axe now in his right hand. Su Ming had never seen that axe before. The blade was rusted in several places, but the axe's handle was made with a beast bone. When Huzi stormed out, a faint tiger's howl that shook the skies broke through Northern Frontier Tribe's gate. Second senior brother held himself in an imposing manner that made him seem like a tidal wave. That one step he took had caused the earth to tremble, and as snow shot into the air, green appeared under his foot. Grass had completely covered the area over there in a bizarre fashion. You are far too rude. I was courteous towards you, and yet you treated me like this? You went too far this time. Second senior brother's face was flushed with rage, and his smile was no longer present. Moving forward, he lifted his right hand and waved it towards the people who came to stop them from entering. When he waved his arm, green appeared on the white snow and fell on the hair and shoulders of the three people charging towards second senior brother. Snow spread through the bodies of these ferocious-looking Northern Frontier Tribe members.
Almost at the same moment, green grass shot out from underneath the feet of these three Northern Frontier Tribe members who had rushed out, covering their bodies at a monstrous speed. When the three arrived before second senior brother, their whole bodies had already been covered by green grass and their faces were as pale as death itself. They struggled but could not move. Second senior brother, it's not that they're rude, it's because we're wearing hoods. No matter how polite you are to them, anyone who sees us coming will know what we want to do. So why would they bother being fucking courteous to you? Huzi was swinging his axe not too far away, but he still did not forget to turn his head back to shout at his second senior brother. Second senior brother was momentarily stunned and touched the hood covering his face instinctively before he shook his head and sighed deeply. I didn't manage to frame Gong Sun Hu. That bugger should consider himself lucky.
Su Ming had a calm expression on his face, and only the murderous aura in his right eye was revealed. He moved forward, but without the shocking, imposing manner of his second senior brother or the domineering pressure of Huzi. Yet as he moved, he held a green sword in his hand, and lightning sparked at the tip of the sword. Right before him, there were three people storming toward him. Su Ming let them. The moment he was about to cross paths with them, he suddenly increased his speed and moved away from them so quickly that he seemed to have overlapped his body with theirs for an instant when he moved past them. Immediately, blood gushed out from the three people's necks and their heads fell to the ground. Su Ming calmly held the sword in his hand and moved forward. The three brothers were within Northern Frontier Tribe's gate, right under the two giant, malicious phantom statues. Behind them was the vast snow plain where freezing wind moaned in the air. Before them was the large Northern Frontier Tribe whose end could not be seen. The sounds of war drums being hit reverberated through the air and traveled forth from deep within Northern Frontier Tribe. The war drums were deep and exuded an oppressive presence.
It spread through the air, telling the entire tribe that they were attacked by strong enemies.
People charged out from within the tribe and stormed towards where the three brothers were. There were also quite a number of normal northern frontier tribe members around Su Ming and the other two. They looked different from the normal people Su Ming had seen before. Not much fear could be seen on their faces. In fact, very few of them left in panic. At most, they retreated a little, making enough space between themselves and the attackers, before stopping still and watching the three of them coldly. There were many people who had charged out from the tribe. With just one glance, Su Ming counted at least a few dozen of them. As they closed in, they split into three parts and stormed towards Su Ming, Hu Zi, and second senior brother. Hu Zi grinned, took a big swig of alcohol, then took an unstable step forward. He placed the axe by his side, spread out his arms, and shouted towards the sky.
Enter. Dream. His shout shook the sky and earth, and the northern frontier tribe members who had split into three parts were all stunned, but they were only taken aback for a moment. Snoring sounds echoed in the air, and Hu Zi fell to the side just like when Su Ming fought against Sima Xian, deep in sleep. A strange look appeared on Su Ming's face. Second senior brother sighed and moved to where Hu Zi was to kick him. With that one kick, Hu Zi immediately opened his eyes and picked up the axe beside him with embarrassment on his face. Third, don't always enter your dreams. Second senior brother shook his head and walked towards the dozens of northern frontier people. He lifted his arms and immediately green appeared on his hands. He slammed them on the ground. The snow on the ground rapidly melted and green grass rose before it started growing in a bizarre manner, turning the entire area into a plain of grass. The moment the northern frontier tribe members charging towards second senior brother arrived, the grass on the ground broke off from its roots and charged towards those people like arrows. Hu Zi was angered by what had happened just now and picked up his axe to engage the dozen people charging towards him. This was the first time Su Ming witnessed Hu Zi's valor. He did not care about pain or getting injured at all. With a terrifying force, he rushed into the crowd like a fierce tiger and started slaughtering those people. There was one thing that caught Su Ming's attention. Every single time Hu Zi was attacked, a light would flash and he would appear to be completely unharmed. It was as if there was a layer of invisible armor around him, causing the blows that landed on him to be painless. Hu Zi threw his back and laughed. As he continued with his slaughter, his eyes filled with red. Eventually, he spread his arms and made the gesture as if he was about to enter his dream again, but right then, second senior brother let out a fake cough. Only then did Hu Zi stop. Su Ming moved to his side. The northern frontier tribe members all had different levels of cultivation, but the instant they got close, lightning shot out from around Su Ming and spread swiftly in all directions. The lightning appeared too suddenly, and all the people who were enveloped in it froze momentarily. The second they did so, Su Ming charged forth. Green light swept through his foes, and a dozen heads flew into the air in the midst of blood. After Su Ming killed these dozen people, he lifted his head and shouted towards the deeper parts of northern frontier tribe, "Zhugu! Come out!" Before the echoes of his shout faded away, cracking sounds came from around Hu Zi, and a loud rumbling shot into the sky. An invisible, mirror-like thing shattered around Hu Zi's body. The numerous invisible shards shot out in all directions from around him, causing the people who had surrounded him to fall back screaming as their bodies were shot full of holes. "Hey, assholes. This is your grandpa whose latest invention, the invincible armor." Hu Zi shouted towards the sky proudly. "Zhugu, come out." It was also at that moment that second senior brother swept away the snow on his clothes. Before him were a dozen corpses that had been pierced by grass. He lifted his head and looked towards the deeper part of northern frontier tribe with a faint smile. He too shouted those 4 words. "Zhugu, come out." Their voices fused together and turned into a powerful sound wave that rumbled through the entire area. The normal northern frontier tribe members could no longer remain unperturbed. Their expressions drastically changed. Bone sacrifice. That person who used grass to kill is a powerful berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. Just what is going on with that man with the axe? How could he resist so many hits? It may have seemed to explode at the end, but the ones who were injured were our tribe members.
There's also the one with the green light flashing and lightning swimming around his body. His power may not be great, but he's incredibly fast. Yet, by the looks of it, he should be the weakest among the three of them.
About 100,000 feet away from Su Ming was the middle part of Northern Frontier Tribe. There were a large amount of ice buildings over there. The faint sounds of fighting from the tribe's gate had become much weaker when they reached that particular section.
There were numerous Northern Frontier Tribe members over there, and their expressions were all aloof, as if they were unconcerned with the battle at the front of the tribe. There was a house that was clearly much taller than the other ice houses in the middle section of Northern Frontier Tribe, and outside that house was a bonfire. 3 men sat beside it. They were 3 middle-aged men, and all of them had hair that reached their waists. Their hair was braided so that it would not look messy. They sat by the fire with calm expressions as their followers standing by their side roasted a small beast. At times, they would wipe some spices on the food.
"I bet they won't be able to come here," one of the 3 men said calmly.
"That won't do. Of course they won't be able to come here. We talked about gambling time, right? I bet that within an hour, their heads will be hanging at the gate," another person said, smiling. "All right then, I'll bet 2 hours. That person who's good at using grass doesn't seem too bad. He should be able to live a little longer."
"If that's the case, I'll bet on the time for 1 incense stick. Don't forget, while the front section is occupied by those who are only affiliated to us and they don't have any warriors from Phantom Deus tribe, but the one who led the team out to patrol today is Yulin.
His power is around the same level as mine. I even heard that he already has a black thread in his arrow aura. His phantom is about to go through the second transformation as well." The 3 of them spoke as if they were completely unbothered by what was happening in front of their tribe. Instead, they decided to turn it into their entertainment and started betting against each other. Yet as the 3 of them spoke, a dark voice traveled out from the house behind them that was clearly different from the other ice houses in the middle section of Northern Frontier Tribe.
"I bet that they can come here, and I will drink their blood and tear off their hair to give it to that useless little brother of mine, Shuagu."
When that voice spoke, the bonfire in the middle of the 3 people dimmed a little, as if it no longer dared burn too wantonly. The 3 men immediately stood up and bowed towards the ice house with devout expressions tainted with zealousness.
If things were quiet in the middle section of Northern Frontier Tribe, then it was much more so for those living at the later section on the snow plains. The tribe members who could stay there were all of much higher status. Besides the sound of war drums echoing there, it was completely silent.
No sound of battle reached that place. There were hundreds of houses there, and in each of those houses, a strong presence resided. Right at the end of the hundreds of houses was the end of the snow plains, a cliff with an abyss underneath, stretching hundreds of thousands of feet downwards. The cliff was dyed white by snow, and at the edge of it was an ice house. There was a big white tree with black leaves next to it.
There were cracks on the tree trunk that grouped together to form a human face with his eyes closed.
Underneath the cliff was the other part of Northern Frontier Tribe. If anyone stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down, they would see that the other part of Northern Frontier Tribe below the cliff was actually a city.
In truth, while the people staying at the front section may be Northern Frontier Tribe members, they were not part of Phantom Deus tribe. This was something not even by Su knew.
The ones staying there were other tribes that were forced to surrender to the great tribe of Freezing Sky when the tribe became powerful in the past. They merged with Phantom Deus, and that was how Northern Frontier was formed. In truth, there were blood descendants from several tribes within Northern Frontier Tribe. Among them, Phantom Deus was the strongest. That was why Phantom Deus was in control of the tribe. Since the past, all the elders who were chosen also came from Phantom Deus.
Even if the distinction between the different bloodlines have faded, but under the might of Phantom Deus tribe, those who were not from Phantom Deus tribe could only stay at the front of the tribe. This was related to the customs of Phantom Deus. They believed that those who stayed in front were subordinates and only those who stayed at the back were the masters.
At that moment, at the forefront of Northern Frontier Tribe, the tribal land that stretched out hundreds of thousands of feet, stood a middle-aged man with a ghastly expression and hair that reached his waist. He wore clothes made of beast skins and held a bow made of bone.
Blue aura surrounded that bow, and a faint black thread could be seen within that blue aura. Behind him were nearly 100 Northern Frontier Tribe members standing in silence. However, these people did not have bows in their hands because they were not from Phantom Deist tribe. Yet they still listened to the man with the bow. Within Northern Frontier tribe, those who could obtain bows were worthy of respect. The middle-aged man's gaze was like lightning when he looked at Su Ming and the other two fighting with another batch of dozens of Northern Frontier berserkers tens of thousands of feet away. A scornful and condescending sneer appeared on his lips. If it wasn't because the great tribe of Freezing Sky used a despicable method to win, then Freezing Sky Clan would be known as Phantom Deist Clan right now, the man said in a chilling voice. The blue aura in the bow in his hands coiled up as if it was responding to his words. Sir Yulin, they're looking for Zhuge. A man from Northern Frontier tribe standing beside the middle-aged man said in a low voice. Are you saying that since they're looking for people of Phantom Deist tribe, that's why your people don't have to fight against them? The middle-aged man asked coldly as he turned around and stared at the man. It was clear that the man's status was also quite high, yet under Yulin's gaze, especially when he saw the blue aura around the bow in his hand turning into a phantom shadow and opening its mouth to howl soundlessly, sweat gradually beaded on the man's forehead. He lowered his head. I wouldn't dare. If you don't dare, then shut up. Yulin's gaze turned colder. But sir, the man gritted his teeth, then lifted his head swiftly and looked at Yulin. With your power and your phantom, if you act now, then fewer of my tribesmen will have to die. And these aren't just my thoughts alone. The other tribes have the same thoughts. The man's heart pounded against his chest. If it was not because he saw many of his tribe's berserkers dying and he felt his heart aching in pain for them, he would definitely not have said that. Yulin stared at the man. After a long while, a cold sneer appeared on his lips. He lifted his right hand and patted the man's shoulders. You're right. It's about time this farce ended. With his right hand raised, Yulin pointed at Su Ming and the others. All warriors of the tribes in Northern Frontier Tribe's front get together and take the heads of those 3 people there. Anyone who doesn't go will be considered a traitor and be punished accordingly. Sir, the man froze momentarily, then frowned. Do it or die. Yulin narrowed his eyes and killing intent appeared within them. The man fell silent, then gritted his teeth and let out a low growl before he bounded forward and charged towards the battleground tens of thousands of feet away. Behind him, the other Northern Frontier tribe members that numbered to nearly 100 rushed out in silence. These people charged towards Su Ming and the others like a billowing tidal wave. At the same time, low growls echoed in the front section of Northern Frontier tribe. More berserkers turned into mere shadows and stormed towards Su Ming and the other 2. When almost all of the berserkers within the front section of Northern Frontier tribe rushed out, Yulin licked his lips and watched the sight. Kill as much as you want. This is a rare chance. This time, perhaps my phantom will get enough blood and complete the second transformation. At the Northern Frontier gate, Su Ming, Hu Zi, and second senior brother traveled about like 3 long arcs. All those who tried to stop them in their path died. Behind them, the ground was covered in grass. Besides blood, there were also dozens of corpses lying on the grass. Hu Zi had already killed until he went into a frenzy. As he drank, he swung his axe. On his body, there seemed to be an unknown number of layers of invisible armor. Right then, as he fought right in front of the 3 of them, he howled and completely ignored the blows landing on his body. Second senior brother employed a more gentle method. He did not do something as gruesome as Hu Zi, but there was also practically no need for him to act. Most of the time, before anyone could even get close to him, they would turn into human plants and die. Over at Su Ming's side, the murderous aura in his right eye was thick, and a layer of lightning swam around him. Anyone who touched that lightning would find themselves freezing for a moment, and what awaited those people would be their heads flying in the air. The small fluorescent sword in Su Ming's hand continued dripping with fresh blood. Even if Su Ming had his eyes closed, he could still sense what was happening around him with his divine sense. Even as he moved forward, he could still observe what was happening to Hu Zi and his second senior brother. There was a relaxed air coming from his calm demeanor. Second senior brother, the people here aren't from Phantom Deist tribe. Su Ming said languidly, walking forward. If the people of Phantom Deist tribe refuse to come out, then we will slaughter until they come out. Second senior brother smiled and moved forward. Su Ming and his 2 senior brothers continued with the slaughter and almost entered the front section of Northern Frontier tribe when, suddenly, roars traveled forth, and more than 100 berserkers charged towards them from up ahead. There were 7 people leading the charge, and all of them held power that would not lose to Ziche. When they got closer, they looked like a swarm that had covered the sky and earth under the light from the dark sky.
With his divine sense, Su Ming immediately noticed a person looking towards them from several tens of thousands of feet behind the incoming people. That person had a cruel smirk on his face and held a big bow in his hand. His hair was so long that it reached his waist. Right at the instant these 100 or so berserkers charged towards them, a glare appeared in second senior brother's eyes. He was just about to move forward when Su Ming also lifted his foot and Han Mountain Bell began faintly forming behind him.
Far too many things happened at that instant. The berserkers charged forward madly, and in the distance, anticipation and eagerness appeared in Yulin's eyes. The blue aura around the bow in his hand started swaying fiercely and turned into the phantom shadow. Within its eyes were greed and bloodlust.
The 7 people at the front of the charging berserkers had unwilling looks on their faces, but they had to attack.
In the land behind Su Ming, a wisp of black smoke was charging forth, and behind that black smoke was a thin old man walking forth with his hands behind his back. All these things froze in an instant due to one thing. Wuxia stood before his 2 brothers. Right at the moment those 100-something berserkers closed in, he loosened his grip on the axe. It landed with a thud on the snow. The wine gourd in his left hand no longer had any wine left, but he still placed it to his lips and seemingly drank a huge mouthful from it before he let go. The wine gourd fell to the ground, and as it fell, Wuxia spread his arms wide and looked at the sky. Enter. Dream.
His soft first syllable soon turned into a shocking roar. That roar reverberated through the air and covered an area of 10,000 feet of the front section of Northern Frontier Tribe. As his voice echoed in the air, that wine gourd crashed into the ground with a bang.
As if it was a coincidence, when that sound rang out, Wuxia's eyes fell shut. Right then, an indescribable pressure swept out with his body acting as the center. A thick alcoholic scent filled the air along with snoring sounds. The places where the sound and alcoholic scent passed through made Su Ming widen his eyes and suck in a sharp breath. Those charging berserkers suddenly froze, and with confused looks on their faces, they shut their eyes and fell to the ground. At that instant, the area of 10,000 feet at the front section of Northern Frontier Tribe turned into a land where everyone was in deep sleep. Besides Su Ming and his second senior brother, all the living souls closed their eyes and fell unconscious. Enter. Dream. Su Ming mumbled. He looked at Wuxia. At that moment, Wuxia stood on the ground with his eyes closed as if he was in deep sleep. Second senior brother was momentarily stunned before an ecstatic look appeared on his face, and he laughed heartily. Third made it. Yet the moment second senior brother's laughter left his lips, a sharp whistle that shocked the skies traveled forth from tens of thousands of feet away, bringing with it an indescribable killing intent. It was an arrow. It was an arrow surrounded by blue aura, and as the aura floated through the air, it turned into a malicious phantom. That malicious phantom surrounded the arrow and with a nigh indescribable speed charged towards Wuxia.
Every single inch of earth that the arrow passed through started cracking. All those within its path, be it the buildings or the Northern Frontier Tribe members, would be destroyed abruptly.
The buildings would crumble and the living would have their flesh and skin disappear, turning into skeletons. They were all absorbed by that arrow. Like thunder, it turned into the one and only sound in the sky. Tens of thousands of feet away, Yulin still had his hand lifted up. The bowstring he let loose was still trembling and humming. There was anger lying underneath his ferocious expression. At that moment, everything in Su Ming's sight became blurry. The only thing he saw was Wuxia, who had his eyes closed, and the charging arrow. There was no communication between him and his second senior brother beside him, but the two of them seemed to have known what the other was thinking, and the both of them did two completely different things. Su Ming took one step forward, and as if piercing through air itself, he rushed towards Wuxia. Second senior brother also took one step forward, but he did not move towards Wuxia. Instead, he charged towards Yulin, whose bow was still humming in the distance. Su Ming's speed reached an unbelievable pace in an instant. Yulin had always thought that while his arrow might not be the fastest in his tribe, but it was definitely much faster than a berserker. If the person he wanted to kill had the ability to dodge the arrow himself, then he would have a possibility of dodging the arrow during the entire process the arrow was shot from the bow. However, if the person did not have the ability to do so and required outside assistance, then when he shot that arrow, he was confident no one would be able to save him at that instant. When he saw Su Ming's actions, besides the thought that appeared in Yu Lin's head, there was only derision and condescendence. Yet just as he started mocking Su Ming in his head, that derision instantly froze and was replaced by disbelief and shock. In Yu Lin's eyes, when Su Ming took that one step forward, two figures appeared. One of them maintained the action of when Su Ming took that one step, while the other shockingly appeared right before Hu Zi, and the moment that figure appeared, the arrow also closed in. With his own eyes, Yu Lin saw that young man with the monstrous murderous aura in his right and the calmness in his left eye, lifting his right hand and drawing a line. He did it as if he was drawing a picture in the direction of the approaching arrow and the ferocious phantom shadow formed by the blue aura. With that one stroke, it was as if the entire world disappeared in Yu Lin's eyes. The only thing left was that one line, its trajectory, and the arc formed when the youth's finger drew that line. It was as if that trajectory had opened the gate connecting the sky and earth. During that instant, the sky and earth fused together. During that instant, the weather changed, and that one single instant turned into a moment that seemed like it would exist for eternity. With that one line, Su Ming's finger slashed through the approaching arrow, and that arrow turned into two halves without a sound. The moment it split, cracks started appearing on those two halves inch by inch before they turned into dust. As that finger fell, grief spread out and filled the hearts of all those watching. It made Yu Lin's eyes turn blank and vacant. His body trembled, and he started crying tears of blood. Blood flowed out of the corners of his lips, and a roar rang in his mind. That grief, that sorrow which seemed to have come from the depths of his heart, seemed to have surpassed the limits of what his body could take. It was as if he was being crushed by the world, being rejected by the world itself. The moment Su Ming's finger fell, the faint voice he'd heard when he was in the land of the shamans spoke once again. This time it did not stay in his heart but spread out. The aged voice spoke to everyone in the endless land. The place where I was born still did things according to the laws of the universe. When I was born, the berserkers had weakened. If the heavens are heartless, then we will all be separated. The earth was heartless, and it made my dark mountain die. When war begins, the moon will shatter into millions of pieces. The roads leading to our homes will become unfamiliar to us, and we will grieve. Su Ming lifted his head. His body was within the second shadow in the distance. As that shadow disappeared and he lifted his head, that one line of his destroyed the arrow as it slashed through the blue phantom shadow. The phantom shadow let out a piercing scream, as if it was letting out a cry of despair before it died. As if it had just discovered something that threw it into disbelief. It struggled as if it wanted to retreat, and as it did so, a pleading look for mercy, panic, and absolute terror could be seen on its face. However, when Su Ming's finger slashed past the phantom shadow, those expressions disappeared and scattered into the wind along with its body. The phantom died. Almost the moment Su Ming drew that line and in turn crushed the arrow and destroyed the phantom, one man walked swiftly past the three people kneeling in the ice house in the middle section of Northern Frontier Tribe. That person was short and looked like a child, but his face had a boorish quality to it. Perhaps it was due to his height, but his hair was so long that it dragged on the floor. God of Berserker's transformation. A serious look appeared on the person's face. "Bring me my bow," the short man stated languidly. At the same time, in the quiet later section of Northern Frontier Tribe, some of the auras in the ice houses suddenly started moving with a rumble. It was as if they were drawn out by Su Ming's line and moved like a gigantic wave that appeared on calm water. Yu Lin's face was pale where he stood on the battlefield. He staggered backwards and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hand which held the bow trembled viciously. Bloodlines also appeared in his eyes, yet the appearance of those bloodlines could not give him the anger he needed to motivate him. They could only hold an endless amount of terror and shock. Almost at the instant he staggered backwards, he saw Su Ming lifting his head to look at him. That gaze radiated mercilessness and a chill that could freeze bones. This was the final gaze and the final scene Yu Lin ever saw in his life. A green figure walked out from behind him and swept his cold hands across his neck gently, then those hands brought with them a human head gushing with blood. Second senior brother carried Yu Lin's head in his hand, and with a gentle expression he looked towards Su Ming. As he did so, a smile curled up on his lips and admiration appeared on his face. "Let him sleep. He won't be harmed over here." While speaking, second senior brother averted his gaze from Hu Zi's body and turned to look at the deeper parts of Northern Frontier. "Youngest junior brother, have you given a name for that line of yours?" "Not yet," Su Ming replied softly. "Then call it Berserker Obliteration." Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then nodded his head.
I look forward to the day you complete Berserker Obliteration and play the full piece with the Soon. As second senior brother spoke with Su Ming, the two of them turned into long arcs and charged into the deeper parts of Northern Frontier Tribe. No one dared to stop them as they passed through. Even the remaining berserkers scattered here and there retreated, allowing Su Ming and his second senior brother to be able to travel faster. After a moment, they arrived at the border between the front and middle sections of Northern Frontier Tribe. Over there, they saw the middle section lying just 10,000 feet away, and that section belonged to Phantom Deus Tribe. They also saw 3 middle-aged men looking at them coldly from one particular ice house within the tribe. They lifted the bows in their hands and blue aura surrounded them as phantom howls echoed in the air. Behind the 3 men was a short man who held a bow that was about half his size. That man stabbed the bow onto the ground and grabbed the bowstring. As he drew it out, thick black aura grew from the string, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a savage, malicious phantom in midair, roaring at Su Ming. Before it finished roaring, a dozen people appeared from within the middle section of the tribe. All of them had different lengths of hair, and with their hands they began drawing out the bows they held. A fierce killing intent gathered swiftly in the air. Second senior brother, I have a second style after Berserker Obliteration. Please help me name it as well. While speaking, Su Ming took a step forward. The moment he took that one step, his body appeared 500 feet away from where he was previously. His speed was so quick it was indescribable. The instant he did so, one of the 8 ice hoops on his legs exploded with a bang. His speed increased explosively. The explosion of the ice hoop made shock appear on second senior brother's face. Youngest junior brother was actually wearing those things? The breaking of the first ice hoop made Su Ming's entire body instantly feel as if a large weight had been lifted. The moment he felt as if his body had abruptly become lighter, he crossed another 1,000 feet in the time he had previously taken to cross 500 feet. When he crossed that distance, the others could no longer see Su Ming, they could only see an afterimage warping to the end of those 1,000 feet. By that time, most of the Phantom Deus tribe members in the middle section had only started drawing their bows. Su Ming's astonishing speed made Zhuji's short older brother's pupils shrink. Shock appeared on the faces of the 3 people before him. This speed. Before the short man could finish uttering his words, which had come out of lips instinctively, banging sounds rang once again around Su Ming's body. Almost the second he crossed those 1,000 feet, another 2 ice hoops on his legs exploded. There were only 5 ice hoops left on his person. His speed became even quicker, and in an instant he crossed a few hundred feet and rushed towards the short man with the big bow. The short man widened his eyes and let out a low roar. Shoot him! In the wake of that roar, arrows sliced through the air and charged towards Su Ming. But just as the arrows left the bowstrings and flew into the air at incredible speeds, banging sounds once again came from Su Ming's feet. 3 more ice hoops exploded simultaneously. At that moment, he only had 2 ice hoops on his person. Yet even so, his speed had reached a terrifying level. In just an instant, Su Ming crossed 5,000 feet as if he flew through time itself, as if he passed through space, and as if he had just turned those 5,000 feet into an inch. Right then, the world before Su Ming's eyes seemed to have slowed down. Those arrows also slowed down to a pace that was even slower than an arrow shot by a normal person. Those arrows may have seemed to have passed through Su Ming, but in truth they only shot through his afterimage. Not only did the arrows slow down, even the actions of the 3 middle-aged men before him letting go of the bowstrings in their hands also slowed down. In fact, even though Su Ming was already standing before these 3 people, their eyes did not seem to have seen him. It was as if Su Ming was invisible and the 3 of them were still looking into the distance. Right until the moment Su Ming lifted his right hand and pushed forward. When he pressed forward, his palm seemed to have struck air, but the skin of the 3 people before him sank down, their hair flew up slowly, and their bodies started trembling. Su Ming did not stop. He hurled another punch towards the air. That one punch caused the 3 people to cough fresh blood and let go of the bowstrings, causing the 3 arrows to change direction and lose their accuracy. Finally, Su Ming lifted his right hand, unfurled his fist, then tapped at the air with one finger. When his finger landed in the air, the heads of the 3 middle-aged men who were gambling just now exploded. Only at the moment of their deaths did Su Ming's reflection appear in their eyes, and that was the end of their lives. So Uncle Master Bai's palm strike, punch, and tap can be done at extreme speeds. Su Ming understood then.
The instant those 3 people died and the world's speed returned to normal, a black arrow suddenly appeared right in Su Ming's line of vision. Then once it sent the 3 people's flesh and blood flying into the sky, it shot through and charged towards him. There were ferocious and malicious phantoms howling on the black arrow. Coming from behind that arrow was the short man's killing intent, and hidden underneath that killing intent was his shock and alarm. Still caught in his shock, the short man felt a faint gust of wind blowing towards him from the cold sky above him. Where did the wind come from? The wind started from this place itself. Su Ming's expression was calm besides the murderous aura in his right eye. At the moment the black arrow and the ferocious phantom shadow on it closed in on him, the final 2 ice hoops on his body exploded. 6 of the 8 ice hoops had shattered while he was on the way there. Every single time one of them was destroyed, Su Ming's speed would exceed his previous states and would raise once again in an inconceivable fashion. At that moment, when the final 2 ice hoops broke in succession in Su Ming's eyes, be it the black arrow or the phantom shadow formed by the black aura or even the phantom deist tribe members that appeared around him in the middle section of Northern Frontier Tribe. All of these things seemed to have come to a standstill. The black arrow seemed to have frozen in the sky and looked as if it did not even move. The only thing that seemed to be moving in the entire world was Su Ming's body. He moved forward and walked past the black arrow, past the ferocious phantom shadow, and arrived before Zhuji's older brother. This was a powerful berserker with power equal to those in the bone sacrifice realm. Even if he was not in the later stage of the bone sacrifice realm, judging by how thick the black aura was on the arrow he shot, it could be determined that his power was around the peak of the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm. If he wanted to, he could arrive at the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm any time he wanted. However, this person was not the strongest person Su Ming had ever defeated. He walked past this person and the virescent light sword in his right hand glowed before it sliced through the short man's neck. When Su Ming delivered that slash and stood behind the short man, at that moment, it was as if the world returned to normal. It changed abruptly back from that frozen state, and a shrill cry came from behind Su Ming, followed by the sound of a corpse falling to the ground and an arrow shooting into the sky. Within the whistle of that arrow was also the wretched shriek of the malicious phantom who also died because its host passing away. There were many other sounds mixed within, and they all came from the phantom deist tribe members in the middle section of Northern Frontier Tribe. Those were the sounds of them drawing their bows and shooting their arrows. At that moment, those arrows let out whistling sounds as they sliced through the air and fell to the ground. Su Ming was so quick that he managed to kill 3 people in a go, followed by another kill, and all of this happened in the span of an arrow being shot. When the arrows flew into the sky, he took his first step and they only fell to the ground when he had stopped. Su Ming's face was slightly pale, but his expression was calm, save the glint from the murderous aura in his right eye. He looked around his surroundings and at all the phantom deist tribe members who were looking at him with shock and horrified surprise on their faces. When these phantom deist tribe members looked at Su Ming, disbelief and shock could be seen in their eyes. They did not see just how Su Ming had managed to kill those 4 people. They only saw him taking one step 10,000 feet away. When that step landed, he was already standing at the spot he was now, and lying closest to his back were those 3 people whose bodies were completely mangled and their arrows were broken while their phantoms destroyed. Then slightly further away was the brother of Zhuge. That black arrow berserker seemed as if he could not even resist before his head flew into the air and his phantom shadow died with a wretched screech. Su Ming's speed had surpassed everyone's imagination, causing them to be unable to believe what they just saw. Only their hearts remained pounding increasingly faster against their chest, which then turned into nervousness and fear. At that moment, silence fell upon the area. 10,000 feet away, second senior brother also widened his eyes. He took a deep breath after a long while, and when he looked at Su Ming, his gaze was filled with praise and shock. He had watched Su Ming move during the entire process, but even so, when Su Ming killed the short man at the end, he too had lost sight of him for an instant. This could only mean that Su Ming's speed at that instant had surpassed second senior brother's senses. If his speed was quicker and he could disappear for a long time from a powerful warrior's sight, then he would also become a powerful warrior. He was a gust of wind. A gust of wind that people could only feel blowing against their faces but could not see. When Su Ming's gaze swept through all the Phantom Deist tribe members around him in the middle section of Northern Frontier Tribe, all the faces of those who had fallen into his line of vision were instantly drained of blood, and rumbling sounds echoed in their heads. It was as if Su Ming's gaze contained numerous sharp swords that could pierce through their eyes and crash into their souls, leaving behind a deep brand. That brand was a feeling of powerlessness that made them feel as if they could not resist, as if the person before them was someone they could not hope to win against. With this feeling in their hearts under Su Ming's gaze, and as their hearts raced even more quickly in their chests, those whom had fallen into Su Ming's line of vision as he swept his gaze through the area instinctively knelt down before him. They placed the bows in their hands next to their legs, wrapped their arms around their chests, and lowered their heads. When Su Ming's gaze swept past all the people in the area, all of them, no matter the length of their hair or whether they were a berserker or a normal person, knelt down and worshipped him. The second style is like a moment that only lasts for an instant, and during that moment all ghosts and phantoms are destroyed. It is a power that is incomparable. How about naming it Phantom Flash? Second senior brother asked gently as he walked towards Su Ming. Phantom Flash. All right. Su Ming nodded his head, his face growing somewhat pale. The speed just now was already his limit. When the final 2 ice hoops exploded, he sensed that the speed had slightly surpassed what his body could bear. If it was not because he had been training his physical body for the past few months, then it was highly likely that he would have been torn to shreds under that astonishing speed. However, youngest junior brother, that style may be stunning, but it's still lacking. Second senior brother walked towards Su Ming slowly, and when he was behind him, he cast a glance at the ground, specifically at the short man's corpse, who had his head separated from his body. It might not be accurate for me to say that it's lacking. After all, you're the one who created it, but I think when you're traveling in that speed, your observational skills fall. As second senior brother spoke, a glint appeared in his eyes, and instantly a large amount of grass appeared out of nowhere around the short man's corpse. You're recovering, I see. The instant second senior brother's words were said, the short man's head started melting and turned into an innumerable amount of black bugs that spread out on the ground. The corpse did the same thing and turned into numerous black bugs. As they filled the entire ground, these black bugs let out a piercing screech and flew into the sky simultaneously. Yet the moment they flew up, the grass on the ground also shot up and ensnared them. The black bugs moved about incessantly, trying to escape from the grass, but it was clear they would not succeed. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the black bugs in the sky. His gaze turned cold. My creation is unlike Third's when he enters dream. It's also largely different from the pictures you draw. My creation is that of seeking death when walking the path of life, just like how day searches for night. While speaking, second senior brother lowered his head to look at his left hand before he slowly lifted it and seized the air in the direction of the bugs that were trying to escape from the grass in the sky. The moment he did so, the grass that had ensnared the bugs turned brown as if having lost all its life force, as if it was a flower in spring that rapidly withered away under autumn wind. Yet the moment it withered away, that loss of life seemed to spread and covered the black bugs. When second senior brother lowered his hand, those black bugs fell from the sky and crashed into a mangled heap of flesh on the ground. When all the bugs fell, they did not remain as the carcasses of those bugs but transformed back into the short man's corpse. When you use Phantom Flash next time, don't cast your attention on your surroundings. Focus on the enemy you want to kill and observe his life. See whether it is still there or whether it is hidden. If you're not certain, then remember one thing. Always treat it as if he is still alive and kill him again, maybe twice, or even more. As second senior brother spoke, he moved to the side of the mass of flesh, lifted his foot, and started stomping on it. His expression was still gentle, and it was a huge contrast to what he was doing at the moment. Now he's truly dead. Absolutely and without a doubt dead, second senior brother said softly, lifting his head with a smile towards Su Ming. His actions made the Phantom Deist tribe members who were gathered around them feel an endless chill creeping up their hearts. Right then to them, this man who had been smiling all this while was even more terrifying than Su Ming. This terror did not come from his power but from his actions. Su Ming was silent for a moment, then nodded deeply. Let's go and see just how many people will come out to stop us in the later section of Northern Frontier Tribe. Second senior brother smiled and patted Su Ming's shoulder. There was still a look of praise in his eyes. Su Ming was just about to follow him, but the moment he lifted his foot, his body trembled, and he lifted his head to look towards his second senior brother standing by his side. He saw a hint of paleness appearing on his second senior brother's smiling face. Second senior brother. Su Ming opened his mouth about to say something more. It's fine. I'm your senior brother, this is what I should do. Let's go. Second senior brother shook his head and smiled before he moved forward. Su Ming stared at his second senior brother blankly, and warm affection appeared in his eyes. Just now, when his second senior brother patted his shoulder, he clearly felt a surge of warmth traveling from second senior brother's hand into his body. That warmth circulated through him once and turned into an abundance of life force. This life force was like a powerful medicinal pill that almost entirely healed the injuries Su Ming's body had sustained due to that unbelievable speed. Yet it was clear that this was not an easy task for second senior brother to do either. The kindness of the sect was carved into Su Ming's heart. For all eternity he would never forget. The 9th summit. As the two of them moved forward, no one tried to stop them anymore. The Phantom Deist tribe members around them simply watched Su Ming and second senior brother walking further into the distance. Gradually, they arrived at the later section of Northern Frontier Tribe built on the snow plain. What was revealed before Su Ming and second senior brother were the quiet ice houses located at the very end of the tribe, along with the black-leaved tree at the edge of the snow plains, and the house underneath that tree. Phantom Deist Tribe lives up to its name. Youngest junior brother, there are about 100 people living within the ice houses in this area, and there are about a dozen of them whose power is equivalent to those in the bone sacrifice realm. Second senior brother swept his gaze across those ice houses, then smiled at Su Ming before he lifted his head to look at the weather. Youngest junior brother. It's dark now. The moment those words left second senior brother's lips, his previously gentle demeanor changed so drastically it was as if heaven was overturned. It's dark now. The moment those words came out of second senior brother's mouth, a freezing cold aura spread out from within his body. That cold aura was like the darkness in the sky, like the cold and merciless night. At that moment, it was as if second senior brother had turned into a completely different person. Although he was standing beside Su Ming could clearly feel that his second senior brother had become different. Yet he was not unfamiliar with the second senior brother because he had seen him before. Second senior brother's feet slowly rose into the air, and he hovered several inches above the ground. His long hair fluttered slowly in the wind, and that aloof expression on his face made him look incredibly stern. At that moment, as the sky turned dark and night came, he turned into the darkness that would only appear at night, the one his day personality searched for. All that which entered Su Ming's line of vision was darkness appearing on the ground below where his second senior brother floated like a ghost. That darkness was not from snow but from the black grass that grew on it. The grass at night is black. Did you know that? Second senior brother's voice echoed in the air. As his voice traveled forth, the black grass behind him rustled. In that silent night, those rustling sounds were like people talking about something in soft mumbles. The moment second senior brother approached the ice house closest to him, a sharp whistling sound came, and along with it came a black arrow. That arrow charged out of that ice house and towards second senior brother. A ferocious phantom shadow materialized on the arrow. It howled as if it wanted to tear apart second senior brother alive and devour his flesh. I cannot find the darkness during night, because I am night itself. Second senior brother's voice was cold. As he spoke, he turned towards the arrow and did not even bother dodging it. He simply let the arrow pierce his body, but as if his body had turned into a mere illusion, that arrow passed through him before it fell onto the black grass on the ground, humming as it did so. Second senior brother's footsteps did not show any signs of stopping. He continued moving forward, and what happened to him made Su Ming's pupils shrink. Su Ming saw the phantom shadow that was formed by the black aura on the arrow around second senior brother's body, as if it had fused with him, and it was letting out shrill cries. That cry shook the skies, and it was so shrill it sounded as if the phantom shadow was going through an unbearable pain. Yet in Su Ming's eyes, he could only see the phantom shadow revolving around second senior brother and gradually becoming smaller, looking as if it could disappear at any time. Great Phantom Devourer Art. Why do you know Phantom Deist Tribe's secret art? A voice filled with shock came from within the ice house the arrow had came from. At the same time, a person walked out from it.
It was a man dressed in a long white robe. His eyes sparkled, but they were currently shining with surprise and shock.
The moment the man walked out, sharp whistling sounds abruptly tore through the air, and more than a dozen sharp arrows shot out from the ice houses in the later section of Northern Frontier Tribe.
Most of these arrows were blue, but there were some which were black. There was even one of them whose black aura was so thick that the phantom shadow forming above the arrow was about 1,000 feet tall under the dark sky.
That sight was like phantoms rushing out together and charging towards second senior brother in the form of arrows as they roared. Su Ming's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward. Green light shone by his side and the small fluorescent sword sliced through the air towards the sky. Yet at that moment, second senior brother stopped moving and stretched out his arms. He then lifted his right and seized the air in the direction of the sky.
With that one move, Su Ming was thrown into disbelief. In his second senior brother's hands, a large bow appeared. That bow was entirely black. The body of the bow was made of black wood, and the bowstring was made of black grass. Second senior brother held it in his hand and drew the bow.
I don't only know Phantom Devourer, I also know your Phantom Bow art.
As second senior brother's aloof voice echoed in the air, he drew the bow fully. There was no arrow in his hand, but as he released the bowstring, Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. With his own eyes, he saw his second senior brother's body turning into a wisp of black aura the moment the bowstring was released. Just like an arrow that left the bowstring, it charged towards the arrows raining down from the sky.
It was difficult to describe the scene. In Su Ming's eyes, it was as if his second senior brother lost his physical body and turned into an arrow.
Yet this arrow was shot out the moment he released the bowstring. All of this happened in an instant. Su Ming saw his second senior brother turning into a black arrow, and in the black light of the arrow, he even saw a lock of hair. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly gained a deeper understanding towards his second senior brother's creation.
He wandered about in between life and death, like day searching for the darkness at night, but this did not mean that he was only searching for darkness when it was day.
This was him searching for darkness at night.
Because he existed within night itself, that was why even if he found it, he would still forever be unable to see it. Su Ming looked at the arrow, which was his second senior brother. The black aura on that arrow was very thick, and he could even see the faint phantom shadow gathering on it.
And that phantom shadow's appearance was exactly like his second senior brother's face. Su Ming's heart trembled. He understood then.
Understood why his second senior brother's creation was life and death, why his second senior brother liked flowers, why his second senior brother loved having sunlight fall on the side of his face.
And also why his second senior brother was always searching during night.
Phantom shadow?
He actually turned into a phantom shadow. Who is he? This can't be possible.
There is no host, only the phantom shadow. This is the... Could the host be him? The Phantom Deist tribe members' faces were filled with disbelief. Some of them even looked towards Su Ming.
At that moment, the arrow, which was the transformed second senior brother in the sky, and his phantom shadow crashed into the dozen arrows shot by the Phantom Deist tribe.
A booming sound that shook the sky and earth echoed far through the air. As that sound spread at a maddening pace, all the arrows flying towards second senior brother shattered and turned into millions of shards that tumbled backwards.
The many malicious phantoms on the arrows and that phantom that was 1,000 feet tall and surrounded by black aura let out terrified, shrill shrieks. Second senior brother's body was like a vacuum that sucked in everything. All the malicious phantoms were pulled towards him and revolved around him, causing second senior brother to look blurry as he stared at the ground underneath him coldly.
The vague shape of a horn could be seen faintly on second senior brother's head. The color of that horn was black, but with a hint of green. The malicious phantoms on his body quickly shrank, shrieking. It was as if they were all devoured by this second senior brother that only appeared during night.
Phantom King. He's the Phantom King. This is impossible.
It's impossible.
He doesn't have a host.
How? How's he still alive?
Uproars reverberated through the surroundings, and the Phantom Deist tribe members present instinctively retreated. Their gazes when they looked at second senior brother in the sky were filled with terror and disbelief.
Behind them, balls of illusionary shadows appeared against their wills. These illusionary shadows were their phantoms. When these phantoms appeared, they looked towards second senior brother in the sky, and their faces were also filled with the same horrified surprise, but there was still a difference. Within that horrified surprise was also a hint of zealous respect. Su Ming looked at his second senior brother's back, and a complicated look appeared on his face. He understood then why Wuxia chose to enter his dream so many times here. It was because this was a rare chance. They had their master protecting them in the dark, and that was why he could enter his dream without worry. It was just like the initial time he entered his dream when he was by Su Ming's side. It was because he knew that Su Ming was by his side. Even if Su Ming had just joined the 9th summit, he could still tell that Wuxia had truly regarded him as his junior brother. A junior brother that could be protected and would offer his own protection at the same time. It was just like how second senior brother acted now. This was clearly second senior brother's secret. Yet he did not choose to hide anything before Su Ming. He simply stood there and revealed his deepest secret. Because second senior brother knew that his junior brother was there. Because he knew that his master was there. Because he knew that even if he showed all this and something happened to him, he would still be safe. Because there were people who would protect him here, and several years later, perhaps another person he wanted to protect with his life would appear again. The rules of the 9th summit aren't made for killing but for protecting each other. Su Ming mumbled. He understood. He looked at his second senior brother's back, and the complicated look in his eyes vanished, replaced by steadfast resolution. This was not the first time that a determined gaze had appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and this gaze did not just appear because his sense of belonging to the 9th summit had been wavering previously. This time, the steadfast resolution that appeared within his eyes was born of a desire to protect his home and his family. This protective desire reminded Su Ming of Dark Mountain. Dark Mountain was what he wanted to protect, but he did not succeed in the end. Right then, the 9th summit gave him the desire to protect something once again. He did not know whether he would succeed, but he knew that this was his home, and over here, he had a family. Even if the family members within this home were different from others, even if one of the family members, his second senior brother, was not human. He was a phantom, one that had somehow escaped fate. He was a phantom that longed for light even though he was of darkness. He loved plants because the life force within those flowers was similar to his. His creation was that of life and death because he did not walk from life to death, but from death to life. Su Ming understood now. At the moment he gained the epiphany, suddenly a cold harumph came from the house underneath that lonely big tree at the edge of the snow plains of Phantom Deus tribe. When the harumph sounded, Su Ming's body trembled and his divine general armor materialized on his body, while Han Mountain Bell rang to resist it. Yet no matter what, blood still trickled down from his mouth. There was a cold chill seeping out of that voice, and once it appeared, all the tribe members of Phantom Deus tribe shuddered and knelt in the direction of that house. Second senior brother's body trembled in midair when that cold harumph sounded. Rumbling sounds came from nearby, and before second senior brother, a gigantic phantom claw shot out from the dark sky, moving to catch him. When that gigantic phantom claw appeared, a cold and old voice followed suit. "Are you done fooling around?" Once that voice spoke. Suddenly, another voice answered back with the exact same words. "Are you done fooling around?" However, this voice was not cold. Instead, it held a hint of playfulness. The first voice came from within the house under the big tree at the edge of the snow plains and from the phantom claw that was extending from the sky. The second voice came from Xianxia. "You're exactly right. Bloody hell, are you brats done fooling around?" Xianxia was wearing a long white robe and a black hood covering his head which only revealed his eyes and mouth, making him look very odd. When his words were said, not only did it not make the phantom claw from the sky that was working on catching second senior brother stop, it made him move even faster. In an instant, it closed on second senior brother. Yet the moment it got closer, second senior brother did not move. A black bundle of smoke suddenly appeared out of nowhere before him. That black smoke's presence seemed similar to second senior brother's, but in truth it was completely different. As the black smoke gathered together, a man walked out from within it. That man's skin was completely black, and he was 20 feet tall. Like a giant, he stood before second senior brother, and with a ferocious sneer on his lips, he hurled a punch towards the incoming phantom claw.
That person was one of the 300 slaves that eldest senior brother owned.
He was constantly lusting for blood and held a crazed desire for slaughter. When he attacked, his fist immediately crashed against the phantom claw.
A shocking boom reverberated in the air, and the phantom claw was forced back several dozens of feet. But the man also trembled and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Yet even though he had just vomited blood, he was not weakened. Instead, he became even more excited. He lifted his head and roared before charging towards that phantom claw. As he moved forward, that person lifted his right hand and slammed it against his chest. 9 Li Tribe 1 Relic, Forbidden Curse, Blood Swamp.
When he slammed his palm against his chest, his body was bizarrely torn apart.
His arms, legs, head, and body were all instantly split up from each other and turned into wisps of black smoke. As those wisps moved forward, they merged together and turned into a black vortex. Low growls could be heard coming from within it. That sound seemed to have come from the depths of hell itself and was filled with a desire to slaughter the living and exuded an air of madness. When it got close to the phantom claw, a blood-red hand stretched out from within the depths of the vortex. That hand had no skin, only flesh and bone, and there were numerous runic symbols marking its flesh. That hand seized the phantom claw and pulled. The 2 different hands clashed together in midair and both used the strongest power they could muster against each other. With a loud boom in the sky, a shrill cry echoed in the air, and the phantom claw was ripped apart. The ripped portion of the claw was then dragged into the vortex.
At the same time, the vortex trembled and chewing sounds could be heard from within. Soon, the vortex dissolved into black smoke once again, and when they merged together, they turned into the man once more. The man coughed out a huge mouthful of blood, then laughed maniacally towards the sky as he wiped off the blood from the corners of his lips and smeared it on his chest.
The phantom arm that had lost its hand swiftly vanished into the dark sky. At the same time, an angry voice came from the ice house located at the edge of the snow plains. Xianxia, what is the meaning of this? The hooded Xianxia lifted his head and cast a glance at Su Ming's second senior brother. Second, get down here.
Second senior brother's expression was calm and he slowly descended onto the ground to stand beside Su Ming. Once he did so, he bowed respectfully towards Xianxia. And you, the eldest, told you to come, right? Get down here.
The dark-skinned man glared at Xianxia and looked as if he was just about to go against his words when he seemed to remember something. That rebelliousness instantly turned into obedience and he moved to stand beside Xianxia. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before said softly, Master! Shut up! Xianxia glared at Su Ming and pointed at him, at his second senior brother, then at the dark-skinned man as well. Anger appeared on his face, and it did not seem fake. Xianxia was truly and absolutely livid. Look at what you've done. Have you grown a pair now, huh? Are you done fooling around? Just as Xianxia was giving his disciples a piece of his mind, that old voice once again came from the house at the edge of the snow plains.
Xianxia, you must be held accountable for what happened to Phantom Deus tribe this time. Xianxia did not even glance back to acknowledge the voice. He simply continued glaring at Su Ming and the others. That enraged expression of his made Su Ming instinctively look at second senior brother by his side. Second senior brother lowered his head and did not speak. What are you doing? Tell me. Exactly what are you doing? You ran to other people's tribe and started fighting and killing them, is it fun? Come on. Tell me. Are you done fooling around? Bloody hell. I've been following you brats all the way, and I can't watch this anymore. Xianxia roared loudly. Are you people even stirring up trouble? Are you even killing? Is this what you call breaking into someone else's tribe? Do people even break into other tribes like this? There's not even an ounce of grandness in what you just did. You piss me off. Watch. I'll teach you right now exactly what it means to break into a tribe and what it means to be arrogant. Xianxia's anger did not fade, but instead, his voice grew louder as he continued speaking, and he looked absolutely disappointed that they did not live up to his expectations. The only thing missing was him pounding his chest in exasperation. A voice burning with anger almost at the same intensity as Xianxia's rage shot out from within the ice house at the edge of the snow plains.
Xianxia.
Who? What did you just call me? I'm definitely not that brilliant, handsome, extraordinary, powerful, strapping, and what else is there, wise, valiant, and all the other things you can think of. Xianxia. Xianxia immediately turned his head around and looked at the house in the distance before he patted his chest with a proud look on his face.
Just how in the world could you mistake me for Xianxia? It's a pity, but I'm not him. Xianxia blinked and quickly retorted. That's enough, Xianxia. You and your disciples trespassed into my tribe. Before that old voice even finished speaking, a piercing shout that was much louder than it spilled out from Xianxia's mouth. I'm not Xianxia.
I'm really not Xianxia. Xianxia shouted out with a nervous expression on his face before taking a step forward and grabbing one of the Phantom Deist tribe members who was kneeling down and worshipping in the direction of the house. He lifted him up as if he was lifting up a small creature, and with bloodshot eyes, he stared fixedly at the person who was so scared he was stunned.
Tell me, am I Xianxia? That Phantom Deist tribe member shook his head rapidly. His body trembled.
A smile instantly appeared on Xianxia's face and he tossed the Phantom Deist tribe member to the side. Xianxia, you've gone overboard. A furious howl came from within the house and the big tree beside the house suddenly started twisting and moving bizarrely. The black leaves on its branches fell off and as they floated down they turned into 18 phantom shadows that looked like young boys.
With savage looks on their faces, those boys opened their mouths so wide they looked as if they were about to split their heads open and turned into thick black smoke that charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia widened his eyes, rage burning within them. I'm not Xianxia, damn it.
I'm not Xianxia. As he spoke, he took a step forward and was just about to rush towards the 18 phantoms when he suddenly stopped, turned his head back, and glared at Su Ming and the others.
What are you doing? We're going together. Are you actually thinking of letting me attack alone? Second senior brother's eyes sparkled and he was the first to rush out. In the blink of an eye, he passed Xianxia. A dark smile appeared on his lips and an aloof look settled in his eyes.
The second person to rush out was the dark-skinned man. With a bloodthirsty look on his face, the man let out bizarre cries and charged forward like a gust of black wind. Su Ming may have been the last to move, but with his speed, he only needed one step before he arrived in front of the others. With the divine general armor covering his body, the chimes from Han Mountain Bell, and his origin lightning, the dark sky started rumbling thunderously.
His origin vessel, the strange fragment that was formed within Su Ming's body after he refined lightning in the past, was letting out lightning sparks that no one could see. They spread all over Su Ming's body, causing rumbling bolts of lightning to shoot out in all directions. Xianxia grinned, then lifted his right hand and waved it before him. Instantly, a layer of fog appeared before him. That fog rolled about as if it was a gigantic wave and rushed forward.
All the ice houses in its path exploded and the people who did not manage to evade were swept into the white fog, screaming in terror. As the white fog moved forward, it turned into a gigantic ball about hundreds of feet in size.
It charged towards that house by the edge of the snow plains with loud booming sounds.
The instant the gigantic ball of fog got close to the house, an old man with white hair walked out from within and pressed his hand against the ball of fog. Right then, Xianxia's body suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was within that fog and he hurled a punch towards that old man.
I'm not Xianxia. One punch. I'm really not Xianxia. Another punch. Damn you. Even if I die, I won't admit it. And another one. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. The white-haired old man resisted the blows with an angry face, but he was repeatedly forced back until eventually, Xianxia hurled out a punch that caused that house to burst into pieces. The white-haired old man was pushed to the cliff of the snow plains under Xianxia's relentless punches. Then, with a low growl and one final punch, the old man was sent flying off the snow plains.
Third, fourth, do you see it now?
If you kill someone but don't destroy their houses, can you still call it breaking into a tribe? What you did was fooling around.
This is the real deal. A proud look appeared on Xianxia's face and he turned his head back to look at Su Ming and the others who were fighting against the 18 phantom shadows.
Xianxia, you lunatic. The white-haired old man was floating in the air beyond the snow plains. and he was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn, his hair was messy, and blood was running down his mouth. A vicious look appeared on his face. Xianxia was stunned for a moment when he heard the old man's words before his expression instantly changed to one of agitation. His eyes even became bloodshot. Lunatic? I'm not a lunatic. I'm not. Xianxia took one step forward and started shouting at the old man. I'm really not a lunatic. I'm not crazy. There was a hurt look on his face, along with agitation and even terror which seemed to have come from having someone discover his secret. I'm not a lunatic. I'm already cured. I'm really not crazy. As if he had sunk into hysteria, Xianxia rushed towards the old man in one step. By the looks of it, he wanted to catch that old man to prove something. The old man's eyes widened, and terror appeared within them. Su Ming stood in the distance laughing wryly, and he could only laugh wryly. As Su Ming continued laughing wryly, in the distance, Xianxia took one step, and a distorted wave of ripples appeared in the air. Just like when Su Ming used that extreme speed, he disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the white-haired old man. The old man's pupils shrank, and he was about to retreat when Xianxia's thin left hand grabbed his shirt. I'm not a lunatic. I'm really not. I'm cured. I'm completely cured. Why do you say I'm crazy? With bloodshot eyes, Xianxia started roaring at the white-haired old man. No matter who it was that saw his expression then could tell that he was nervous and frightened, as if his secret was just discovered and he was trying hard to explain himself to hide something. This scene fell into the eyes of Phantom Deist tribe members, and all their gazes when they looked at Xianxia were filled with deep terror. The white-haired old man was shaken to the core. This was not the first time he had met Xianxia, and he also knew some of the rumors regarding the man. He originally didn't pay too much heart to it. Yet when he was seized by Xianxia at that moment, he suddenly discovered that this Xianxia instilled a terror within him that made even his heart tremble in fear. Damn it! I already told you I'm not crazy. You don't believe me? You don't. As Xianxia shouted, some of his spit flew out of his mouth. The white-haired old man who was really close to him wanted to struggle and get away, but clearly it was not possible. Xianxia, you lunatic! What are you doing? This is Phantom Deist tribe. This is the great tribe of Freezing Sky's northern frontier tribe. I'm Phantom Deist chief of the hunters. If you dare hurt me, I'll make sure your entire 9th summit dies with me. The white-haired old man growled as he struggled. His face was filled with rage, but underneath that rage was well-hidden terror. Why you? Xianxia was so agitated that tears started welling up in his eyes, looking as if they were about to fall at any moment, and then he started shouting madly. Why do you insist that I'm a lunatic? I'm not. I'm not a lunatic. I'm really cured now. If you don't believe me, then look at this. It was as if Xianxia remembered something, and with one hand still holding onto the white-haired old man, he stuck his right hand into his bosom and brought out a small wooden slip. Once he brought it out, Xianxia threw it behind him, and that wooden slip turned into a dim ray of light that flew towards Su Ming, who was standing not too far away. Fourth, read the words on the slip for me. Let them hear it. A smug expression appeared on Xianxia's face, but he still continued glaring at the white-haired old man before him. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, but still caught the wooden slip. When he lowered his head to look at it, his expression immediately turned odd. Read it! Xianxia yelled at him, displeased. Air! Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he spoke in a voice that echoed in the area. Western Region Tribe of the Great Tribe of Freezing Sky admits that Xianxia is not a lunatic and that he has been cured. Su Ming blinked, then laughed wryly as he lifted his head to look at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was filled with smug pride. He glared at the white-haired old man, then with an arrogant demeanor yelled at him, So? That's the proof. Did you see the proof Western Freezing Sky gave me? Fourth, flip it over. There's still some at the back. Continue reading. Su Ming flipped the wooden slip over. When he saw the words written on the back, he laughed wryly once again and shook his head before his voice echoed through the air once again.
Eastern District Tribe of the Great Tribe of Freezing Sky admits that Xianxia is not a lunatic and that he has been cured. The barren Southern Tribe of the Great Tribe of Freezing Sky admits that Xianxia is not a lunatic and that he has been cured.
The Great Tribe of Freezing Sky admits that Xianxia is absolutely not a lunatic. When Su Ming finished reading all the words, the smug expression on Xianxia's face became even more prominent. He grabbed the stunned white-haired old man and yelled at him, "Did you hear that? I'm not crazy. I'm already cured.
That's my proof. If you don't believe me, I have more." This time, Xianxia brought out a large amount of wooden slips from his bosom and threw them all to Su Ming.
Silver Grass Meadow Tribe admits that Sir Xianxia is not a lunatic. Promised Lattice Tribe admits that Sir Xianxia has been cured. Sky Mist City admits that Xianxia is no longer a lunatic. He is normal.
The Great Tribe of Western Sea admits that Xianxia is not crazy.
As Su Ming continued reading the words out, he was shocked. All the handwritings on the wooden slips were different, and it was clear that they were from different people. It was as if the wooden slips were telling the truth and they all came from different tribes. Then Xianxia. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He just saw Sky Mist City and the Great Tribe of Western Sea. As he continued reading the words, not only was he shocked, all the people around the area who heard it were also stunned. They all looked towards the smug-looking Xianxia floating in midair. "I said it before. I'm not a lunatic. Now you believe me, right?" Xianxia had a deeply wounded look on his face. Even if he was still wearing the hood, all of them could still see it through his words, and from his eyes and his mouth, which were not covered by the hood. The white-haired old man, who was captured by Xianxia, had his eyes as wide as saucers and found himself completely speechless. He no longer dared say anything, because he was already very certain that Xianxia was absolutely and without a doubt a lunatic. If he insisted on his words, then there was a high possibility that he would make him angry. There was no predicting what a lunatic would do. He's crazy. He's a lunatic. If those wooden slips are real, he's still a lunatic. A normal person wouldn't go to so many places just to get proof that he isn't crazy.
If those are fake, then he's definitely a lunatic.
The white-haired old man, Phantom Deus Tribe's chief of the hunters, kept his lips sealed tight. "Huh? Why aren't you speaking? You're looking down on me." Xianxia glared at him, and the moment those words came out, even Su Ming began to pity that white-haired old man.
"How do you look down on me? Why are you looking down on me? You still think I'm crazy, right?" Xianxia flew into a rage, and as he grew even more agitated, a glow appeared in his eyes, one that said he wanted to kill the man to silence him.
Perhaps the others could not tell the meaning behind that glow, but the white-haired old man who was captured in his hands could see it clearly. "You're horrible. I respected you and brought out all my proof for you. And yet you still think I'm a lunatic." With his face burning with anger, Xianxia lifted his right hand. Judging by the looks of it, it seemed like he wanted to strangle the white-haired old man to death. The old man's eyes grew even wider, and he began struggling desperately. Yet he had already noticed something before this happened. All the circulation of power within his body was cut off when Xianxia grabbed his throat.
It was as if he had lost his power and could not summon even the tiniest bit of it.
As Xianxia lifted his right hand, a terror of death filled the white-haired old man's heart and mind, making fear appear on his face. He opened his mouth, looking as if he wanted to say something, but Xianxia did not give him the chance.
He seized his throat and started squeezing with both hands. The white-haired old man's face instantly turned red. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew that if the white-haired old man died, then this would instantly turn into a big problem, but he was not afraid. Killing intent appeared in his eyes instead. The moment the white-haired old man died in his master's hands, Su Ming would immediately act. Before anyone could strike back, he would kill them all first. Nearby, second senior brother and the dark-skinned man had already crushed the 18 young phantom shadows. Quite a number of them were even swallowed by second senior brother. Right then, he was still in his night appearance. His entire body gave off a chilling aura and his expression was aloof. But within his aloof gaze, there was killing intent. However, just as the white-haired old man was about to be strangled to death by Xianxia and the Phantom Deist tribe members on the ground began to show expressions of madness driven by fear and were about to throw everything to the wind and fight back. An old voice spoke in a resigned voice, "You're not a lunatic, you're already cured. I am Oshan can be your witness." Once that voice spoke and spread through the land, the white-haired old man in Xianxia's hands suddenly shuddered and immediately turned into countless black bugs, as if he had just shattered into them. Those bugs quickly fell back and flew several thousands of feet away while crammed closely together before they turned back into the white-haired old man. There was still terror lingering on his face from having experienced the fear of having narrowly escaped death and knelt in the air. "Greetings, Elder. Thank you for saving my life." Ripples appeared in the spot where the white-haired old man was kneeling, and an old man dressed in a black robe gradually walked out. That old man ignored the Phantom Deist chief of the hunters and looked towards Xianxia. Xianxia. His words had just left his mouth when Xianxia let out a cold harumph. He too did not look at Phantom Deist chief of the hunters. He glared at the black-robed old man instead. "I'm not Xianxia." The moment Phantom Deist's elder appeared, Su Ming trembled. He felt a faint pressure coming from the old man and it made his entire body's chi freeze. A grim expression appeared on his face, yet when he heard his master's words, that pressure vanished in an instant. Su Ming smiled. He had a feeling that if Phantom Deist elder continued speaking, he would perhaps be brought back to the previous topic as his master continued talking in circles. "Then I must have mistaken you for someone else. How should I address you?" The black-robed Phantom Deist elder smiled softly. There was not a hint of emotion on his face when he spoke slowly and looked at Xianxia. "I'm Xianxia. Blood hell? Don't you recognize me? I even held you in my arms when you were young. How could you not recognize me? How could you ask me who I am?" Xianxia glared at him with a face burning with anger. A resigned look appeared on the face of the Phantom Deist elder before he shook his head and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Xianxia. "Uncle Master, please stop joking around. I only learned of what had happened just now. It's my tribe members' fault. I already brought that accursed spawn here," he said with a wry smile and waved his right arm. Immediately, a person staggered out from the air beside him, and with a thud, he was forced to kneel in the air. It was man at the prime of his life. He was half-naked, and his hair encircled his neck several times. There was anger and great unwillingness on his face, along with terror. Zhugu was mixing around with some questionable company and was used by others. But since he was the person who did it, he has to be responsible for his actions. Henceforth, Zhugu is no longer a member of Phantom Deist tribe. "Whether he lives or dies will be decided by you, Uncle Master," Phantom Deist elder stated calmly. Once he finished speaking, he cast a glance at Zhugu, and a chilling glint appeared in his eyes. With one wave of his arm, Zhugu was instantly swept away by wind and blown towards Su Ming and the others. When he crashed onto the ground before them, the dark-skinned man laughed viciously and lifted him up. A pleased look appeared on Xianxia's face, and he stroked his beard before letting out a fake cough. "Eldest disciple nephew, look. Your uncle master and junior brothers didn't manage to control ourselves and destroyed a lot of your houses. It's fine. Those are physical objects and can be rebuilt. I was just thinking that these houses looked rather old lately. I'd have to thank you for clearing them out for me, Uncle Master." Emoshan continued smiling and not much change could be seen from his expression. "Is that so? Then I don't have to worry about it anymore. But eldest disciple nephew, your junior brothers injured quite a number of people and even killed some of them." Xianxia put on a troubled face. "It's fine. That just means their power was not great enough. It has nothing to do with others. Even if they didn't die today, once we fought against the shamans, they would have still died there. They can consider this a lesson." Phantom Deist elder's face continued looking as passive as ever as he spoke with a smile. It was as if anger could never be found on him. Yet no matter how well this sort of person presented himself, he could still not hide the sinister nature in himself. Su Ming stared at Phantom Deist elder, standing not too far away. He knew clearly that with this person's power,
He must have known when he and his second senior brother had come to this place. He must also have known who they were looking for. Yet at that time he pretended not to have known. He had even simply allowed his tribe members to attack, and was only forced to come forth when Su Ming and the others walked up to this place and Xianxia appeared. He even let them have Zhuogu. All of this was clearly because he was incredibly wary of Master.
Perhaps it could even be said that this wariness manifested in the form of hesitation and observation, yet now, when this person appeared before them, judging by his current attitude, it was clear that he had made his decision. "Uncle Master, I have something to give you. Consider this Phantom Deus tribe's apology for this matter."
Phantom Deus Elder smiled when he spoke and brought out an item from his bosom. That thing was a wooden slip, and as he held it in his hand, he drew a few lines on it with his right hand to write a few words. Once he did so, he held it out respectfully to Xianxia. When Xianxia took it and lowered his head to look at it, he started grinning from ear to ear. Not bad at all. Next time, if anyone says I'm a lunatic again, I'll have one more proof I can show them. Mo Shan smiled and wrapped his fist in his palm to salute Xianxia. I still have some matters to deal with in the tribe, so I won't be able to send you off, Uncle Master. If you have the time, feel free to come to my tribe and be our guest. Right up till the end. He did not spare even a single glance to Su Ming or the others. Neither did he mention them at all in his words. It was as if Su Ming and the others did not exist in his eyes, or perhaps more accurately speaking, they did not have the right for him to take note of them.
The only person that deserved his attention here was Xianxia.
You're far too courteous. It's fine, you can go back now. I'll also be leaving.
Xianxia quickly and carefully put away the wooden slip before he patted his chest, looking completely contented. He was just about to turn around and walk towards Su Ming and the others to leave when a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes.
He took a step forward. Master, I have something to say. Fourth, what is it? Xianxia looked towards Su Ming. Phantom Deus Elder continued smiling and still continued ignoring all the people around him. Even if Su Ming had just spoken, he still did not look at him and only continued looking at Xianxia.
When I was fighting just now, I lost a bag. There was about 500 golden stone coins in there. I also had some enchanted vessels stored inside. At that time, I saw a Phantom Deus tribe member taking it away.
Could you please get it back for me? The moment Su Ming's words were voiced, before Xianxia even spoke, Phantom Deus Elder swiftly turned his gaze towards Su Ming. This was the first time he looked at him properly. The smile on his face vanished for an instant, but it soon returned.
Yet the freezing glare that appeared in his eyes for that one instant could be clearly felt by Su Ming, who had been watching his expression all this while.
Huh?
Something like this happened?
You lost 500-something golden stone coins? That's a lot. Xianxia widened his eyes. He turned his head around to look at Phantom Deus Elder, and a stern look appeared on his face. Eldest disciple nephew, that's your fault, isn't it? Come on now. Hurry up and bring back that bag my disciple lost.
Phantom Deus Elder fell silent for a moment, then quickly brought out a bag from his bosom and took out 600 golden stone coins from within.
Those stone coins might not be as striking as the one Tianlan Meng had given Su Ming, but they were about the same, and the large amount of those coins along with their value was something Su Ming had never seen before.
There's no need for that. There are 600 golden stone coins here. Junior brother, will you accept it? A smile appeared on Phantom Deus Elder when he looked at Su Ming. The stone coins are good, but this entire area is under Northern Frontier's jurisdiction. We're now almost to Sky Mist Shaman Hunt now, so it's only natural that we will go out shopping. If anything happens to us. The one who spoke was not Su Ming, but his second senior brother standing nearby.
His voice was no longer cold and aloof, but gentle like spring wind. The moment he uttered his words, Su Ming immediately turned to look at his second senior brother. He saw that the aloof look on second senior brother's face was gone, and he had returned to the gentleman who loved having sunshine on his body, while he positioned himself so that the side of his face was turned towards it. With a gentle smile on his lips, he nodded to Su Ming. That handsome face, the brilliant smile, and the gentle demeanor made it hard for Su Ming to associate his second senior brother to how he was just moments ago.
and also made it difficult for him to truly believe that this second senior brother of his had truly come back. The instant he spoke, Phantom Deus Elder cast his gaze towards second senior brother. There was a brief moment where his expression turned dark before he spoke languidly. That's easy. If anything happens to any of you outside Freezing Sky Clan before Sky Mist Shaman Hunt, Phantom Deus Tribe will be held accountable for it. Is that so? Now I have the courage to say it. Master, in truth, I also lost some stone coins. Second senior brother smiled gently. Huh? You lost it too? Bloody hell, why do you people bring all your money with you when you come out to fight? That's good. That's very good. Second, make sure you write that down under 9th Summit's rules as well. Xianxia nodded his head in a very satisfied manner. Second senior brother looked quite abashed as he turned towards Phantom Deus Elder, whose face had turned completely dark. About that, I didn't lose too many things. It's also 500 golden stone coins and a phantom fork and 10 other enchanted vessels, and also 100-something medicinal liquid used to heal injuries. It's not much, it's really not much. I won't bother about the other items, I'm not that nitpicky, I can give them up. Fourth, what else did you lose? Second senior brother smiled and asked softly as he looked at Su Ming. Emo Shan's face grew increasingly darker. Su Ming had originally thought he was asking for a lot, but once he heard his second senior brother speak, only then did he know exactly what it meant by demanding an insane amount of things. I remember I lost around 100 ice rocks. And also merging bone grass, 3 scented branches, dust orchid leaves. Su Ming mentioned dozens of herbs of the top of his head. And also 7 bones from beasts equivalent to that of the Awakening Realm, and 8 puppet bodies with power equal to that of the Awakening Realm, and Su Ming continued speaking until he did not know what else he wanted. Phantom Deus Elder's face was so dark that it had practically turned murderous by then. He glared at Su Ming and the others coldly. The other Phantom Deus tribe members were also seething in rage. Ahem. Fourth, your memory is really horrid. I remember you had a phantom fork in your bag as well. Second senior brother let out a few fake coughs by his side. That's right. I just remembered. I also lost a phantom fork. Su Ming blinked and quickly spoke. The Phantom Deus Elder became so angry he started laughing, but once he took a few deep breaths, he closed his eyes. Once he reopened them, his eyes had already calmed down and he nodded his head with a smile. But I'm curious, how did you manage to store those 8 puppets in your bag? And how exactly did you have our tribe's unique treasure, the Phantom Fork, in your bag as well? But since you lost them in Phantom Deus tribe, then we will return it to you. The moment Phantom Deus Elder finished speaking, he suddenly lifted his head and looked into the distance. From the distance, a man holding a big axe could be seen running rapidly towards them. As he ran, he started shouting at the top of his lungs. Wait! I also lost some things. Second senior brother smiled. The grass in his palm shattered and turned into dust. There was in no way he would forget to tell his own junior brothers in the same sect when there were good things to get. In Hu Zi's case, he woke him up and told him, I lost a pot of wine. That's all I lost, nothing else. Give me back my wine. Hu Zi panted harshly as he ran to stand beside Su Ming, then yelled at Phantom Deus Elder. There was great eagerness and thirst in his eyes. The Phantom Deus Elder clenched his hands instinctively. He remained silent for a moment before he waved his arm and turned around to walk towards where Phantom Deus Tribe's city was located beyond the snow plains. Give it to them. His words echoed in the air and anger could be heard within his voice. Yet the moment he finished speaking, but before he managed to take a few steps forward, a thought struck Xianxia's head. He let out a few fake coughs and spoke to Phantom Deus Elder. Eldest disciple nephew? Look, I'm old now and I don't remember things that well. I just remembered that I also lost quite a few things. The Phantom Deus Elder's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Although his face was turned towards the crowd and could not be seen, they could still feel that he was seething with an anger that could burn the skies, as if he could no longer tolerate them. Yet the moment that anger appeared, suddenly, crunching sounds as if someone was stepping on snow came from beyond the snow plains, and they were soon followed by a person dressed in a purple robe that covered even his head, walking slowly forward until he stepped onto the snow plains. We'll give you everything you lost, but I want to talk to him. Alone. That person lifted his right arm,
which was as dried up as a bone. His fingers had incredibly long fingernails. The person he pointed at was Su Ming. His voice was hoarse, as if it traveled through the passages of time, and it drifted in the air. Phantom equal. Xianxia's face instantly became stern, and the white hue on his robes started showing signs of change. Su Ming looked at the purple-robed person walking from beyond the snow plains with a look of concentration. That person gave him absolutely no feeling of familiarity, but the instant he lifted his right hand and pointed towards him, Su Ming felt his heart lurch. He could not explain it, but at that moment, that originally unfamiliar feeling suddenly became one of familiarity, as if Su Ming had seen this person somewhere before. The moment the purple-robed person appeared, Phantom Deus Elder, who was about ready to fly off into a rage, felt his anger draining away instantly. His expression calmed down and he turned around in midair. His gaze also fell on Su Ming. Xianxia had a stern look on his face and his robes were showing signs of changing color. They no longer looked white but were changing into a gray hue. That gray shade was not the end of the change. Purple flecks of color gradually began showing on his robes. Sir Xianxia, with all due respect, I harbor no ill will towards your disciple. I only have a few questions I need to ask him. The purple-robed person's face still could not be seen even as he spoke once again. Phantom Deus Phantom equal. It has been rumored that ever since the tribe was formed, there has been no second Phantom equal since. In fact, it is also said in the rumors that when the great tribe of Freezing Sky subjugated Phantom Deus tribe, the Phantom equal did not fight back either. I'd like to see just how strong you are. Phantom equal. Xianxia's gaze was chilling. At that moment, he no longer looked crazy, but, instead, murderous. Sir Xianxia, why don't you ask your disciple whether he is willing to talk to me? If he isn't willing, I won't force him. But if he is willing, I hope you won't stop us. The purple-robed man's voice was raspy, but his tone remained calm. Xianxia looked at the purple-robed man, and the grave look in his eyes grew stronger. That expression rarely appeared on him, and as that grave look in his eyes grew stronger, a faint will to fight appeared as well. He licked his lips but did not speak. Instead, he gradually lifted his right hand, and during that process, his robes started rapidly changing to a purple shade. By Su Ming's side, a grave look also appeared on second senior brother's face. Even the dark-skinned man, who was one of the 300 slaves belonging to the eldest senior brother, had the same reaction. You can ask, but you also have to answer my questions. Su Ming looked at the Phantom equal and spoke suddenly. All right, the purple-robed person agreed calmly. Master, I'd like to talk to him. When Su Ming started speaking, Xianxia's lifted hand came to a stop while he was in midair. He turned around to look at Su Ming, then after remaining silent for a moment, he lowered his right hand. Come with me. The purple-robed Phantom Deus tribe's Phantom equal spoke hoarsely before he turned around and walked towards the borders of the snow plains that were previously behind him. Su Ming did not hesitate and moved forward. The purple-robed person walked in front, and Su Ming walked behind him. Soon, the both of them arrived at the border of the snow plains. Standing there, they could clearly see the city belonging to Phantom Deus tribe and the land that was gradually being invaded by green grass behind the city underneath the cliff. Silence fell among them. Neither of them spoke. There were several dozens of feet between the purple-robed person and Su Ming. After a long while, he spoke languidly. That is the southern lands. Su Ming looked at the faint hints of green on the land lying at the very end of his sight. He remained silent. What is your name? The purple-robed person turned around and, with his eyes still hidden underneath his robes, he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming, what is your name? Su Ming hesitated for a moment and decided not to hide anything. Instead, once he finished answering, he threw out a question of his own. The purple-robed person looked as if he had to mull over the question for a moment before he shook his head and answered hoarsely. Mine. I have already forgotten it. Phantom equal is my name. I can sense a unique presence from you. You are not from the land of South Morning. The purple-robed person spoke in a whisper, but when his words fell into Su Ming's ears, it made his heart lurch. That was not a question. That was a statement that did not require any feedback from Su Ming. What is this? Su Ming avoided the topic and brought out a black stone from his bosom. The stone may seem hard, but in truth, when Su Ming first held it in his hand, it was very soft. That stone was the cocoon that had kept spitting out black bugs previously. This is a sacred item of Phantom Deus tribe. Through it, a member of Phantom Deus tribe can communicate with a unique world filled with countless phantoms. You're not from the land of the South Morning, and neither am I, the purple-robed person mumbled under his breath. Su Ming cast that person a glance but remained silent. I can feel a unique presence from you, and there's something familiar about you as well. It's as if we met before. Or perhaps I should say, you met the next phantom equal of Phantom Deus tribe. The purple-robed person turned around abruptly and gazed into Su Ming's eyes. The phantom equal in Phantom Deus tribe hasn't always been the same person. When one dies, the next will awaken. But I've searched through the entire land of South Morning, and I still haven't found the next phantom equal. I should have died many times in the past, but every single time, I persevered and survived, and I've kept searching. Tell me, where did you find that person? You know who I am talking about. Right at the moment you brought out our sacred item, I knew that you already had an answer in your heart and you have questions as well. Tell me about the person who was the source of those questions. Where is he? What is his name? He is the next phantom equal of Phantom Deus tribe. Su Ming felt shaken to the core. He looked at the purple-robed person and remained silent for a long moment before he shook his head. He's not in the land of South Morning. It doesn't matter. Tell me where he is and his name. I will repay you with this. The purple-robed person spoke in a raspy voice, then lifted his dried-up right hand. In his palm, a purple bug appeared. That bug was covered from head to toe in purple, and it was lying quietly on the purple-robed person's dried-up palm. A faint fragrance came from its body, and when that fragrance wafted into someone's nose, uncontrollable hunger would arise within them. This creature is called Purple Harmony. Any ferocious beast that eats this bug will revert to their ancestral form. If they succeed, then their combat strength will increase by leaps and bounds. If they fail, they will die. Take this with you. If you run into danger during Sky Mist Shaman Hunt, with this bug, you can let any shaman tribe go mad for you. Refine this bug into your heart. If you do so, you can kill this bug with just one single thought. Unless you're willing, others won't be able to take it away from you. You can form a deal with anyone you like and not be framed for crimes you didn't commit simply because you're carrying this. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest. He had originally not believed the purple-robed person's words, but the moment the purple bug appeared, he could clearly sense that unknown rod insect snake hybrid resting within Han Mountain Bell becoming restless as if it wanted to rush outside. It was as if the insect snake hybrid's attraction towards the bug had reached a level Su Ming could not imagine. Su Ming stayed silent and shook his head. He could not tell whether the purple-robed person's words were true or false. After all, this was a serious matter. He would not tell so easily. I'll be taking my leave now. Su Ming turned around and quelled the insect-snake hybrid's almost hysterical restlessness within Han Mountain Bell. He started walking towards Xianxia, who was standing far in the distance. I harbor no ill will. I just want to know where the next phantom equal is and what his name is. I cannot possibly walk out of the land of South Morning to search for him. I just want to know his name and where he is, then tell him of that strange phantom realm and the phantom art of my tribe. This will be good for his growth. The phantoms in this world will search for him and protect him. Please help me. The purple-robed person's voice was hoarse, but Su Ming could hear his sincerity. I know that I can't make you believe my words, but I truly harbor no ill will. I swear with the legacy of Phantom Deus tribe that if my words hold even a hint of untruth and if I want to hurt the person in your mind, then Phantom Deus tribe's legacy will end and my tribe will forever cease to exist in this world. The purple-robed old man took a few steps forward and his raspy voice was tainted with a hint of distress. Su Ming's footsteps faltered. He could hear the unwavering resolution in the person's words. In silence, Su Ming hesitated for a moment. This is my vow, and I swear using the god of Phantom Deus as my witness. The purple-robed person knelt on one knee, raised both his hands, then lowered his head towards Su Ming. When he knelt down, all those who saw it in the distance had a change in expression. Phantom Deus Elder even focused his gaze on them, but he did not get closer. Xianxia frowned as he looked at the purple-robed person. He seemed to have understood what was going on.
Su Ming turned his head back to look at the purple-robed person kneeling on the ground for a long while. This person's vow and his actions did not seem fake. He had even used his tribe to give his oath, and that act alone was enough to describe how severe the problem was.
Alliance of the Western Region, Lei Chun, Su Ming whispered. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards Xianxia. The moment he did so, the purple-robed person lifted his head, and his hidden eyes shone with gratitude. With a flick of his right wrist, that purple bug flew towards Su Ming. He caught it. Thank you. Don't worry. There were no lies in my words. After saying this, he bowed deeply towards Su Ming, then turned around and charged towards the depths of the snow plains. Su Ming left with his second senior brother, Hu Zi Tianxia, and that dark-skinned man. They left Northern Frontier Tribe, found by Su, and flew back to the 9th summit, bringing with them Zhuogu and all their rewards. Once they left, the face of Phantom Deus Elder turned incredibly dark. He turned around and charged down the snow plains. His wariness towards Xianxia was not the only reason why he conceded so many times. There was one more reason. It was the Phantom Equal's request. He was going to ask the Phantom Equal the reason behind it. There was a tall tower within Phantom Deus City, which was located underneath the snow plains. That tower was entirely purple, and the purple-robed person was currently sitting at the top of the tower. There was a purple bowl before him, and within it was some purple blood. Alliance of the Western Region. Lei Chun, I, as the current Phantom Equal of Phantom Deus Tribe, call unto you, my successor. Awaken, Lei Chun. Lei Chun. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand swiftly, and his right index fingernail shattered, revealing the torn flesh underneath. He pressed his index finger into the purple blood in the stone bowl before him. Lei Chun, let me see you.
The purple-robed person let out a huge shout. As his voice started echoing in the air, the purple-robed person started trembling viciously. His robes were instantly torn apart, revealing an old but normal-looking face. His eyes bulged out, and with a look of disbelief he saw. At that moment, the stone bowl shattered. The few drops of blood within also disappeared. The old man trembled and coughed out a huge mouthful of blood before he was thrown into the wall beside him by a powerful and invisible force. It was also at that moment that the door leading to the top of the tower was pushed open. Phantom Deus Elder walked in with a sullen expression on his face, but when he saw the mess in the place, he was stunned.
How could this be? This is... The old man had a bewildered look on his face as he leaned against the wall. There was terror in his voice as he continued mumbling under his breath.
Phantom Deus Elder reached him in a step, and once he helped the bewildered old man to his feet, he immediately asked, "What happened?"
I was looking for the next Phantom Equal. There was nothing wrong with the ritual, and I also saw him, but what I saw was...
The old man shuddered, then lifted his head swiftly to grab the shoulders of Phantom Deus Elder. His breathing quickened, and the bewildered look on his face was no longer present. It was instead replaced by lucidity.
I understand now. Remember this. Do not provoke that person called Su Ming. Absolutely do not provoke him. I saw something I shouldn't have. I saw. The old man held Phantom Deus Elder in a tight grip, and his breathing grew increasingly faster as he spoke with huge difficulty. I can't tell you what I saw, but you must remember this. Don't provoke him. He is... The old man's body started convulsing viciously. He pushed away the stunned Phantom Deus Elder and seized his own throat. Madness appeared in his eyes.
A presence that made Phantom Deus Elder tremble gathered in the house. The strength of that presence made the elder's skin crawl, and he found himself frozen to the ground. His pupils shrank because the things he saw far surpassed what he knew and exceeded his wildest imaginations.
It even made him forget how to breathe. He saw a semi-transparent hand before the old Phantom Equal, and that hand held the Phantom Equal's neck in a tight grip. It lifted his body from the ground, and gradually, as the Phantom Equal struggled, he lost all his power. Like a normal old man, he lost all his power to fight back.
Yet Emo Shan knew that he himself was not the strongest person within Phantom Dea's tribe. The strongest was the Phantom Equal. Even if the Phantom Equal was already at the last days of his life, the power needed to kill such a person slowly like how one would a normal person was unimaginable to Emo Shan. He was shaken to the core as he watched everything unfurl before him dumbstruck. He gradually saw a semi-transparent person wearing the Emperor's robe appearing before the Phantom Equal. That person's appearance did not bring about the rise of wind or surging of clouds. Neither did it cause the weather to change, but a terror that made Emo Shan feel as if he was suffocating. It was as if he had turned into an ant, and with just one glance from that semi-transparent person wearing the Emperor's robe and crown, his body would be torn to shreds. It only lasted for the span of a few breaths, but that time felt like an eternity to Emo Shan. He saw that semi-transparent person break the Phantom Equal's neck, and once he let go, he cast a glance at him. When he looked over, booming sounds rang in Emo Shan's head and his vision turned white. He did not know just how much time had passed, but when he regained consciousness, the house was silent. There was not a hint of sound within. The only proof that told him that all that had happened was real was the rigid corpse lying on the ground. Emo Shan trembled as he looked at the Phantom Equal's corpse, and the old man's last words echoed in his head. I saw something I shouldn't have. Remember this. Absolutely do not provoke the person called Su Ming. Do not provoke him. Emo Shan shuddered and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He knew that he would never be able to forget what had happened before the Phantom Equal died and when that crowned semi-transparent person looked at him. Just what did he see? Who is he? The two he's represented two different people. Emo Shan stayed silent. In his silence, he did not notice a faint gust of wind blowing outside the tall tower and within Phantom Dea's city. That wind came from freezing sky. There were plenty of rumors in the world, and there were also a large amount of them that never faded away even through time. The rumor about the entire Ninth Summit moving out together to attack Northern Frontier Tribe gradually spread out in a short span of time. Some were shocked, some were furious, some did not believe it, and some just scoffed at it. Yet no matter what, another rumor was added to the pile of rumors that had emerged over the years regarding the Ninth Summit. Those living within the Ninth Summit continued with their lives. Eldest senior brother continued isolating himself, second senior brother continued planting flowers, letting the sun shine on the side of his face with a gentle smile on his face during day while he searched for darkness during nighttime like a ghost. As for Hu Zi, since he got himself a good pot of wine, he had been grinning happily every day like an idiot while drinking himself into oblivion. He had even skipped a few days on his favorite pastime, peeking at others. Su Ming continued copying the second style that granted him extreme speed, controlled the arrangement of his divine general armor, trained his body, and made the final preparations for Sky Mist Shaman Hunt. Ziche's injuries had become better. As for Zhuge, Su Ming had told Ziche to deliver his head to the first summit to Sima Xian's cave abode. In truth, there was something bothering Su Ming, but that question did not involve Sima Xian. It was meant for his second senior brother instead, but he did not ask him. Perhaps second senior brother had his own secrets. That was why he could not cure Ziche beforehand. Ever since Bai Su came back, she did not look for Su Ming for the past half a month, which was a rarity. It was as if she had run into something that threw her into doubt and she needed time to think about it carefully. Half a month later, when she arrived once more, Su Ming saw more of what reminded him of Bai Ling on her. The returned Bai Su had returned to her usual self, spoiled and willful. She would occasionally try to disturb Su Ming, but the price she had to pay every single time was her having to hang upside down in the air, which was something she was already used to. Time passed by this way slowly until there were only less than 2 months until Sky Mist Shaman Hunt. During those final 2 months, even Su Ming, who never went down the mountain, could feel an oppressive air enveloping Freezing Sky Clan, just like the calm before a storm. One day, when Ziche returned, he brought an invitation card for Su Ming. That invitation belonged to the biggest trading square nearby and was given to him by the auction committee. The auction this time would be the biggest within Freezing Sky Clan's territory before the battle. The committee was not composed of people from the great tribe of Freezing Sky but from Western Sea Clan. This was a custom that would only happen during the Great War that only happened once a century. There would also be quite a number of people from Western Sea Clan who would also receive invitations from Freezing Sky Clan to join their own large-scale auction. Su Ming was originally not too interested in this sort of auction, right until the moment he saw something that would be auctioned among the list of items on the invitation card. Something that made his heart pound heavily against his chest. It was an undamaged cauldron to create medicinal pills. The auction would be held 5 days later. It was a large auction that would not just be attended by those within Freezing Sky Clan, but even the wealthy people from the great tribe of Freezing Sky would also send representatives to take part. The people from nearby tribes and even some tribes located further away also knew about large auctions that would only be held once a century like this one. These people would usually leave before the date of the auction itself, and they were most probably on the way to the auction at the moment. Most of the people who were going to the auction were going as buyers, but there were also quite a number who were coming from all over the place to sell their personal belongings to the auction committee. With the invitation card in hand, Su Ming's gaze swept past that cauldron. He quelled the excitement racing in his heart, closed his eyes, and pondered over it for a moment before handing the invitation card back to Ziche. "We'll depart 3 days later." Ziche quickly agreed to it and took back the invitation card respectfully before placing it away in his bosom. His injuries were already healed, and he had also learned of what the 9th Summit had done for him after he was injured from Wuxia. He was deeply moved by their actions, especially since he was excommunicated from the 2nd Summit. The 9th Summit's actions made Ziche feel warmth in his heart, and he no longer cared about his status of a servant. To him, the 9th Summit was already a place he could settle in. Besides, the seals on his body had also been removed ever since he was cured. Ziche could be said to have been freed, but by his own free will, he still continued staying in the 9th Summit and by Su Ming's side. He was already used to this sort of life, and he did not feel uncomfortable with it. He had a deep understanding of Su Ming's strength. The little bits of contact they had with each other made Ziche harbor a deep respect towards Su Ming. Once he put away the invitation card, Ziche hesitated for a moment. "Uncle Master, you already have 16 ice hoops on yourself. I believe that if you put too much external weight on yourself and it becomes difficult for your body to handle it, it won't be good for you." Su Ming cast Ziche a glance before a smile appeared on his face. "It's fine." Ziche nodded. He was not in a position to say it in a straightforward manner, but since he saw that Su Ming understood what he was trying to convey, he bowed and moved back. Su Ming was sitting on the platform outside his cave and had already been sitting for a long time without getting up. The sun had risen and set multiple times. It was not that he did not want to get up, but because the weight of those 16 ice hoops added together on his legs were like that of a mountain added to Su Ming's body. In the beginning, he had felt as if his legs and upper body were about to be torn apart, and he was only starting to get used to it during these past few days, but standing up was still a gargantuan task to him. Still sitting, Su Ming lifted his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, a black fork of only 3 inches appeared on his palm. That fork was like a 3-pronged trident. It was entirely black, and at the top of the fork, a faint, ghastly glow could be seen. If he looked at it for a prolonged period of time, he could hear faint screams of ghosts. Su Ming stared at the thing and mumbled under his breath, "Phantom Fork." This item was one of the things he had lost in Phantom Deus tribe that 2nd senior brother had reminded him of. As of now, he had gotten it back. Originally, if Su Ming had gone on to examine it himself, he would have needed quite some time to do so. Yet with 2nd senior brother's help, this fork had become connected with Su Ming as if they had fused together. He could use his thoughts alone to control it, and with Su Ming adding another layer on it with his divine sense in the form of a brand, his skills with the Phantom Fork became as good as of those from Phantom Deus tribe. "Di-ta che." A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he uttered those 3 strange sounds. The moment those 3 syllables left his mouth, the Phantom Fork in his hand started letting off black smoke. In an instant, that black smoke grew incredibly thick and gathered on Su Ming's palm. That ball of smoke grew in size and eventually spread to an area of a few hundred feet. As it floated in midair, the black smoke tumbled about and gradually merged together to form a gigantic figure of a person. That person seemed to contain an immeasurable amount of power. His face was blurred out and could not be seen,
His entire body was formed by that black smoke and he looked like a malicious spirit, but in truth, that thing was not a ghost. In fact, it did not even have life. It was just a puppet, a phantom puppet that was made with a spirit using a unique method created by Phantom Deus tribe. That puppet could transform into all sorts of things and there were no limits to it. Anything it imitated, it could do so down to every detail, and it could even imitate the particular object's presence. Right then, that gigantic puppet landed on the platform. It lifted its muscular arms and grabbed Su Ming, then tensing up the muscles in its arms, it lifted Su Ming's body, which he himself could not move, before placing him on its shoulder. Since the start, Su Ming did not say anything. That thing was under his control, and he only needed to focus his divine sense on it for him to be able to move it like he was moving his own body. The giant puppet carried Su Ming over its shoulder and walked forward with huge steps. Every single time it took a step, the ice on the platform would let out low rumbling sounds, a clear sign that Su Ming's weight at the moment was abnormal. The puppet moved forward and gradually brought Su Ming back into his cave abode. That puppet could change its form as much as it wanted, and as it moved forward, its body gradually shrank, causing it to be able to enter the house door even though it was carrying Su Ming. The puppet carried Su Ming until he was in the room specially made for Heifeng. When he was there, Su Ming's eyes flashed. Heifeng's fusion with the wings of the moon had reached its final stage. If he succeeded this time, then when Heifeng reappeared before him, he would be of a great help when Su Ming ventured into the land of the shamans. At this moment, Heifeng's entire body was surrounded by a layer of blood mist, preventing it from being seen clearly. That blood mist would occasionally tumble about, making it seem exceptionally bizarre. Su Ming looked at it for a moment before the puppet under him took a few steps back while still carrying him. They went into another room within the cave. The moment they arrived, a medicinal scent wafted into Su Ming's nose. This particular room was huge, and the floor in the room was not made of ice, but was instead covered in a layer of dirt. That dirt was brought back by Che from a faraway place under Su Ming's orders. Once they placed it inside, it allowed Su Ming to be able to plant most of the herbs he had lost in Phantom Deus tribe. Originally, these herbs could not survive in this place, but with second senior brother's help, who had used a mysterious method, he had managed to make those herbs grow on this patch of dirt. However, there was a condition to it. He had to bury a large amount of golden stone coins filled with spirit power under the soil. I'll need to make ample preparations for the trip to the land of the shamans, because this is definitely not going to be a short venture. A contemplative look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had gone to the land of the shamans before. While it had only lasted for a few days, the hardships he faced during those few days was something that would be very difficult for him to forget. Once he went into the land of the shamans and got himself in a dangerous situation like that one before, the preparations he made now would become the source for him to protect his life. As he continued thinking in silence, the puppet under him took one huge step forward. With rumbling sounds echoing in the air, he moved to another room. Within that room were 7 different beast bones, and an incredible might could be sensed from each of those bones. These bones came from ferocious beasts that were at the level of berserkers in the awakening realm when they were still alive. Right then, their bones were covered in herbs that Su Ming had planted on them quite some time ago. There were 7 bodies right beside those bones, and there were no signs of decay to be found on them. Even if they looked like dead people, if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to sense a faint life force coming from their bodies. These 7 people did not have berserker marks. There were numerous rather complex-looking totems carved on their faces. If Su Ming had not seen the shamans before, he would have thought that these 7 people belonged to some unique tribe in the land of berserkers. Yet when Su Ming brought these 7 bodies away from Phantom Deus tribe, he could tell with just one glance that they were shamans, though he had no idea how they were captured by Phantom Deus tribe. I just need 1 more month, and then I'll be able to create spirit plunder again. If I can create 3 spirit plunders in a go, then I'll be able to open another door in that strange dimension and gain a new recipe for another medicinal pill. It's a pity that I still don't have enough materials to create the welcoming of deities. From what I understand of that dimension, opening the doors is akin to me offering sacrifices. The more of a type of pill I have to offer, the quality and usefulness for that type of pill will be lower, but if I have to offer less of something, the quality will be higher. The numbers of all the offerings required were different, but only the welcoming of deities required no offerings.
The memory of him entering the mysterious dimension when he was in Dark Mountain and obtaining the method to create the welcoming of deities surfaced in Su Ming's head.
The spider's ninth leg, the tail fin of the deviant snake, the small black figure. Right now, I only have one of them.
Su Ming frowned. The puppet under him walked out of the cave and returned to the platform. Once it placed him down, Su Ming returned to sitting cross-legged.
With a glint in his eyes, he lifted his right hand, and a purple bug appeared on his palm. That bug's name was Purple Harmony, and it was the same thing Phantom Deus Phantom Equal had given him. I wonder what will happen once my snake swallows this Purple Harmony. Su Ming hesitated for a moment but did not try it. He remembered the Phantom Equal mentioning that if he failed, then the creature that swallowed Purple Harmony will die.
Unless it was completely necessary, then Su Ming was not willing to try something as risky as this, and it also was that he did not have too much confidence in succeeding.
3 days passed by quickly as Su Ming continued observing Hefeng's condition and preparing the materials to make spirit plunder. The auction that was about to be held had garnered a lot of attention from all the 9 summits in Freezing SkyClan's Great Frozen Plains. Quite a lot of people had already left for the auction in teams, though some had also chosen to leave alone. As for the 9th summit, Hu Zi was still living his life, happily getting drunk, and did not pay the slightest attention to the auction. Second senior brother continued planting his flowers and occasionally going to bother Zi Yen during the day. Eldest senior brother was still in isolation. Su Ming only learned that the black man was one of eldest senior brother's slaves later. From that one clue, he formed a guess regarding his eldest senior brother's identity.
Xianxia was rarely seen. Even if Su Ming spotted him, he would be flying off in different directions in the morning after letting out a loud roar while wearing different colored robes.
On the 4th morning, the puppet from the Phantom Fork turned into a gigantic black beast with Su Ming sitting on its back. Ziche followed beside him respectfully. They were just about to leave the 9th summit when Baisu came. With Baisu's appearance, their trip this time became a trip in a party of 3 instead of 2.
The 3 of them sat on the puppet's body and turned into a black long arc that shot out of the 9th summit. They flew towards the place where the auction would be held. As they traveled forward, they met many other Freezing Sky Clan disciples who were also going to the place. All of them turned to look at the black beast that was about 300 feet in size, but when they saw Ziche and Su Ming sitting on the puppet, they quickly moved out of the way. The puppet beast was entirely black and did not have any fur on its body. It looked like a giant on all fours that was running forward like the wild beasts on land.
It was precisely because of its bizarre appearance that most of those who saw them on the way would turn their gazes aside and avoid them.
During these days, the incident of the 9th summit fighting against Northern Frontier Tribe had become one of the many rumors circulating about the 9th summit.
There were still plenty who did not believe it, but since this matter was related to the reputation of Northern Frontier Tribe and the tribe had still not come up to say anything about it, gradually the believability of this rumor increased. It was especially so when some of those who knew people from Northern Frontier Tribe asked about it and obtained an answer that struck them dumb. It did not matter whether that incident was real, their attitude towards the 9th summit had changed because of it. That change was not of them wanting to get in touch with the 9th summit, but of them avoiding the 9th summit like the plague.
When they saw Ziche, even if there were those who had never seen Su Ming would be able to tell at first glance that the young man with a scar on his face sitting beside Ziche was the 9th summit's Su Ming. The Su Ming who could fight against Sima Xin and who emerged unscathed even though he went to fight against Northern Frontier Tribe in a fit of rage.
Su Ming sat calmly on the puppet beast's back with his eyes closed. He did not want to waste even a single moment of time, using all the time available to let his body get used to the weight of the 16 ice hoops. He had the confidence that when he could move and fly around like how he usually did, then once he took off those ice hoops, his speed would become even greater. He had been thinking lately that he should not put all those ice hoops on his legs, because if he did that, it would be difficult for him to control his body efficiently. He was thinking that once he started getting used to this weight, he would add ice hoops to the other parts of his body so that he could find some form of balance so that he could stay in control of his body movement. It's a pity that there's too little time left until Sky Mist Shaman Hunt. There's only less than 2 months left. While Su Ming was immersed in his thoughts with his eyes closed, Ziche sat beside him calmly. He was completely unperturbed by the people they met on the way, avoiding them while also paying attention to them.
Neither was he bothered by the faint sounds of discussions occasionally falling into his ears. Yet he remained constantly alert and would occasionally scan his surroundings. If anything that would pose a threat to Su Ming appeared, he would rush out as soon as he discovered that danger and stand before Su Ming.
There was a hint of excitement on Bai Su's face. It had been a long time since she was avoided by others as she traveled, while having them occasionally looking over at her to observe her as well. This sort of thing had only happened when she was traveling with Sima Xian.
She did not expect that something like this would also happen when she was by Su Ming's side.
The treatment may seem the same, but in truth it was two different experiences for her. When she was with Sima Xian, the gazes directed towards him were filled with respect, admiration, and reverence. Even if they moved out of the way for them, they usually did so in respect. Sima Xian would also smile and nod towards those people in thanks. As for her, she would also need to smile beside Sima Xian and maintain the same poise as him by smiling and facing all those people. She had originally thought this to be rather good, but once she had something to compare it with, the situation right now was different. The gazes directed towards them were doubtful and held hints of them not wanting to have anything to do with Su Ming and the others.
Most of the time, when they moved away, it was not out of respect, but due to the rumors that had been going around about the 9th summit lately.
Bai Su did not need to force herself to maintain her smile. She could glare at those people who avoided them on the way as much as she wanted. If she was unhappy, she could even spit in their direction. It allowed her to feel relaxed, and compared to when she was with Sima Xian, she preferred this a whole lot more.
Bai Su's gaze fell on Su Ming. As she watched him sitting with his eyes closed, a smile appeared on her face. However, that smile was mischievous, and no one could have any idea what she just cooked up in her head. The puppet beast was not slow. When dusk arrived on the 4th day, they could see a tribe formed from a large amount of temporarily set up tents on the vast plain of snow before them.
The tribe was huge, and right in its middle was a stage built with a large amount of wood. There were around 1,000 people sitting around it. It was a grand sight. Just by looking at it, people could feel a mighty presence coming from that spot.
As of then, there were a lot of berserkers within that tribe, traveling in and out of those tents. There were also quite a number of men with extraordinary power decked in armor patrolling the area with aloof expressions on their faces.
Their clothes were distinctly different from those who went to the square to trade. There was a symbol of a sun rising from the sea horizon on their clothes. It was a unique symbol, and if anyone saw it, they would definitely be able to remember it. Because that sun rising from the sea was bloody red, as if there was a murderous aura coming right at those looking at it. There were also some strange-looking buildings around the tribe which looked like swords that were stuck in the ground. However, those swords were the size of ships that were about 1,000 feet tall. They stood tall in the area, and there were quite a large number of them around.
If anyone bothered to count, they would find 18 such buildings in the square.
Due to the puppet beast, Su Ming, Ziche, and Bai Su's arrival instantly caught the attention of the people in the area. 3 people immediately flew up from among the patrolling team and charged towards the incoming puppet beast.
Stop! The 3 patrolling guards arrived quickly and stopped before the puppet beast. Their eyes as they looked at Su Ming and the others were cold, with hints of animosity shining through. Their gazes continuously landed on the puppet beast as if they were observing it. One of them turned his gaze towards Ziche right from the get-go, and soon he brought out a beast skin scroll from his bosom, opened it up, and cast a few glances at it. Western Sea Clan Auction Committee welcomes Ziche of Freezing Sky Clan's 2nd summit, and also 7 summits missed by Su.
The person checking the beast skin scroll lifted his head, and a smile appeared on his face. He wrapped his fist in his palm towards Ziche and Bai Su, and as he spoke, his gaze swept past Su Ming, who was still sitting on the puppet beast with his eyes closed. A hint of uncertainty appeared on his face. Ziche narrowed his eyes. He was not surprised by Western Sea Clan knowing his name. The exchange of auction locations this time by the 2 big clans was not just to sell items. It was also to provide both tribes a chance to observe the other. Before they came here, they must have made detailed investigations. Recognizing Ziche and Bai Su was only to be expected.
You flatter me. How may I address you? Ziche wrapped his fist in his palm to return the greeting and spoke in a low voice.
He could tell with just one glance that the person holding the beast's skin was the leader among the three people who came to them. This person was not weak. He should be around the middle stage of the awakening realm. The other two were at the initial stage of the awakening realm. I am not that famous within Western Sea Clan. You won't be too interested in knowing my name. The auction will be held tomorrow. Please come with me and I'll bring you to your lodgings to rest. The man holding the beast's skin smiled. When he spoke as he shook his head to deny giving his name, a glint appeared in his eyes and he looked towards Su Ming. Brother, you look quite unfamiliar. If you don't have an invitation card, you aren't allowed to enter this place. As he spoke, the expressions of the two other people beside him turned colder and they looked towards Su Ming. Ziche frowned. He took one step, and just as he was about to speak, Su Ming opened his eyes. His gaze was calm as he looked towards the three people standing before the puppet beast. With a wave of his right arm, his invitation card immediately flew out in the form of a long arc towards the man with the beast's skin. That invitation card flew out so quickly that it whistled in the air, flung out by Su Ming, sounding as if it had just broken through space itself. It made the man holding the beast's skin change his expression and quickly retreat. But before he could take even a few more steps backwards, the invitation card had already arrived at the center of his brows, and it was not showing any signs of slowing down. By the looks of it, it was going to pierce through the center of the man's brows. The man's pupils shrank. As he retreated, a strong presence exploded from within him. Black mist also surrounded his body and turned into a set of armor that was similar to Su Ming's but was still different in terms of its details. Even so, that armor was still a true set of divine general armor. The moment it appeared, a mighty pressure spread out from him, causing the man's hair to move without wind, though shock could still be seen on his face. The invitation card suddenly came to a halt when it was 3 inches away from the center of the man's brows. It floated there unmoving, causing all the preparations made by the man holding the beast's skin to turn completely useless. Even if he had not done anything and remained still, that invitation card would still not have caused any damage to him. With a dark expression, he looked at Su Ming, who was looking at him with a calm gaze from on top of the puppet beast. The moment their gazes met in midair, a booming sound resounded in the head of the man holding the beast's skin. He staggered a few steps back. All of this happened within an instant, and it happened so quickly that the man's two companions did not manage to react to it. Only once it was over did anger appear on their faces, but they were also inwardly shocked by the invitation card's speed. Ziche was also shocked. He did not expect that this ordinary-looking person would turn out to be a divine general. Either he truly was not famous within Western Seal Clan, or he was hiding his identity on purpose and was secretly observing all the Freezing Sky Clan disciples as he hid himself in the patrol team. But a pity, because he ran into Su Ming. That's the invitation card, Su Ming said calmly, and his words were uttered at a moderate pace. The face of the man holding the beast's skin turned pale. He remained silent for a moment, but in the end, he did not touch the invitation card. Instead, he walked towards Su Ming and wrapped his fist in his palm to greet him. I am Western Sea Clan's Ao Chun Tai. How may I address you? Su Ming of the 9th Summit. Su Ming did not choose to hide his identity. He simply answered unhurriedly. Ao Chun Tai's expression changed. He looked at Su Ming closely and was just about to speak when out of the many tents, adorned with golden pictures on the ground, a middle-aged man walked out. That man wore a purple robe, had fair skin, and his eyes were as bright as lightning. He took one step into the air, and before he even arrived, his laughter had already reached their ears. So it's a guest from the 9th Summit. Chen Tai, stand down, I have to personally receive those from the 9th Summit. Ao Chen Tai took a few steps back and bowed respectfully towards the purple-robed man who was walking over. Greetings, Clan Elder. His two companions standing by his side put on respectful expressions on their faces and bowed towards the purple-robed man as a greeting. A smile appeared on the purple-robed man's face as he walked in the air and came up to the puppet beast. He did not look at Ziche or Bai Su, but instead kept his gaze trained on Su Ming as he smiled at him and nodded his head. Your senior Xianxia's new disciple? Su Ming looked calm as his gaze fell on the purple-robed man. With just one glance, he could tell that this person was not in the awakening realm but was a powerful berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. Su Ming had always acted as such. If the other party was courteous towards him, then he would rarely act in an overbearing manner. Even if he could not move as of then, he still made the puppet beast under him shrink rapidly with one thought before it turned into a ball of black mist that surrounded the area under Su Ming's waist. That black mist rapidly merged together, and in the span of a few breaths, the puppet beast disappeared. Su Ming stood in the sky and nothing out of ordinary could be seen, but in truth he was still sitting down cross-legged. The legs that the others saw were formed by the phantom fork, which meant that the phantom fork puppet had turned into Su Ming's legs and was supporting him so that he could walk around like a normal person. My master is indeed Xianxia. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and greeted the purple-robed man. A look of curiosity appeared in the purple-robed man's eyes once he saw the puppet beast shrinking under Su Ming. Looks like the rumors I heard lately about the 9th Summit and Northern Frontier Tribe are true. The Phantom Fork puppet is unique only to Phantom Deus Tribe. Outsiders can seldom get their hands on it. Su Ming smiled faintly and did not speak. Brother Su, since you're under Xianxia, you must be of the same seniority as me. Brother Su, I am Chang'e. This way, please, the purple-robed man said with a smile, then turned his body to the side in an invitation. Brother Chang, please lead the way. Su Ming smiled and wrapped his fist in his palm. The both of them moved at the same time. With just one step, the purple-robed man traveled approximately 400 feet away. He did not need to turn his head back to know that Su Ming was about 200 feet behind him. Chang Yi's expression was calm, but he had already formulated a guess, which he believed was accurate, within his heart regarding Su Ming's power. With his power, he could tell that Su Ming was not hiding his speed but was truly slower than him. He could also tell that the black mist formed by Phantom Deus Tribe's puppet surrounding Su Ming's legs had the purpose of increasing his speed. He sure is arrogant to turn the puppet into his legs while he continues sitting down. The purple-robed man smiled, not too bothered by it. Instead, he slowed down and waited for Su Ming for a while. Once Su Ming came up to his side, he started walking once again. Brother Su, your hobby is rather unique. I haven't even experienced such a luxurious act before. As they moved forward, the purple-robed man smiled towards Su Ming, and his gaze swept past Su Ming's legs. It seems like I have made a fool of myself before you, Brother Chang. I can't stand up. I hope you will forgive me for this, Su Ming said with a smile, shaking his head. Ziche calmly followed beside Su Ming. Bai Su was originally the same, and she had been looking around the area curiously, but the moment she heard the purple-robed man's words, she frowned. Yet when she saw that Su Ming did not mind his words, she remained silent. Oh? You can't get up? Could it be that your cultivation method has caused your legs to be impaired? The purple-robed man put on a surprised face. You can say that. Su Ming nodded his head. A pity, such a pity. But Western Sea Clan's sacred medicine is among the list of items to be auctioned off this time. It might be able to help you. As he spoke, the purple-robed man descended from the sky to the snow in the tribe. Before him was a small tent, and it was clearly the temporary lodgings prepared for Su Ming and the others. This is your... He was still smiling as he spoke, but before he could finish his sentence, a sudden loud boom rang from beside him. That booming sound was so loud that it even caused the earth to tremble and the snow on the ground to fly at least 10 feet into the air. It was as if there was a force that just impacted the ground, and that force was sweeping outwards with this area acting as its center. The tents in the area were torn off the ground. Almost all the people in the tribe swiftly turned their gazes toward them. The purple-robed man's expression drastically changed and disbelief shone in his eyes. As he looked at Su Ming, he was momentarily stunned. He saw the loud rumbling sound start the instant the legs formed by Su Ming's puppet landed on the ground. It was as if a tall mountain fell from the sky and crashed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble and huge gusts of wind to spread out. The instant the legs landed on the ground, he also saw the legs being unable to withstand that strong force and turning into a thick layer of black mist. As the mist spread outwards, Su Ming, who had been sitting within, was also exposed, and it caused him to fall down with another bang on the ground. The purple-robed man took a deep breath. He had clearly felt the earth's tremors and sensed that the source of it all was Su Ming. Just Just what did this person bring with him? How could it be so heavy? The pupils of the purple-robed man shrank. He just remembered Su Ming's speed just now and his previous assumptions. Yet by the looks of it now, his assumptions were like a joke. This person was only slightly behind him when he was carrying a weight akin to a mountain on him. If he took that weight away, then his speed. When the purple-robed man reached that particular train of thought, he could not help but be stunned. Su Ming. He's Su Ming. The people around them had gathered their gazes on them due to the two booming sounds and the earth's tremors just now. When they saw Su Ming sitting on the ground, someone instantly recognized him. That's Su Ming? The fourth disciple of the ninth summit. That's right. I saw him fighting against Sima Xian before. Look, there's Ziche standing beside him as well. He actually came here? Interesting. I heard that eldest senior sister Tianlan Meng, senior brother Sima Xian, and a lot of other powerful berserkers who have a spot on Great Frozen Plains ranking board have also come. The auction this time is definitely going to be interesting. It's the auction hosted by Western Sea Clan that is only held once a century. Of course it'll attract these sorts of people. I heard that this is only a normal auction too. Once this auction is over, they will be hosting another, smaller auction. But to attend that, the person must at least have attained great completion for the bone sacrifice realm, and most of them will be those old men in the berserker soul realm. Within the temporary tribe built by Western Sea Clan for the auction was another tent located not too far away from Su Ming. Inside that tent was a handsome man sitting cross-legged. Right then, that man opened his eyes, and he looked as if he could see through the tent and look at the world outside. Su Ming, the man said calmly, and a murderous glint appeared briefly in his eyes. That man was Sima Xian. There were quite a number of temporarily set up tents surrounding Sima Xian's own. These tents were all filled with freezing Sky Clan disciples, and they all treated him as their leader. They would only listen to his orders. In another direction of the tribe was a rather remote area with only 8 tents. Right in the center of that area was a white tent, and within that tent was a woman. There was a white wooden chip placed before her. She brushed her index finger across that piece of wood with a frown on her face. Behind her was a pretty girl who was combing the woman's dark locks. Occasionally, she would peek over the woman's shoulders to look at the wooden chip. Eldest senior sister, you've been drawing for a long time. What exactly are you drawing? The woman sitting in the tent was incredibly beautiful. When she heard the question, she lifted her head and was just about to speak. But she suddenly frowned, then turned her head towards the direction where Su Ming was at the moment in the tribe. He's also here. That woman was, naturally, Tianlan Meng. At the same time, the people sitting within the 18 swordship like objects sticking out of the ground opened their eyes and looked towards the spot where Su Ming was. Most of the people sitting inside the 18 swordship hybrids were old men. When they looked over to that spot, shock appeared on their faces. The two bangs had attracted the entire tribe's attention. Su Ming frowned, then using his divine sense, he had the black mist that was formed from the puppet gather once again to cover the area below his waist. Then, slowly, he had those legs stand up, making it seem as if he was the one standing up from a seated position. Pardon me, there is something wrong with my body, so it's a little hard for me to control myself right now. I suppose this is my lodging. Su Ming put on an apologetic look to the purple-robed man staring at him with a dumbfounded expression not too far away. The purple-robed man sucked in a deep breath, and his gaze, as he looked towards Su Ming, immediately became different. He wrapped his fist in his palm towards him. Brother Su, you are mistaken. This is definitely not a place for someone like you to stay. Not only is this place shabby, it's also noisy. Brother Su, this way. There is an empty spot to the north. It's much quieter there, and it's definitely a suitable spot for you to train. After all, this auction will last for several days. Brother Su, this way, please. A warm look of welcome appeared on the purple-robed man's face. That was an attitude used only when giving respect to the strong and when treating someone else as an equal. It might seem similar, but anyone with a discerning eye could see the small differences in his actions. Then, I will have to trouble you, Brother Chong. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he smiled and nodded. Under the purple-robed man's lead, they weaved their way through the tribe.
On the way, all the Freezing Sky clan members who saw them would mostly smile and nod towards him, though they still looked quite uncertain about him. This lasted until they reached the northern section of the tribe. The place was indeed much quieter. There were not many tents around the place, and the few that were around were spaced out far in between.
This place will be suitable for you as a training place, Brother Su. If you have anything you need, you can tell me now. If you don't have any now but think of something later, you can search for a patrolling Western Sea Clan disciple. We'll try our best to fulfill your request up to your satisfaction. The purple-robed man smiled and wrapped his fist around his palm to Su Ming.
Thank you, Brother Chong. I'm fine with everything as of now, Su Ming said with a smile.
If that is the case, then I will take my leave for now. I'll have someone send you the pictures of the items that will be auctioned this time. You can take a look at them beforehand. Of course, the items listed here are just a part of the items we will auction off later. There are some that were only recently added to the list by other people, and we haven't found the time to update the list. The purple-robed man smiled and nodded towards Su Ming before he wrapped his fist in his palm to bid farewell. As of then, Ziche had already brought out some skin tents from his storage bag and set them up in an empty spot. There were 2 tents, and they were for Su Ming and Bai Su. He had not felt the need to prepare one for himself. The entrance to Su Ming's tent would be the spot where he would meditate and stand guard. To the north of the tribe was a rather spacious snow plain. In that snow plain was a tent, and within that tent, Su Ming sat on a beast skin spread on top of the snow. The beast skin cut off the cold from the snow, causing the person sitting on it to not feel too cold.
There was a brazier that was roasted to a red shade in the tent. Due to the heat coming from the brazier, the snow on the ground was rapidly melting away. Once the snow inside the tent completely melted, the tent would be filled with warmth. Besides the crackling sounds from the fire burning within the brazier, the entire area was silent. As Su Ming remained seated, a glint appeared in his eyes and the faint traces of a cold smirk could be seen on his lips. He had made the puppet shatter on purpose so that his body, which weighed like a mountain at the moment, would fall on the ground and let out a huge bang. With this method, he could instill fear among the people of Western Sea Clan, which would make them not dare treat him poorly, which was the reason that led to the change of lodging. It was not because Su Ming was being petty and fussing about this matter right down to the smallest detail. Instead, it was because he was no longer just representing himself this time. Most of the time, when he introduced himself, the 9th Summit would be mentioned before his name. He was one of the 9th Summit. His reputation was the 9th Summit's reputation. If he truly stayed in the densely packed and noisy tribe, people would look down on the 9th Summit. This was something Su Ming refused to accept, especially when there was simply not much need for him to keep too much of a low profile within Freezing Sky Clan territory. Besides, there was another reason as to why Su Ming acted this way. He wanted to stun those who harbored animosity towards him, and especially Sima Xian and Tian Lan Meng. During the few days he had been in a contemplative silence after he received the invitation, he came to understand what exactly was going on with this auction. Due to his lack of experience, he still did not possess a monstrous amount of cunning that allowed him to understand things quickly. But if he could not understand what was going on within 2 hours, he could use 4 hours to do so. If 4 hours were not enough, then he would use a day. Hence, after several days went by, Su Ming had come to understand clearly what was going on. Sima Xian might not have played a big part in Su Ming receiving the invitation card, because Su Ming did not think that Sima Xian had the ability to ask Western Sea Clan to help him. Besides, the invitation card asked for the people of the 9th Summit to participate in this auction. After some thinking, Su Ming did not think that there were any traps within the invitation itself. However, if the 9th Summit could receive the invitation, then with Sima Xian's fame, he would definitely attend the auction as well. Tian Lan Meng and the others would undoubtedly come too. That was why Su Ming decided to give up on keeping a low profile. Instead, the moment he stepped into the temporary tribe built by the auction committee, in his own way, he chose to arrogantly announce his arrival as Su Ming of the 9th Summit to all the people there. Surprising Sima Xian was to make sure he did not make any reckless moves because Su Ming did not want to fight in this place. Compared to Sima Xian, he was much more concerned about Sky Mist Shaman Hunt. However, on the off chance that Sima would ignore his expression of goodwill, Su Ming had also provided him with a response right after his act of stomping on the ground. Pardon me. As for Tianlan Meng, Su Ming also wanted to surprise her, but it was for a completely different purpose compared to Sima Xian. Tianlan Meng had a request to ask of him. Hence the stronger Su Ming presented himself before her, the more complicated their relationship would be. By doing so, he could turn that woman into his temporary ally, which would make things easier for Su Ming during this auction. It did not matter whether he ran into danger or was buying things, that woman would become a great help to him. After all, I don't have a lot of stone coins on me. Su Ming stroked his chin and a smile appeared on his face. This was something he did not notice doing. Living in the 9th summit had caused his personality to change slightly without his knowledge. For example, the scheme before he came to Freezing Sky Clan, he would have never thought of it. For another example, one has to remember the loss of his things in Phantom Deus tribe. This was also something Su Ming would have never managed to come up with in the past. All of this happened because he was slowly changed by second senior brother, Hu Zi, and by Xianxia Zi when he came to the 9th summit. As Su Ming continued mulling over what was to come, he suddenly lifted his head. The heat from the brazier in the tent had melted all the snow on the ground. The ground beneath the beast's skin was already toasted until it was pleasantly warm, making seem like it belonged to another world compared to the snow-covered ground outside the tent. Not long after Su Ming lifted his head, someone tapped on the tent, which was followed soon by Zi Che's voice traveling into the tent. Uncle Master, Western Sea Clan has sent the illustrated list of auctioned items. Su Ming waved his right hand, and immediately, the tent flaps were lifted. A cold gust of wind charged into the tent. It was already dark outside, but due to the contrast of the white shade of the snow on the ground, the world outside did not seem too dark, and he could still see snow floating down the ground due to the wind. It was snowing outside. Ziche stood at the entrance respectfully. His hair was covered by snow and he was wearing a long robe. In his hands he held the illustrated list for the auctioned items, which was really a book made of several thick beast skins bound together. Once the tent flaps were lifted, Ziche walked in and placed the illustrated list respectfully before Su Ming. Then he took a few steps backwards. Once he saw that Su Ming did not have any further orders, he turned around and was about to leave. "It's cold outside. I should have asked you to come in and keep warm inside the tent, but your cultivation method is related to the cold. This sort of weather is suitable for your training. I've been observing your power for a long time, and I think there's something lacking in it. I suggest you try listening to the sound of snow." Su Ming did not lift his head up. He simply spoke calmly as he flipped through the pages of the illustrated list made of beast skins. Ziche's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He stood there for a moment as if he had just reached an understanding, then bowed deeply towards Su Ming before he left the tent. A bright light appeared in Su Ming's eyes after he flipped through a few pages on the illustrated list. On that particular page was a cauldron, and some wisps of smoke were drawn above the cauldron. "The nameless, barren cauldron," Su Ming mumbled. Those 4 words were written right on that particular page. There were a few words written by the cauldron's name as a simple description of its origins. The detailed descriptions of its functions were not written down, however. As the barren cauldron is a tribal item from the Great Yu dynasty, that is why all items shaped in the form of a cauldron will contain incredible power, though they are also very rare. This cauldron was taken from a tribe in the land of shamans and was regarded as a sacred item in that tribe. It was later brought to the Berserker tribe and offered to Western Sea Clan. Su Ming stared at the cauldron for a moment before he flipped through the remaining pages in the list. His main target was the cauldron. That was why he did not pay too much attention to the other items, especially since this list did not contain all the items that were going to be auctioned off. There were still some that were not recorded. When Su Ming reached the last page and his eyes fell on it, a look of concentration suddenly appeared in his eyes and he brought that list up to look at that particular page closely. The more he studied it, the more brightly his eyes shone. "This thing is..." A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He was almost certain that this thing was exactly what he thought it to be. That thing was a mountain rock that was taller than a person. It was colorless and transparent.
Yet within the rock was a human-shaped thing that was completely black and looked as if it was sitting inside. That humanoid-shaped thing looked like a real person. It had all 4 limbs, 5 fingers on each hand, a head, and everything else that was characteristic of a human. Su Ming stared at the humanoid-shaped thing's hands, which were placed above its knees. The illustration was a little crude and he could not see too clearly. The details were not that accurately depicted either.
It should be that thing, Su Ming mumbled.
He already had the 9th leg of the 9-legged spider for the welcoming of deities but was missing 2 more materials. If this thing was truly one of them, then he would only need 1 more item before he could create the welcoming of deities, the scale from a python's tail. However, Su Ming remembered that the particular scale was different from a normal python tail scale. There were 3 corners on that scale.
Yet no matter what, if that small person in that mountain rock was what Su Ming needed, then it would be very important for him to get it.
Especially when he remembered that the welcoming of deities was the only medicinal pill out of all the ones he had obtained currently that did not need any offerings on the gates of the strange dimension. This could only mean that it would be incredibly difficult to make this pill. Yet similarly, this also meant that the might of this medicinal pill would reach an unimaginable level, perhaps even surpassing that of spirit plunders. Su Ming stared at the beast's skin page and slowly closed the book.
This auction is very interesting. Su Ming rubbed the center of his brows and entered into deep thought.
Before long, while Su Ming was still immersed in his thoughts, someone suddenly lifted the tent flaps, causing cold air to rush into the tent. Su Ming did not even need to lift up his head to know who it was. There was only person who could come in without Ziche blocking their way. Su Ming, I can't sleep. Bai Su wore a white beast skin blouse with her hair falling down her shoulders. She yawned and moved to Su Ming's side.
Su Ming ignored her and continued staying with his eyes half closed as he thought about the things regarding the auction. Su Ming, you deaf and mute jerk. You're always like this. I can't sleep. You have to talk to me or else I won't let you have your peace. Bai Su glared at him and moved to stand before him.
You're the one who insisted on coming. Su Ming cast a glance at Bai Su calmly. A thought struck Bai Su's head and she said, I don't care. I can't sleep, and I want to go out and look at the snow.
Su Ming looked at Bai Su and asked after a moment of being silent. You want to look at the snow?
That's right. I want to look at the snow. Come with me. Bai Su twirled a few locks of her hair with a finger and smiled at Su Ming. Sky Mist Shaman Hunt is around the corner. It's about time we end this, Su Ming mumbled. Bai Su could not hear his voice, and he was the only one who knew clearly that he needed to make a decision.
All right.
Su Ming stood up and walked towards the entrance of the tent. Once he lifted the flap, he saw the silver land under the night sky. The silver light reflecting off the snow not only made him be unable to see the end of the land, it also gave him a sensation of familiarity.
Let's go, Su Ming said softly. He waved his hand, signaling Ziche, who was about to get up, to not follow him, then walked out with the wind and snow falling on him. Bai Su followed quickly behind him with a smug expression on her face. During these past few months, she had entered that strange dream multiple times. Yet those dreams were blurred out and most of them could not be seen clearly.
She really wanted to know the story of the girl who looked exactly the same as her and who Su Ming had met in the past.
At that moment, she did not know that her unconscious act had caused the Berserker Seed's battle between Su Ming and Sima Xin reach a new height. Sima Xin wanted to leave Bai Su's image in Su Ming's heart and use that familiarity of hers to make a thought blossom in Su Ming's heart. Then he could use his relationship with Bai Su and turn that thought into his Berserker Seed.
Su Ming wanted to do the exact opposite. He wanted to turn Bai Su completely into Bai Ling. He would also pour his entire heart and soul into doing so, and the moment he walked out of this, he would leave no traces of himself behind, just like the wind as it blew past a place. To some people, the wind in the snowstorm sounded like a mournful song echoing through the vastness of the plains. It was so for Bai Su. She pulled the fur around her collar tighter, and her breath came out in white puffs. There were also some who did not register the sound of the wind as if it was mourning. Instead, for them it sounded like someone sighing. That was how Su Ming heard it. He walked on the ground and stepped on the snow. As he listened to the sound of the wind along with the crunching sounds coming underneath his feet, he continued walking forward. The two of them did not walk at a fast pace. Neither did they talk to each other. They simply welcomed the snow and wind in their faces as they gradually walked into the distance. The wind was strong and the snow fell heavily. A lot of it fell from the sky and fell on their shoulders, their clothes, and their hair. You also walked like this in the snowstorm with her in the past, right? After a long while, Bai Su's soft voice reached Su Ming's ears.
You still ask about it. Su Ming did not stop. He simply continued walking, and when he spoke, it sounded as if he was sighing. Shouldn't I have? Bai Su took a few brisk steps forward to walk beside Su Ming before turning her head sideways to look at him.
Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he spoke in a soft voice. Nostalgia appeared in his eyes. She and I walked in this manner many years ago.
Bai Su lowered her head and asked in a whisper, are we really that alike, she and I?
Very, except for a few details. Su Ming's voice drifted in the wind. Is it this thing? Bai Su stopped and brought out 2 items from her bosom. Then right before Su Ming, she placed them on her earlobes. A smile appeared on her lips when she looked at Su Ming, who had turned around to look at her.
The moment Su Ming saw the pair of earrings hanging off Bai Su's ears, he shuddered and a dazed look appeared in his eyes. That pair of earrings was something that belonged solely to Bai Ling in his memories.
Bai Su, standing under the night filled with snow and wind while wearing the earrings as snow floated down between them, threw Su Ming into an absent-minded state. It made him feel as if he had returned to that particular moment at the foot of Dark Mountain, the moment part of those beautiful years in his life. Su Ming, didn't you say that you'll walk in circles with me? A bashful look appeared on Bai Su's face, but she kept her head straight and did not lower it. Instead, she kept her gaze on Su Ming as she spoke softly. The moment she said those words, Bai Su clearly felt that Su Ming had frozen up in the snowstorm. Even his gaze, too, seemed to have frosted over.
When she saw him acting this way, Bai Su became exceedingly pleased with herself. She had been preparing for this day for a very long time.
Just a bit more. Just as Bai Su was feeling pleased with herself, Su Ming closed his eyes and sighed softly. When he opened them once again, his eyes were calm, and he turned around to walk forward. Bai Su widened her eyes, then stomped her feet in a fit of discontentment before quickly catching up with him. At that very moment, in a corner of the temporary tribe built by Western Sea Clan for the auction was a clearly much more extravagant tent among the dozens of tents set up there, and within that tent, Sima Xian suddenly opened his eyes as he sat inside. A hint of surprise shone briefly in his eyes. There's no mistaking this. Just now, for a moment, I felt a berserker seed showing signs of blooming.
That berserker seed is located on the snow plains beyond the tribe. The fluctuations from that berserker seed were so strong that it surpassed those from all my previous berserker children. That person is definitely Su Ming.
Bai Su, whether I succeed or fail now depends entirely on you.
Sima Xian had originally given up on using Bai Su to plant a berserker seed in Su Ming. He had thought that it would be very difficult to succeed. That was why he had instigated the incident with Zi Che and wanted to use Northern Frontier to kill Su Ming.
However, he did not expect that the matter would end that way. Towards Bai Su, he only felt deep regret and hate, but he did not dare offend her. After all, he still needed her help to enter Freezing Sky Cave. Quite some time had passed by and he had still received no news about it, but no news was also a form of hope for him. He had originally made up his mind that if he still had not obtained the right to enter Freezing Sky Cave before Sky Miss Shaman Hunt and Su Ming had also not become his berserker child, then he would need to join Sky Miss Shaman Hunt and obtain those shaman heads first. Yet, if he could just manage to achieve one of those things, then he would not need to join the battle. He could instead focus all his attention on making preparations to enter Heaven Gate. The sudden signs of the blossoming seed this night made Sima Xian's heart instantly jump in joy.
He stood up and lifted the tent flaps. As he looked at the world in the distance, excitement and anticipation appeared in his eyes.
Bai Su, you are my destined wife. If you help me make this happen, then I will swear right now that I will marry you. Sima Xian mumbled and clenched his fists. Once he took a few deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down before he once again sat down on the snow.
Su Ming continued walking on the plain of snow in the snowstorm. Once Baisu caught up to him, still feeling discontented, she would occasionally glare at him, fuming as various thoughts raced in her head. At that moment, she did not know that Sima Xian was gazing at that particular spot from the tribe not too far away, waiting anxiously. Time trickled by and it was soon midnight. The moonlight was scattered due to the snow floating down from the sky. Yet in an instant, the light would merge together once again, making others feel like their eyes were playing tricks on them. It's late. If you have nothing else to do, go back. Su Ming's footsteps faltered and he turned around to look at Baisu. Baisu was silent. She did not speak. Su Ming returned to the path he originally came from and walked down that way as the wind and snow blew in the air. Su Ming! Baisu suddenly called out as she stood there. The instant Su Ming turned around to look, Baisu quickly walked forward and hugged him, burying her head in his chest. Su Ming was silent for a while before he lifted his arms and held Baisu's shoulders. She lifted her head and looked at him. There was a complicated look and a hidden meaning that could not be described in her eyes as she stared at him. If we continue walking in the snow like this, will we walk until our heads turn white? Baisu mumbled softly and her voice sounded as if it had traveled through time. When it fell into Su Ming's ears, grief appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Sima Xian trembled where he was seated in his tent at the corner of the tribe. Excitement shone in his eyes, and it was so bright it could rival the light from the moon. His heart raced against his chest. He could feel that the aura of the berserker seed was growing stronger in the snow plains in the distance. Just a little more and it would be complete. That feeling not only made him excited, it also made him feel like throwing his head and laughing towards the sky. Su Ming, you might be getting stronger day by day, but you're just too confident in yourself. Baisu's heart will always lie with me. She will fulfill my desires just as I have asked her to. You are still going to end up becoming my berserker child. Sima Xian stared at the snow plains in the distance with excitement and waited. On the snow plains, Su Ming stared at Baisu as her voice echoed in his ears. The grief in his eyes became stronger and he closed his eyes quietly. The complicated look on Baisu's face became more prominent. As she stared at him, hesitation and uncertainty rose within her. Let this end, Baisu. You are not her. Don't make things difficult for yourself anymore. Su Ming's hoarse voice fell into her ears. He opened his eyes and grief could be seen along with pity within them. He lifted his right hand and in his palm was a fistful of snow. Place it in your hand and let it melt. When the snow turns into water, you will still be you, and you will not be her. Baisu stared at the snow in Su Ming's palm blankly. After a long while, for a reason she did not even know herself, and as if she was controlled by some supernatural force, she whispered softly, Su Ming, do you still remember our promise? The moment she said those words, Su Ming's hand visibly trembled. But you didn't fulfill our promise. Baisu mumbled, then took a few steps away and looked at Su Ming. The snow in Su Ming's palm had melted into water. He stared at Baisu, and with a bitter smile, he nodded his head. When Baisu saw Su Ming acting this way, she suddenly felt a sharp stab of pain in her heart and found herself unable to face him. She staggered backwards and moved further and further away right until she could no longer see him in her eyes. Within the tribe, Sima Xian's laughter rose into the air. He stood in his tent with an ecstatic look that could not be hidden away under his excitement. He could distinctly sense that the berserker seed in the snow plains had successfully formed. He could even feel a faint connection between him and that seed. That connection gave him a feeling that with just one thought, he could determine whether that berserker seed lived or died. Su Ming, in the end you still ended up as my berserker seed. As Sima Xian laughed loudly, he walked out of his tent and moved towards the snow plains. He wanted to see how Su Ming looked right now with his own eyes. While on the way there, Sima Xian suddenly stopped, because he saw Baisu staggering forward on that snow plain as if she had just lost her soul. With joy flowing within him, Sima Xian walked towards Baisu. Su'er, I'm sorry to have made you suffer. Sima Xian was just about to hug Baisu, but she instinctively moved away from his embrace. There was a complicated expression on her face and she remained silent. I originally wanted to go and meet my new berserker child, Su Ming, but you're more important than him. I'll stay by your side and have him come greet us. Sima Xian was far too excited and hence did not bother with how Baisu looked right then. Instead, in his mind, he gave the order for that berserker seed to come to them. Yet the moment he gave that order, Sima Xian's expression started changing gradually, from that joyful excitement to uncertainty, then from uncertainty to puzzlement, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. Su Ming was sitting on the snow plain as he looked at the snow falling from the sky. There was not a hint of grief on his face, only a calmness that seemed like the still water in an ancient well. He shook his head gently. Bai Ling, I gave her a chance, and this was her choice. From now onwards, no matter how much she looks like you, even if she's so much like you that she has turned into you, she will not be able to affect my heart. It has ended, along with my very first change of heart. Su Ming lowered his head and with a wave of his right hand the drawing board appeared. A long time had passed since the change had begun, and now, for the first time ever since, he turned that board over, then looked at the figure of himself and the grass he had drawn under his feet. In Su Ming's eyes, the picture on the drawing board changed. The picture of himself in the drawing lifted his foot, and the grass ensnaring his foot was shaken free as he did so. Then he walked over it just like a gust of wind that left no traces behind. As the picture changed, an aura characteristic of a transformation abruptly spread out from within Su Ming. His hair floated in the wind and an aged look that seemed to have seen through something in the world appeared in his eyes. At that moment, the snow around him also seemed to be moving towards him. For the first time ever, in the picture of the blood moon and dark mountain on his body, snow started falling down. The picture of the snow-covered blood moon and dark mountain. As snow appeared on the berserker mark on his body, that aura of transformation became stronger. The berserker mark under Su Ming's robes started swimming all over his body as if it had come alive. A whirlwind spread out from within his body and blew away the snow around him in all directions. Su Ming's hair moved without wind, and gradually the black shade of his hair started changing, gaining a purple hue. Compared to the white snow, that purple shade gave off an alluring feeling, along with an indescribable mysteriousness. The five-peaked dark mountain started letting off a dim light on Su Ming's face, like a totem, and on his chest, a layer of snow gradually gathered on the grass, trees, and houses in the tribe under Dark Mountain. The blood moon appeared in the sky within the berserker mark. That blood moon was Su Ming's right eye, even if he had both his eyes closed at the moment. The red glare shining brilliantly like the moon in his right eye could not be hidden away. There was also snow falling down in that berserker mark, and it looked real. It was as if it had existed within the mark since the beginning. But only then did Su Ming have the right to obtain it and have it revealed to the world. When the snow appeared in the berserker mark, and at the instant the picture of the snow-covering blood moon and dark mountain was formed, Su Ming opened his eyes. Right as he did so, a mighty presence shot out from the blood moon in his right eye. He spread out his arms to his sides. "Dark Mountain," he mumbled, and his voice fused with the moaning sounds in the wind and snow. No one could hear his words clearly, but the moment his voice echoed in the air, the sky above him started distorting, and a gigantic mountain from Su Ming's memories appeared in the sky. It was a majestic mountain, a mountain that was formed of 5 summits connected together. The 5 summits looked like 5 fingers on a giant's hand that were spread wide apart as if it wanted to break through space itself. This time, the manifested dark mountain looked incredibly real and did not even have a hint suggesting that it was an illusion. It was as if it had existed in this place since the beginning of time, and as if it should exist there. The moment Dark Mountain appeared, an incredible sorrow spread around Su Ming. In all the places that the sorrow visited, the wind and snow came to a standstill. In all the parts it passed by, the earth trembled. In all the directions it went to, the weather changed. Not too far away, in the tribe set up by Western Sea Clan for the auction were a dozen-something swordship hybrids that were stuck into the ground like swords. Several old men could be found sitting within each of them. Yet at that moment, at that very instant, almost all the old men opened their eyes, and with gazes shining as brilliantly as lightning, they stared at the spot where Su Ming was. What a berserker mark! Who is that child? Xianxia Zi's disciple. It's just a normal mountain mark, and he can already cause the weather to change. By the looks of it, that berserker mark is definitely not as simple as it looks. There must be something else.
Dozens of divine wills reverberated in each of the dozen swordship hybrids. Su Ming's actions had caught the attention of the powerful berserkers, who came to the land of freezing sky from Western Sea Clan. Silence! As these people communicated with each other using their divine wills, one chilling divine will that only they could sense and no one else would be able to hear swept through their minds like a typhoon. It's just the berserker mark of a small fry in the transcendence realm, and you lot are already acting this way?
Clan Elder Hai, you are wrong. You must have seen that this child is a divine general and his berserker mark is definitely of the complex sort. He has just shown the mountain mark and the effects of that mark are already shocking. Is a prodigy of this caliber not worthy of our attention?
Once that chilling divine will swept through the area, another divine will that was clearly of the same level as the one previously shot out from another one of those sword ships and reverberated through the air. That chilling divine will let out a cold snort.
Even if it's complicated. Yet before this divine will could finish speaking, his words faltered and the sound he made after that one little pause was filled with surprise.
The source of his surprise was the word that came out of Su Ming's mouth, who had his arms outstretched as he sat right in the middle of the whirlwind that lifted the snow and swept it all around him on the snow plain. Tribe! The moment the word tribe fell out of his mouth, like a scroll painting that was being opened under the gigantic dark mountain in the sky, a dark mountain tribe filled with its trees and houses appeared in the sky with an astonishingly imposing manner,
and in a way that would make all those who understood berserker marks feel shocked to the core. Right then, if anyone lifted their heads up to look, they would not be able to tell where was the sky and where the earth. They would feel as if they were looking at a mirage. Yet those plants, those houses, and all the other things looked so real that they could not be described with words.
In a corner of the tribe in the distance where the Western Sea Clan auction would be held, Tianlan Meng walked out from her tent with a fur robe she had just put on. She stood outside her tent and her beautiful eyes shone with a curious glint. As she looked at the dark mountain in the sky and the vivid dark mountain tribe, she became stupefied. This is his berserker mark.
More people walked out of the tents set up around Tianlan Meng's and looked at the sky. The sorrow in the air was felt clearly by all the berserkers in the area. More importantly, that sorrow did not disappear as soon as it came. Instead, as time passed by, it grew stronger. In the temporary tribe, all the people who came to attend the auction walked out of their tents and looked at the sky.
Most of these people came from freezing sky, and some among these people had witnessed the battle between Su Ming and Sima Xian, and had also seen Su Ming revealing his berserker mark during that time. The moment they saw the strange sight in the sky, they immediately let out cries of surprise. This is Su Ming's berserker mark.
There's no mistaking this. I remember that mountain and that tribe under the mountain. Only Su Ming has that berserker mark in the entire Freezing Sky clan.
This is Su Ming's berserker mark.
Uproars broke out within the tribe and grew increasingly louder. As the people passed the information they knew to the others while keeping their gazes fixed on the sky, a person in black clothes stood outside an ordinary-looking tent inside the tribe. His face was calm and he did not even lift his head. It was as if no matter what happened around him, nothing could catch his interest. He only stood there in silence and waited for the order that would come from the tent behind him. If Su Ming was there, he would be able to tell with just one glance that there were some similarities between this man and Ziche in some of their actions because they were the same sort of people.
Interesting.
Uncle Chin, I didn't expect that there would be someone like this in Freezing Sky clan. A voice with a hint of laughter traveled out from the tent.
The moment that voice spoke, a gust of wind blew past and lifted the snow on the ground along with a corner of the tent. That gust of wind saw everything that was inside the tent before it disappeared within, never coming out again. That tent did not seem big on the outside, but it was enormous inside, as big as a palace. There were a dozen-something men dressed in black clothes just like the person outside the tent standing around quietly. These people had their heads lowered and stood like statues, but within each of them, a presence that had surpassed that of transcendence and belonged to those within the bone sacrifice realm could be felt. There were even some whose aura was so strong that even a normal berserker in the bone sacrifice realm would find it hard to compare. At the center of the tent that contained another dimension in itself was a table and a young man wearing a green long robe with a black dragon stitched on it taking a sip from the wine cup in his hands. That young man did not seem old, but in his eyes, even as he blinked, was an intimidating pressure, and he had a unique temperament. That temperament was one that only belonged to those who stood above everyone else. With just one word, he could cause disaster to fall on the entire land.
With just one word, he could make a countless number of tribes turn to ashes. With just one word, half of South Morning would go to battle for him. That was the bearing of those who held supremacy over all people.
Even if that temperament was not too strong and seemed as if it was just starting to form, it was already slowly building up. Perhaps one day, he would be able to announce himself right before the entire land of South Morning with that presence. Second young lord, this person's status is rather unique. He belongs to Freezing Sky Clan, but at the same time not. An old voice spoke from before the young man. On the other side of the table was a white-haired old man who was drinking with the young man.
That old man's voice was hoarse, and he wore a long white robe as he sat there. There were 8 white clouds embroidered on his sleeves.
If there was anyone from Freezing Sky Clan familiar with Heaven Gate who saw those 8 white clouds, they would definitely feel shocked and immediately kneel down in worship, because those 8 white clouds meant that this person belonged to Heaven Gate's 8th layer. There were 9 continents on Heaven Gate, and the 8th continent had an incredibly high rank among them. Those who could live there were people who could make the entire freezing sky tremble when they walked out and stomped on the ground. Oh! The young man placed the wine cup in his hands down and looked at the old man with a smile. At that moment, besides the crowd and the temporary tribe built by Western Sea Clan keeping a close eye on the strange sight in the sky, there was one more person who stood on the snow plain outside the tribe Xianxia, whose expression had drastically changed due to that sorrow from Su Ming enveloping his body. He grabbed onto Bai Su, as if he was hysterical, and roared madly with bloodshot eyes.
I already succeeded, so why did this happen?
Tell me, why did this happen? Xianxia could not accept this reality. The thing which he had desired for a long time and even succeeded in obtaining had just taken a turn for the worse. This was something he was absolutely not prepared for.
It would have been fine if he had never obtained it in the first place, but he did just moments ago. This sort of feeling of having something he had just obtained forcefully snatched out of his hands made Xianxia unable to control his own actions. Bai Su's face was pale. Sharp pain traveled from her arms, which were held in a tight grip by Xianxia. Yet the physical pain was nothing compared to the pain her heart felt as it was ripped apart.
She looked at Xianxia and gave him a broken smile. All of a sudden, she saw through this man. This handsome and forever gentle big brother Sima of hers was now like a clown. Besides raging in madness, he did not seem to have the courage to do anything else.
This is impossible.
This is absolutely impossible. Xianxia sensed the sorrow, saw the dark mountain and the tribe in the sky, and even felt Su Ming's aura growing rapidly stronger. This made him so deeply regretful he almost went mad.
He was regretful, deeply regretful.
He regretted that he did not do everything that he could in the past and kill Su Ming beforehand, so that he would not have been able to enter Freezing Sky Clan.
He was regretful, but no matter how much he thought about it, the only chance to regret was during the first time he fought against him. Besides that one time, he could not find any other chance where he could have fought back against Su Ming. During the first time they met in Freezing Sky Clan, the two of them had battled to the extreme, but even if Xianxia wanted to kill Su Ming, he was prevented from doing so.
Even if he had forcefully attacked him, not only would he not succeed, he would also have brought a great disaster on his own head. He had not understood this at that time, but right then, with his understanding towards the 9th summit, he knew what would happen to him incredibly clearly from experience. After all, he was one of the few people who knew the entire event of what had happened in Northern Frontier Tribe. Xianxia, you're hurting me. Just as Xianxia was trapped in his own madness, an aloof voice traveled into his ears. That voice belonged to Bai Su, and she was looking at Xianxia coldly. She had seen through this person. In truth, she should have seen through him a long time ago, but she did not want to. She had been blinded by a veil called love.
Right until she met Su Ming, and through the bits of contact she had with him that accumulated through time, that veil slowly changed color, gradually allowing her to recover her senses and slowly letting her wake up from Xianxia. Yet at that time, she was still caught in a half-asleep state. She was uncertain and did not know what to do, did not know how to make her own decisions. Only when she left Su Ming and stood before Xianxia did she suddenly wake up fully.
As she woke up, a pain as if her heart was torn apart caused her face to turn pale. Hidden underneath that cold gaze, Sima Xian saw deep regret.
Su Ming and Sima Xian. Two different people, two different experiences.
The fact that Sima Xian could become a prodigy and have the world at his beck and call for so many years meant that he was not some common person. Even if he was caught in this indescribable rage and madness, he could still force all of these emotions down in an instant. However, this rage did not disappear and only became stronger.
Because if the berserker child was not planted with the seed, he would be uninjured, but if the seed was planted and something like the situation with Su Ming happened, then to Sima Xian it was practically a disaster that would completely ruin him. Berserker seed's backlash. There was even a high possibility that he might turn into Su Ming's berserker seed. Even if he did not know the great art of heartless berserker seed, Su Ming could still obtain his one and only berserker seed.
To Su Ming, this one and only berserker seed would just be a gust of wind in his life. But to Sima Xian, if this really came to be, then it would mean his entire life. This was just a possibility. Sima Xian had no idea what sort of change would happen. But it was precisely because he did not know that he was afraid. He was so terrified he went mad. Su, I lost control of myself. Sima Xian let go of Bai Su's shoulders with a pale face. When he remembered what he just did, he was assaulted with regret once again. Bai Su might have failed, but this girl was still useful to him. In fact, it could even be said that she was one of the very few methods for him to save himself. Su, let me see your father. Ask him to help me. When Sima Xian spoke and saw the chill in Bai Su's eyes, his heart sank. Su, I was in the wrong just now, but you don't understand why I did that. Once Su Ming's power increases this time and he completes the process, I will die. This is the first time I failed using the great art of heartless berserker seed, and the results for it are far too dreadful for me to even think of. Perhaps, from now onwards, I can only become a puppet for Su Ming. Su, it's because of this that I lost control of myself. Bai Su was silent. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she closed her eyes. The moment she closed her eyes, killing intent appeared briefly in Sima Xian's eyes, but he immediately hid it. He turned around and looked in the direction where Su Ming was, at the spot where that sorrow spreading out was the strongest.
There's still one more way. I have to use this chance and kill Su Ming. Once I kill him, then all of this will be settled.
But Sima Xian hesitated. Before the incident with Northern Frontier, he still had an ounce of confidence in killing Su Ming. But what had happened there made him understand clearly that there was a difference between him and Su Ming.
He did not have the confidence that he could win against Su Ming, especially right before both Western Sea Clan and Freezing Sky Clan.
If he fought against Su Ming here, then what awaited him would be an incredibly severe punishment. Even if he managed to kill Su Ming, then besides that severe punishment, he would also have to face the Ninth Summit's madness. With this punishment and madness on his head, even if Sima Xian betrayed Freezing Sky Clan, he would have no place in the land of South Morning, unless he escaped to the shaman tribe. What should I do? What should I do? Sima Xian trembled and despair appeared in his eyes. Take this and go back to Freezing Sky Clan, then offer it under Heaven Gate. My father's disciples will receive you. Sima Xian, this will be the last time I help you. From now onwards, don't bother me anymore. Bai Su opened her eyes and brought out a wooden slip which she threw on the ground. Then she turned around and walked into the distance. Her back showed desolation, loneliness, a deeply rooted regret, and at the same time, freedom.
She wanted to go and see Su Ming, but she bit her bottom lip. Even if she broke through the skin and blood started flowing down, she would still not have the courage to face him. She could only choose to leave dispirited. When she came, she had been laughing and talking to Su Ming happily, occasionally looking at him with mischief on her face, and when she left, she did so dejected and miserable as if she had lost her heart, her soul. Like an injured little beast, she wanted to be alone and lick her wounds quietly. She knew that she made a mistake that would not be forgiven. Thank goodness that mistake did not leave behind an irreparable damage to that person who appeared in her heart right now.
In the wind and snow, she left with her head bent down. Behind her, the tribe and dark mountain in the sky had become a shocking sight to behold. Su Ming's voice echoed within the windstorm caused by the whirlwind on the snow plain. Blood moon. It was almost day. The sky should have been dark, but due to the light shining on the snow, the world only seemed blurry, not dark. As Su Ming's words rang, in the sky above Dark Mountain, a blood moon manifested seemingly at the highest point of the sky. As the blood moon appeared, the sorrowful feeling became much stronger, and as it spread out, it turned into a windstorm that shook the skies and moved the earth. An aura that became increasingly stronger gathered around Su Ming, and it only continued to grow, continued to become stronger. Ziche stood several thousands of feet away from Su Ming and endured that mighty pressure, but he was still continuously pushed backwards. He forced himself to back down slower. He wanted to stay in the place and protect the Su Ming right now. He might not have seen by Su and did not know what had happened that caused such a change in Su Ming, but he knew that he himself was a part of the Ninth Summit, and Su Ming was a disciple of the Ninth Summit. That was enough. As Su Ming's presence grew increasingly stronger, the divine wills inside the dozen-something swordship hybrids within the temporary tribe built for Western Sea Clan's auction once again spoke to each other. What a berserker mark! He can at least be considered a prodigy, but how could he choose to break through right outside Western Sea Clan? Does he really think that we won't dare to attack him? Clan Elder Hai, don't be reckless. That child is Xianxia's disciple. Xianxia? That crazy lunatic? I've never met him before. I would have let this slide if you didn't mention it, but now that you have, I'd like to see just how powerful this Xianxia is. That sullen divine will turned into a sharp whistle that very few people could hear and charged out of the tribe. Like a bolt of lightning, it flew towards the windstorm caused by Su Ming with a rumble. His divine will was like a sharp sword that wanted to split the windstorm in two, then kill Su Ming, who was within it, with one strike. Almost the moment this person's divine will charged out, noticed by very few people in the tribe, the white-haired old man sitting by the table in the ordinary-looking tent with the black-robed people standing quietly inside spoke languidly to the young man before him. Because he is part of the Ninth Summit. The moment he said the final word, his expression suddenly changed and he lifted his head swiftly. Right then, the young man also frowned, and that action caused his domineering might to be revealed. When these two people noticed it, that sharp sword that was formed from the divine will had already cut through the snow plain and appeared outside the windstorm caused by Su Ming. It was about to cut down that windstorm. Yet right then, a wild voice from a divine will that sounded as if it had appeared seemingly out of thin air and seemingly from the world located far in the distance, though it actually came from within the Ninth Summit on freezing Sky Clan's great frozen plains, came rushing forth with a thunderous roar like a tidal wave. Bloody hell, which of you brats had the guts to attack my disciple? I'll kill your tribe. I'll kill your entire clan. I'll kill all of your reincarnations. That voice was filled with an indescribable imperiousness. The moment it spoke, it caused the divine will sword that was about to cut to tremble viciously and shatter with a bang as if it was attacked by the voice. Right as it shattered, the scattered divine will instantly fell backwards with an absolutely terrified air. The murderous aura within the voice shook the sky and earth. As it reverberated in the air, the murderous aura enveloped that retreating and scattered divine will once again, and absolutely crushed it. A faint, shrill cry rang out. At the same time, a red-haired old man trembled within one of the swordships in the tribe. He opened his eyes swiftly and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale and even his hair started withering away rapidly. In the blink of eye, he became bald. More alarming was the fact that once his hair fell off, his flesh also started withering away rapidly. In the span of a breath, he turned into a person of only skin and bones. If it was not for a piercing bright light shining from the jade on his chest that had the sun rising from the sea horizon carved on it, he would have certainly died. Cracking sounds echoed in the air and the jade shattered once it neutralized the power brought by that attack. Once it shattered, the old man coughed out blood once more. A look as if he had just narrowly escaped death appeared in his eyes, and his face was filled with fear and shock. Just a moment ago, there was no doubt that he was already halfway through death's door. Xianxia, the old man shuddered. Xianxia's voice could not be heard by everyone. It made of the divine will. Only those who had reached a certain level of power could sense it, so only limited few people in this tribe could hear it.
Once that old man who wanted to hurt Su Ming was punished for his actions by nearly dying, no other divine will appeared within those dozen-something swordships. They were all deathly silent.
Within the tribe, in the ordinary-looking tent protected by the men in black robes, a surprised glint appeared in the eyes of the young man with a black dragon embroidered on his robe, and his breathing quickened.
Xianxia?
It's him. The old man sitting right in front of the young man smiled wryly and nodded his head.
If I can have such a powerful person serving me. When the young man uttered the final word in his sentence, he shook his head and took a big swig from his wine cup.
Second young master, don't think about this anymore. That's impossible. As one of the 3 most powerful berserkers in the land of South Morning, he will definitely not join in the battle between the big tribes. Of the 3 great berserkers, besides Guru Long Li, who is known to the world and currently staying in Western Sea Clan, very few people know about the other 2. And even if they know them, they would definitely not spread the news. Because powerful berserkers like these have the right to choose the way they want to live, such as Senior Xianxia. His personality is weird and he's occasionally crazy. There are less than 10 people who know about his true identity in Freezing Sky Clan, and even within the great tribe of Freezing Sky, only those who have the blood of the elder like you are allowed to know this secret after becoming adults. That is why many of the disciples and outsiders have their own assumptions regarding his identity, but most of them are negative. We wouldn't dare reveal his identity either, or else once he leaves Freezing Sky Clan, it'll be difficult for us to get him back, the old man said with a wry smile.
His disciples don't know about it as well? The young man was surprised. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said softly, besides, that person from the Ninely tribe, the other disciples shouldn't know about this. A glint appeared in the young man's eyes. He immersed himself in his thoughts for a moment before he looked at the old man.
Invite that person called Su Ming to join Western Sea Clan's secret auction after the official auction. I will pay for whatever he wants to buy.
But if your older brother learns of this?
I'm just making a friend. I sincerely want to befriend Su Ming and I'm not asking for his help. Are people actually going to stop me from making friends now? The young man smiled, but there was a chilling glare in his eyes when he looked at the old man.
The old man was silent for a moment before he nodded his head.
When I was still a child, I heard of the battle thousands of years ago between the 3 great berserkers and the shaman's great patriarch. The young man mumbled, and fascination appeared in his eyes. Outside, the windstorm continued howling on the snow plain, only growing stronger. At its center, Su Ming could also feel his own aura increasing. Snowstorm, he mumbled. The instant he uttered that one word, an endless amount of snow appeared around in the sky around Dark Mountain, the tribe, and the blood moon.
That snow seemed to have fused together with the snow that had originally been in the area until they could not be told apart from each other. Once they fit together perfectly, the scene that appeared in the sky was the picture of the snow-covered blood moon and Dark Mountain. The moment the picture was revealed, Su Ming lifted his head and let out a long howl towards the sky. The aura within him increased exponentially and his blood started circulating rapidly within him. The power of awakening started rising in an astonishing manner. As it rose, cracking sounds came from within Su Ming's body as if his flesh and blood were being pressed down and his bones were rubbing against each other. That power increased until eventually a loud bang sounded in Su Ming's head.
The moment it did so, Su Ming broke through the middle stage of the awakening realm and went into the later stage.
Almost the second he arrived at the later stage of the awakening realm, the picture of the snow-covered blood moon and Dark Mountain in the sky charged toward him like a scroll painting that was dragged into the windstorm. Then as it twisted in the air,
it flew towards Su Ming along with the windstorm.
The mountain mark was on his face, the red moon in his eye, the tribe on his chest, and the snow flew around his entire body.
At that moment, Su Ming's power increased once again. The piece of berserker bone he had obtained from Han Mountain's ancestor in the past started melting rapidly within his body.
A power that belonged to those in the berserker tribe spread out and turned into the power of awakening realm belonging to Su Ming. It fused with his chi, and as his heart pounded strongly against his chest, it spread into every part of his body.
Along with the completion of his berserker mark, Su Ming's body experienced an earth-shaking change. He became stronger while still retaining his original physical form.
His power continued rising, and just when he arrived at the later stage of the awakening realm, he shot straight into the peak of the later stage. There was only a little more before he could attain great completion in the awakening realm. Su Ming had a strong feeling that if he closed that small distance and attained completion in the awakening realm, then he could try and conquer that realm that belonged only to those who were powerful bone sacrifice. He would need to refine a piece of his spine into the true berserker bone. The berserker bone that only belonged to the ancients and would only appear through atavism. Only when he managed to refine such a bone could he be seen as to have reached the bone sacrifice realm. If the day came when he could turn all his bones into the ancients' bones, then even if he could not split apart heaven and earth and pluck the stars, moon, and sun from the sky, his physical abilities would still be enough for him to have the wind and clouds at his beck and call. If he could take one more step and become one of the few who, through great difficulty, reached the Berserker Soul realm after attaining great completion in the Bone Sacrifice realm, then he could call himself as one of the truly powerful Berserkers in the Berserker tribe. It was a long road, but Su Ming longed for it. Su Ming swiftly opened his eyes and the Berserker mark covering his entire body glowed. But as calmness filled his eyes, there was also a hint of pity hidden underneath. He had tried, but he fell slightly short of that step that would take him to reach great completion in the awakening realm. He could not cross over and could only stay in the later stage of the awakening realm while endlessly accumulating his power. I know what's missing. Su Ming stood up silently. The instant he stood up, the windstorm around him disappeared and the world returned to its original state. Snow continued falling from the sky. This time, when Su Ming stood up, he did not rely on the puppet beast but his own legs. As his power increased, his physical body strength also increased exponentially. The 16 ice hoops could no longer limit his movements. Life is missing from my berserker mark. The tribe is empty, but I don't have the ability to draw the people who belong there. I need the song played by the Sun in my memories to envelop my berserker mark and bring me to find the path back to my home. Su Ming closed his eyes. The memory of Xianxia bringing him to that peaceful tribe surfaced in his mind. He also remembered the blind, old Sun maker in the tribe who could no longer see light. I should find time and retrieve my Sun. Su Ming mumbled and swatted away the snow on his body before walking back towards Western Sea Clan's tribe in the distance. Ziche ran forth from thousands of feet away. When he saw Su Ming, the worry on his face faded away. When Su Ming nodded at him with a smile, he followed behind and walked slowly back to the tribe with him. When the two of them reached the tribe and walked in, almost all the people stood outside their tribes and looked towards Su Ming at the same time. There were no words, neither were there a lot of actions taken. But when those gazes fell on Su Ming, all of the people lowered their heads. Su Ming walked past them calmly and did not stop. He went to his tent, bent his back, and walked in. The night went by. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the moment Su Ming entered the tent, the sun started rising in the distance. A new day had arrived. Wind blew past the land and lifted the snow, sweeping it through the tribe. This day would be the first day of the auction held by Western Sea Clan. After resting for 2 hours in his tent, Chang'e came to Su Ming's tent with a rather courteous bearing, along with well-hidden complicated feelings, and personally escorted Su Ming to the auction hall. Congratulations, Brother Su. Your power has improved. Even with my power in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm, I still feel somewhat pressured when I stand before you. Chang'e walked beside Su Ming and spoke as he wrapped his fist in his palm to Su Ming. Su Ming smiled faintly and wrapped his fist to return the salute, but he did not choose to provide too many explanations. Ziche followed behind silently. However, his eyes would occasionally scan through the surroundings with caution hidden within his gaze. The three of them soon reached the easternmost part of the tribe. There was a large building there. It was built in the form of a ring and looked incredibly majestic. It should be able to accommodate several thousands of people within. Right in the center was a circular-shaped platform. That spot should be the place where the items would be brought out to be auctioned. There were ring-shaped stages around that platform. Except for the top layer, which was divided into several individual rooms, the other layers underneath were decorated with several tables and chairs that surrounded the platform. There were already quite some people who were sitting there and waiting for the auction to begin. The place bubbled with noise.
Occasionally, someone would enter and sometimes, someone would move from their seats to search for their friends to talk. There were also quite a number of Western Sea clan disciples patrolling around the place and looking at all the people who came forth with aloof gazes. The auction is about to start. Brother Su, this way please. Clan Elder by Zhong Hai reserved the 9th room at the top layer specifically for you, Chang Yi said respectfully. His respect was born not just because of the pressure brought by Su Ming after his power increased, but also because of the piece of news he received just this morning. Clan Elder Hai sent word to leave a room at the top layer empty for Su Ming. It had to be stated that there were not many rooms in the top layer to begin with, and they were reserved for the powerful berserkers in the Berserker Soul Realm. Normal people would not be able to step inside. Besides, the rooms in the top layer were originally filled. That 9th room was only built just this morning. For one person they built an additional room. This thing was something that was difficult to imagine for Chang Yi. Su Ming might not be from the same clan as he, but he still needed to be more courteous and respectful towards him. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but he did not decline having the room. He nodded his head, and under Chang Yi's lead, he went to the top layer and entered the 9th room. Once he entered the room, Su Ming saw an incredibly beautiful woman with an alluring body and shapely curves standing up from a chair in the room. She smiled at him, and that one smile was flirtatious and filled with a unique charm. I am Zishan, and my master is Hai Yun Lai. By the orders of my master, I have come to provide you with the explanations towards the items that will be auctioned. A barely noticeable crease appeared between Su Ming's brows. He did not know what happened yesterday night, but he could tell that the man named Hai was slightly odd. He left Su Ming a room for his own and also arranged his own disciple to come forth to provide explanations and serve him. It was pretty puzzling for someone of Clan Elder Hai Dongzong's status to do such a thing. It was either that he had other plans or he had a request to make of Su Ming. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he asked unhurriedly, "Is this all?" Su Ming had already become more mature and was no longer the boy from Dark Mountain who had been ignorant of everything around him. The change in his tribe, waking up in the land of South Morning, rising in status in Han Mountain City, the trip to the land of the shamans, and everything he went through in Freezing Sky had led to Su Ming's intelligence continuously becoming more well-rounded at a speed as if he was going through one transformation after another. Even if he was still not as cunning as monsters, he was no longer a greenhorn. Take this situation for an example. If it was his past self when he was still in Dark Mountain, he would definitely have chosen to ask what these people wanted right in their faces. If it was his past self when he had just arrived in Han Mountain City after the change in his tribe, he would have made a different choice. There was a high possibility that he would have gone for a second, less preferable choice, and backed out of the room once he saw it and the woman before him. He would then have searched for a corner and joined the auction from there, crushing all their plans by remaining in solitude. Yet now, as Su Ming gained more experience, his choice changed once again. He did not choose to ask for the answer, neither did he choose to leave alone and remain in solitude. Instead, he chose to use another method. By acting as if he was extorting something from them, he could discover what the problem was by their expressions, their eyes, and other minor details, and from there, he could make his decision. Brother Su, what do you mean? The woman with the alluring body, whose voice sounded like orchids, Zishan, smiled beautifully with a calm expression even after she heard Su Ming's words. Su Ming did not answer her. He simply cast a calm glance at the woman before he turned around and walked past the stunned Chang Yi, who was standing behind him after he led Su Ming into the room. Judging by his actions, Su Ming wanted to leave the 9th room. Ziche followed silently by his side. At that moment, a glint appeared in Zishan's eyes. She did not immediately speak, but when Su Ming was halfway out of the room and looked as if he really intended to leave, her voice traveled faintly into his ears. Am I like a ferocious beast that you chose to leave right after you saw me? Her voice was very pleasant to the ears and made her sound pitiful. There was also a certain melodic quality to her voice, making others want to continue listening to it, but Su Ming was not one of them. With one step, he moved out of the room completely and walked forward without even turning back. When he was 3 to 5 steps away from the room, Zishan's voice came once again from within. Brother Su, please wait. Of course this isn't everything. As an apology, my master said you may choose one of the items that will be auctioned off this time and my master will buy it for you. As Zishan spoke, she walked out of the room and smiled at Su Ming. That smile on her face was so beautiful that it could make hearts race against chests. At the very least, it made Chang'e look rather uncomfortable. Su Ming stopped. With a smile on his face, he turned around and met Zishan's gaze. Then he walked towards the room. Zishan intentionally moved half a step back, and once Su Ming entered the room, he sat down on the chair by the side. Ziche stood behind him silently, like a block of wood. Even if he had his eyes closed, his awareness of his surroundings did not go down. Almost all his attention was poured into every single minute sign of movement around them. Zishan closed the door to the room and strutted inside. She sat down across from Su Ming, and once her beautiful eyes sized up Ziche, who was standing behind him, she looked at Su Ming and smiled before she even said anything. "Brother Su, you live up to your name as a disciple of the 9th Summit. You even brought a follower while traveling around. I cannot hope to compare to you in this matter." From Su Ming's position, he could clearly see the center of the auction hall underneath through the window nearby. At that moment, the area underneath was bustling with excitement, and streams of people continuously entered the hall. "He's not my follower but my disciple nephew," Su Ming retorted gently. "I see, and here I was wondering why this brother looked familiar. Now that you mentioned it, I remembered. Isn't this the famous Ziche, who is ranked in the top 10 in Freezing Sky Clan's ranking board of the Great Frozen Plains?" Zishan covered her petite mouth and put on a stupefied look as if she had just recognized him. Ziche remained silent and did not bother giving her a reaction. He was already used to this type of ridicule. From his initial bouts of embarrassment, he had grown to not be too bothered by all these because he knew that the people of the 9th Summit had touched his heart in a manner that other places would never be able to do so. When Zishan said those words, her eyes fell on Su Ming as if she was doing so unwittingly, and she started searching for cracks in Su Ming's behavior, but alas, she found nothing. Su Ming still remained calm and composed, and there was not a hint of change on him. After all, he practiced the clearing mind art, and his actions were all executed once his mind was cleared. Perhaps his actions would seem slightly green to some old folks, but this woman before him would not be able to find any cracks in his behavior so easily, even if there was displeasure boiling in his heart right then. Su Ming closed his eyes, ignored the woman's words, breathed calmly, and waited for the auction to start. Bai Su was the one girl who saw this attitude of his the most and had been angered many times in the past due to him ignoring her. She had thought of everything she could possibly do to get him to react to her, but none of them bore great results. From this alone, it could be seen that this particular attitude of Su Ming's dealt quite a huge blow to women. Zishan stared at Su Ming for a long period of time. This was the first time she had ever seen him with this attitude of his. He was blatantly treating her like an ornament, or perhaps pretending that she did not even exist. It made Zishan, whose words were already at the tip of her tongue, bite her tongue and swallow her words. "Brother Su, you have great bearing." After a long while, Zishan commented once again in a rather disgruntled fashion. Yet her reply was merely Su Ming closing his eyes as if he did not hear her. Zishan stared at him for a while before she also closed her eyes and no longer paid any heed to him. By doing so, a veil of silence instantly fell over the room, and compared to the noise outside, the room and what went on beyond were like two different worlds. However, compared to Su Ming, Zishan was still somewhat lacking. She could not truly clear her mind and would occasionally open her eyes and look at him. A frown gradually appeared between her brows. "I refuse to believe that this person can truly remain so calm. He's definitely pretending. I've seen way too many people who like pretending that they're sophisticated characters." Zishan let out a cold harumph in her heart. In the midst of the silence in the room, time passed by slowly. Approximately the burning of an incense stick later, muffled drum beats came from the platform at the center of the auction hall. The drum beats were like rumbling thunder that seemed to be able to shake the sky and earth. The sound spread in all directions, and each drum beat felt as if it landed on people's bodies, causing most of those who heard it to feel their hearts shaking. As the drum beats reverberated through the air, whining sounds spread out swiftly and blended into the drum beats. However, they were much sharper and seemed to have snatched away all the audience's breaths before they rose into the sky. The drum beats and whining sounds made the auction hall that could accommodate thousands of people to instantly fall silent. All their gazes gathered on the platform at the center. At that moment, Su Ming opened his eyes. He saw 9 burly men standing on the platform at the center of the auction hall beyond the balcony. They were striking the beast skin drums placed before each of them with both hands. The drum beats rumbled in the air and fused together. There were also 9 beautiful women wearing white long robes that were somewhat revealing standing beside those 9 burly men. Each of the 9 women held gigantic conches in their hands. Naturally, those sharp whining sounds came from the conches. The moment the drum beats and the whining sounds from the conches reached their climax, the earth trembled. An even crack appeared on the platform at the center. As the crack spread into its surroundings, the men and women went to stand at the edge of the platform. The instant they did so, a gigantic stone pillar rose up from the crack. Once the stone pillar rose to about 100 feet, it gradually came to a stop. A mumbling sound that no one could hear clearly spread through the area, and it was followed right after by uproars breaking out everywhere. As that voice spread out, an astonishing change happened to the sky above the gigantic open-air auction hall. Ripples appeared in the bright sky, and they spread out to cover a distance of several tens of thousands of lis. Western Sea Clan. An aged voice spoke from the sky. The moment it did so, as the ripples grew in number, the ripples that covered those tens of thousands of lis turned into a magnificent sea. It was as if those tens of thousands of lis in the world no longer belonged to freezing sky at that instant but had turned into Western Sea Clan's sea. The seawater was as tall as the sky, and the ripples that could be seen were all caused by the seawater's movement. The ground where the auction hall was located was then turned into the seabed for this sea. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He stood up and took a few steps forward to stand at the edge of the balcony before he looked outwards. He was not the only one who did so. At that moment, many people in the auction hall had also stood up to look at this scene, where the world was transformed, and all their expressions changed. This was not a change brought by a simple illusion but was an astonishing transformation that looked incredibly real. In the space around Su Ming, which had now turned into a sea, he saw countless colorful branches appearing. He also saw all sorts of fishes swimming in the water. Some swam in groups while others swam alone. When Su Ming opened his mouth, he could even see a large amount of air bubbles floating out of his mouth. This is a rune Western Sea Clan invented many years ago. Brother Su, what do you think of it? Zishan smiled and went up to stand beside him. As she spoke, air bubbles floated out of her mouth as well, and it made it seem as if they were really in the sea. Zishan noticed what Su Ming was looking at and explained with a light chuckle. That colorful thing is called a coral. As Zishan spoke, each of the 9 beautiful ladies who wore rather revealing white dresses, standing at the edge of the platform at the center of the auction hall, brought out a white scale. They stuck it to their foreheads and their bodies immediately floated up. Their naked feet instantly turned into fish tails, and they turned into 9 mermaids who swam around the auction hall. Their beautiful singing voices still managed to transmit in the seawater, and those who heard them were enchanted. Almost the instant the mermaids started swimming in the water, the 9 burly men brought out blue beast skins and stuck them on their bodies. Once they did so, their bodies started twisting, and after a moment, muffled roars rang, and the 9 men turned into 9 ferocious sea dragons. Their roars spread through the entire area and fused with the mermaid's song, creating a sight that shook the people's hearts. At that moment, the aged voice spoke abruptly from the stone pillar. After the long 100 years, Western Sea Clan's auction will once again be held in the land of freezing sky. When Su Ming saw the mermaids and sea dragons, his pupils shrank. This scene felt somewhat familiar to him, and a memory abruptly surfaced in his mind. It was the memory of the black-robed man who destroyed Dark Mountain. He had also cast an art like this at the end of the battle and covered himself with a beast skin before turning into a ferocious creature. That is the beast form transfiguration art. You must have heard about it before. This is an art Western Sea Clan inherited from the ancients. No one else but those from Western Sea Clan can use this art in the land of South Morning. A proud look appeared on Zishan's face as she spoke languidly beside Su Ming. Su Ming remained silent. As the ancient voice echoed from that stone pillar on the platform at the center of the auction hall, the seawater above the stone pillar distorted and an old man appeared, standing on it. The old man wore a long blue robe that was so big that it covered the surface of the stone pillar under his feet, and some of the cloth even spilled down the pillar. His hair was blue, and if it was not because of his old appearance, it would be difficult to discern his age with just one look. My fellow tribesmen in the land of freezing sky, I am Feng Xiaofeng of Western Sea Clan. It is my pleasure to be here and be the host of the auction. This time, Western Sea Clan has prepared a lot of rare items for all of you in the land of freezing sky. I am not good with words, so I will say no more. The first item to be auctioned is... When the old man started speaking, the 9 sea dragons swimming around the area stopped roaring, and the songs from the 9 mermaids also gradually faded away. Only the old man's words echoed in the area. The moment he finished his last sentence, a mermaid immediately swam forward with a swaying tail fin. Her hands had been empty just moments ago, but now, as a whirlpool appeared in between her hands, a purple skull instantly appeared in her hands. She lifted it up and held it above her head as she swam around the hall so that all the people there could clearly see the bone. It was a skull that did not seem to belong to those in the Berserker tribe. Its size was about that of a basin, and the few bones jutting out of the top of the skull were shining grimly with a chilling glare. Clearly it was a beast skull, especially since there was a symmetrical crack at the center of its brows above its eyes, making it seem as if it had a third eye. As the bone appeared, a great wave of sorrow spread out. That sorrow felt so real that it actually caused the seawater to start showing signs of freezing. If that had just been the case, it would have been fine, but the seawater around the skull also started showing signs of freezing. As the mermaid swam around the area, a ring of ice chips seemingly appeared in the area she just swam past. As usual, we will not offer detailed descriptions of the first item. You will all need to determine its value with your own judgment. I can only say that this creature had the power equivalent to those in the great completion of the bone sacrifice realm when it was still alive. The starting bid for this bone is 100,000 stone coins, and every time you place a bid, the minimum increase must be 1,000 stone coins. A glint appeared in the old man's eyes, and his voice traveled to the entire area like a loud clap of thunder. There were thousands of people in the auction hall, and some of them had come to this place since early morning. The moment the old man's voice rang out, they fell into silence. Perhaps some people loved making noise in this sort of place and talk amongst themselves, but most of the people who came here chose to remain silent. It was without a doubt that the more precious was the item that was brought out, there would also be less people who knew about it. Besides, most of the people who were invited to this place were very independent people. Very few of these buyers would go along the flow and place bids. 110,000, a voice said from the crowd gathered in the auction hall. The instant it spoke, immediately a number of people looked over. The person who called the bid was a man. However, since he wore a straw hat over his head, his face could not be seen clearly. Such an appearance was rarely seen in this area. 120,000. 130,000. Perhaps it was because someone had placed the first bid. Gradually, more voices appeared in succession. Su Ming stood inside the 9th room and looked at the purple and black beast bone calmly. Brother Su, do you like it? This beast bone is the only thing left behind by a powerful creature with a cold attribute. One of the clan elders from Western Sea Clan obtained that beast bone when he went out on a journey. According to him, that creature was trying to break through and reach a level equivalent to berserkers in the bone sacrifice realm, but it failed and was burnt alive by freezing fire. Besides the skull, its entire body, flesh, and blood were all burnt to ashes. This skull was not destroyed by the freezing fire because the beast hid a fragment of its soul in there before it died. If a person who is skilled in foreign arts obtains it, they can provide nourishments for that skull and reap its rewards. Su Ming's gaze swept past that beast bone. After a long while, he shook his head. 210,000. A sullen voice stated from within the auction hall. The person who spoke was the man with the straw hat, who was also the person who had called for the first bid. Once he laid his bid, no one spoke again for quite some time. The blue-haired old man smiled faintly. 210,000. The item now belongs to this man. We'll now begin bidding for the second item. This one is quite interesting. The old man paused in his words, and one of the sea dragons roaming around the area let out a huge roar before going towards the old man. Its body twisted beside the old man and he returned to his human form. The man lifted his arms high above his head, and in his hands, a black stone blade appeared. That blade was very crudely made and only the vague shape of a blade could be seen. Yet the body of the blade itself was rough and it did not seem to be anything special. "Bring the beast here," the old man said in a mild tone. The moment his voice traveled out, someone from Western Sea Clan immediately stepped forward from the crowd around him. With a wave of his arm, a ferocious beast that looked like a lion immediately appeared. The creature's eyes were bloodshot and once it appeared it roared towards the sky, but its eyes were filled with fear. Just as it was about to retreat, the old man took up the stone blade and pointed it at the creature. With that one move, the beast instantly let out a shrill cry. Its body started trembling viciously, and as an uproar broke out in the crowd, the beast's body turned into a puddle of blood. Even its bones were melted, and a lock of black hair flew out of the puddle of blood. A miniature-sized shadow of the beast could be seen faintly in the lock of hair. The instant it appeared, it flew straight towards the stone blade in the old man's hands and disappeared into it. Soul Separation Stone. It's the Soul Separation Stone. How could anyone be so wasteful and use such a big soul separation stone to make a blade? Thunderous uproars broke out in the crowd. Waves of sound rose among the people due to the appearance of the blade. The stone's fame was incredibly great, and due to its shape, it was very easy to identify it. Its effects were especially rare, and only that stone had such an effect. That was why while many people knew about it, those who had actually seen the thing were few and in between. The old man smiled and said slowly, "That's right. This is a soul separation stone blade. Well, there's no need for me to give too many descriptions for this item. The starting bid for this is the same, 100,000. 200,000. 250,000. 280,000. 300,000. Sounds of bids being placed immediately traveled out, and the appearance of these voices instantly caused the price of the stone blade to go up by several fold from its starting bid. Su Ming stood behind the balcony and looked at the stone blade. A glint appeared briefly in his eyes, and he looked at the old man holding the blade. That old man looked calm, still wearing a smile on his lips. He looked very relaxed, but Su Ming could tell somewhat that there were a few secrets lying behind the auction. It was not difficult to guess those secrets, and neither did Western Sea Clan try to hide it. There were also quite a few people who understood what went on behind the auction in the land of freezing sky. However, those were the rules. Even if they knew about it, they still could not change it. Not bad. By using the auction that is only held once a century and bringing out a large number of valuable treasures, they can stir up the greed lying within human hearts. As the bidders continuously compete against each other, they will start getting into conflicts with one another. In fact, once every auction ends, there will be people killing each other. Those who obtained a treasure, they have already committed the biggest crime punishable by death by simply possibly possessing these items. Even if they escaped being killed, they can't escape being remembered by others. Once the others have a chance. With this method, they can weaken Freezing Sky Clan's power, just like what Freezing Sky Clan is doing right now in the land of Western Sea by holding the same auction. Their goals are the same. Su Ming shook his head. Even if he had understood the purpose of the auction, he still could not change it. Neither could he leave the place, because he had something he desired here. That soul separation stone blade was eventually sold at a price of 930,000 stone coins. Forget the true value of the item. Even if the person who bought it obtained it at a cheaper price than it should have at market value, he still had to pay for the consequences. By how the person hurriedly paid the required amount of stone coins and how quickly he left the area with the blade, perhaps what awaited him was repeated running and escaping. What I'm about to bring out this time is something I really like. It's a pity that I'm poor and can't buy it. The blue-haired old man let out a long sigh and lifted his right hand. This time, the item was not brought over by any mermaids or sea dragons. Instead, he had that item with him. The moment he lifted his right hand, all the people's gazes were trained on him. In the old man's hands, he held a crane woven with grass. The crane is a mysterious creature in the other worlds. It has a docile temperament and is well liked by immortals there. We aren't able to examine how this crane came to be, but it's clearly not something made by us berserkers. I don't know what sort of grass was used to make this crane, but the old man lifted his right hand and waved it before him. The crane instantly floated up, and with a gentle glow, it turned into a true immortal crane. It flew around the area, and its graceful movements seemed to stir up soft sounds in the air. As it flew, its soulless eyes swept through the area. The instant its eyes landed on the balcony to Su Ming's room, it shuddered lightly but soon returned to normal before it flew back to the old man's hands and went back to being a grass-woven object. There is an art contained within it that doesn't belong to us berserkers. From my understanding, this grass should be normal grass. The reason why this thing could turn into a real crane and fly is because there is a type of spirit contained within that belongs to the other worlds. It's also called the Tao. If there are those who can understand its spirit, then I congratulate you beforehand here. The starting bid for this item is the same, 100,000. The blue-haired old man's voice traveled forth. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. When the immortal crane flew in the air, his divine sense acted up slightly. It seemed that there was a similar but faint power of the divine sense within the immortal crane. That faint divine sense seemed to have noticed him. That was why the crane looked at him just then. 500,000, a woman's voice suddenly spoke. That woman's voice was very gentle, but as her voice traveled out, a large number of people instantly recognized who it belonged to. In the crowd were a few spots that no one around dared get closer. In a spot that was rather spacious stood a long-haired woman dressed in white. She was the owner of the calm voice. She was Tianlan Meng. Su Ming looked calm as he usually did. The only change was the slight crease between his brows, which soon disappeared. If it had been anyone else bidding, he might have been somewhat interested in the crane and joined in to bid. Yet since it was Tianlan Meng, and she started with 500,000 stone coins right from the get-go, Su Ming only gave it a brief thought before he decided not to open his mouth. Yet even if he did not speak, it did not mean that the others in the room would not place a bid. By the side, Zishan noticed the slight crease between Su Ming's brows before it disappeared. A barely noticeable glint appeared in her eyes, and with a light chuckle, she spoke in a gentle voice. 700,000. The auction hall should have fallen into silence the moment Tianlan Meng placed her bid. Most of the people were wary of her status, and the thought that they should not compete against her even rose within them. After all, to them, this item did not seem to have much use. That was why, when Zishan's voice broke the silence, it immediately caught the attention of the crowd in the auction hall. Multiple pairs of eyes were instantly trained on the balcony leading to the 9th room. Su Ming was standing there, and right beside him was Zishan, who was smiling as she looked at Su Ming. The expression she put on made it seem as if she was just following Su Ming's orders. The first thought that appeared in most of the people's minds once they saw the scene at the balcony of the 9th room was that Su Ming had ordered the woman to place that bid. Tianlan Meng also lifted her head. Once she cast a glance at Su Ming standing at the balcony, she moved her gaze onto Zishan with a calm expression. 1 million, she said gently. Brother Su, do you still want that? In the 9th room, Zishan covered her mouth and smiled before looking towards Su Ming. A chilling look settled in Su Ming's eyes, and he gave the woman a look. Her actions were disgustingly sinister. Just by standing beside him, she could create animosity between him and Tianlan Meng. And that casual bid of 700,000 stone coins had just caused Tianlan Meng to have to spend more than one-fold of what she originally needed to. No. Su Ming averted his gaze and said calmly. Zishan's pupils shrank. She had originally thought Su Ming would definitely get angry. Even if that anger was not shown outwardly, he would still accidentally reveal some of it. And if he did, she would have succeeded in her plans. In fact, she had already planned out what to say to Su Ming in her heart. She did not think that he would not be able to tell what she had just done, but she was also certain that he would be unable to fault her for it. After all, everything she did was for him. On the surface, that is. Yet now, aside from Su Ming's gaze, which had turned slightly colder, no other changes could be found on him. It made Zishan think that the man before her was very enigmatic, and it gave her a feeling that she could not predict his actions. The grass-woven crane was eventually bought by Tianlan Meng. Even if she had paid twice the amount of what she originally offered, it was nothing to her. She was only concerned about the fact that this crane came from some other world and interested in whether this thing could help her in reaching an epiphany regarding Tao. The auction continued under the blue-haired old man's voice. As the items were continuously brought out and as the mermaids and sea dragons swam around the auction hall, gradually, sounds of discussions rose among the crowd, and they would not die down. A strong competitive air was also slowly stirred up among them. That atmosphere filled the entire auction hall. Zishan gradually found herself unable to read Su Ming. This man, who was standing not too far away from her, had still not placed a bid on a single item. He only stood there and watched the items being bought by other people quietly. Several hours later, the intense competition in the auction hall had caused buzzing sounds to fill the area, making it seem as if there was an invisible energy force enveloping the place. It could affect the people's emotions, making all those there to go mad for the auctioned items. Yet Su Ming remained as calm as water. He stood there and watched, unaffected. This person may seem steady, but is in truth very naive. By acting sophisticated, once he places a bid during the auction, he'll definitely attract attention to himself. It'll be difficult for him to get something easily without having anyone compete against him. He's unlike those who had been placing bids for every single item. It's easier for them to get what they want. Zishan cast a glance at Su Ming before she averted her gaze. At that moment, the blue-haired old man standing on the stone pillar in the middle of the auction hall let out a few coughs. It lightened up the tense atmosphere that had filled up the area, and once it did and the people slightly piped down, his voice traveled in all directions once again.
We are deeply grateful to your generosity, my fellow tribesmen of Freezing Sky. All the previous valuable treasures we brought out have been sold. I believe the next item I bring out will have the same fate. But I would have to warn all of you. This item might stir up fierce competition among all of you. Please be prepared. When the blue-haired old man finished speaking, he lifted his right hand swiftly. Bring it here. Once he spoke, a large mass of distorted ripples spreading out to an area of several hundreds of feet appeared abruptly behind him. Rumbling sounds came from within those ripples and they were followed suit by 9 people walking out of it slowly. All of the 9 people were strong men, and a long spear lay on their shoulders. The instant all these people walked out of the distorted ripples, a gigantic black spear of 100 feet appeared before the crowd. The moment it did, an astonishing murderous aura spread out with a whistle, enveloping the entire area, causing all the people present to hear a shrill cry. In fact, some of the people who had high cultivation bases could see faint shadows of thousands upon thousands of vengeful spirits gathered on that long spear. They swirled around and let out pain screams. Sky Shaman Spear? I read about this item in some ancient scrolls before. That's right. There's no doubt that this is it. That's Sky Shaman Spear. 1,000 years ago, the Shaman tribe carried out a large-scale invasion into Sky Mist Barrier and used a special method to create 9 Sky Shaman Spears. Rumors say that each of these Sky Shaman Spears contains such incredible power that they could shake the sky and earth. They can't kill those in the Berserker Soul Realm. Uproars broke out among the people and their voices stirred up waves upon waves of sounds that filled the entire auction hall. Many in the audience even stood up instinctively with disbelief on their faces. A hint of pride appeared on the blue-haired old man's face. This item had been the cause of many discussions in Western Sea Clan on whether it should be brought out and auctioned off. Eventually, it was decided that it should be sent to the land of Freezing Sky. This item is indeed Sky Shaman Spear. There is no mistaking it because we of the Western Sea Clan have ascertained the identity of this thing. If you want to use it, you must first offer a sacrifice, but once it strikes, it can destroy a powerful berserker in the Berserker Soul Realm. However, as this item has already been around for a very long time, and because the shamans have also lost the method to create this spear, that is why this spear can only be used one more time. After that one time, it will disintegrate into dust and disappear. Yet, even though you can only use it once, if you have this, then you will possess a power strong enough to make those in the Berserker Soul Realm wary of you. With this item, you might even be able to escape death once during Sky Mist Shaman Hunt. The starting bid for this item is 1 million. You can place your bids now. The old man waved his arm, and the moment he finished speaking, the voices of people yelling out their bids immediately rose into the air. 1,500,000.
2 million. 2,300,000. 2,700,000. 3,500,000. The excited voices continued growing in volume in the auction hall. Zishan hesitated for a moment in the 9th room before she looked at Su Ming. However, in her eyes, Su Ming still looked and behaved the same way. Nothing changed on him.
Brother Su, if you like this item, I can buy it for you. Your master will buy an item for me once, right? Su Ming turned his head around and gave Zishan a look.
Only once. Zishan nodded.
Anything at all? Su Ming smiled.
Anything you like, Brother Su. Zishan lifted her chin and spoke. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears.
But I don't trust you. I'll only trust you when I have everything on paper. As Su Ming spoke, he lifted his right hand and brought out a white beast skin from his bosom before he spread it on the table. Then he looked at Zishan. Zishan hesitated for a moment, but once she remembered her master's orders, she chose not to mull over Su Ming's words anymore and went up to the paper. With a few strokes of her right index finger, graceful letters appeared on the beast's skin.
According to the promise they made, once she wrote down the words, she pressed her palm on the beast's skin and left a print of her palm on it. Now then, I wonder if I can buy you, Miss Zishan. Su Ming continued smiling as he put away the beast's skin and looked at Zishan. Zishan was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon after, her face darkened. Brother Su, please don't joke around. What I'm talking about is the auctioned items. Besides, even if you want to buy me, you might not be able to bear the consequences. Displeasure boiled in Zishan's heart, and her expression turned freezing cold.
Name a price. Su Ming was not at all bothered by the cold tone in Zishan's voice. He simply spoke with a drawl.
You! Zishan glared at Su Ming. This was something she had never encountered before, and it rendered her speechless, completely unable to retort.
At that moment, the shouts of people placing their bids outside were growing louder with each passing moment. The appearance of the spear had caused a stir among many of them, shocking them right down to the bottom of their hearts, causing them to all open their mouths and shout their bids. 8,600,000.
9,400,000.
10 million.
The voice that placed the 10 million bid came from the same type of room as Su Ming's. It was from the 3rd room. The voice that traveled out from that room was gentle. But gentle though it may be, its tone was one that spoke of not allowing anyone to refute his words.
Perhaps it was the appearance of that voice that caused a short period of silence to fall in the auction hall. Once Zishan heard it, she glared at Su Ming and her lips curled up into a cold sneer.
Even with 10 million stone coins, you still can't buy me. Su Ming, I respect you as a guest. But don't you dare think you can act so cockily. By saying such things, you are humiliating me. Zishan's voice turned colder.
Humiliation, Su Ming smiled. Miss Zishan, I want the spear. Please pay for me. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the auction hall beyond the balcony.
100 million, he said unhurriedly. But his voice sounded like thunder crashing as it traveled out, causing the entire auction to fall into deathly silence in an instant. Numerous pairs of eyes were instantly trained onto the 9th room's balcony and onto Su Ming. Even the old auctioneer was stunned, swiftly turning his eyes towards Su Ming.
Zishan was stupefied, and then her expression changed drastically.
She was not the only one who experienced a change in her expression at that moment. In the 8th room was an old man so withered he looked like a bag of bones. There was a wine cup in his hands. At that moment, with a loud crack, the wine cup shattered. A ferocious look appeared on his face and his breathing quickened. But when a thought appeared in his head, he forcefully suppressed his emotions. 100,000,000. This is... That's Su Ming. He just called a bid of 100 million. Does he have that many stone coins?
100 million stone coins?
That's impossible. You rarely see that amount appearing in an auction. Even if Sky Shaman Spear has incredible power, it can only be used once. It's not worth that price. The blue-haired old man glared at Su Ming and demanded in a hoarse voice. Sir, do you understand that if you make a false bid and you can't pay the amount of stone coins you offered, then even if you are a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan, You will have to bear the consequences? As Su Ming stood on the balcony, a smile appeared on his lips when he heard those words. He brought out the beast's skin, and with one flick of his wrist, the beast's skin flew towards that old man. Once he caught it, he opened it, and his expression instantly turned odd the moment he read the contents. Zishan stood by Su Ming's with eyes burning in anger. She did not think he would be this shameless. They had originally agreed that he would only buy one item, but she did not expect him to do this. Indeed, she had not exactly handled things tactfully just now, but she did not expect that this sort of change would happen. That beast's skin is very fragile. Clan Elder Feng, please be gentle when you handle it. If it gets destroyed, it won't do us good. Su Ming ignored Zishan's glare and instead spoke languidly as he looked at the blue-haired old man. The blue-haired old man fell silent. He lifted his eyes from the beast's skin and a hesitant look appeared on his face. The change in his expression, Su Ming's words, and the ridiculous bid of 100 million immediately caught all the people's attention and stirred up their curiosity. Discussions rose into the air, and those sounds gradually grew in volume until they eventually turned into a buzzing.
Give it to him. I'll explain what's going on once I return to the clan.
When the buzzing sounds caused by the discussions grew so loud that it seemed like the people's interest towards this matter had surpassed that towards the auction, a raspy and sullen voice suddenly came from the 8th room.
A glint appeared in the blue-haired old man's eyes. The beast's skin in his hands was immediately torn to dust, and at the same time his voice reverberated through the area.
This item now belongs to you. Now we will move on to the next item. But before he could finish speaking, Su Ming suddenly spoke, causing his voice to appear almost at the same time as the old man's voice. Wait, since this thing now belongs to me, then I'd like to ask you to help me handle it. I want you to put it up for auction.
The old man lifted his head once again and stared at Su Ming. Hostility appeared in his eyes. This goes against the rules, I won't allow it.
I hereby put this item up for auction. The one who offers the highest price will get it. Let's put the starting bid at 5 million stone coins, shall we? I'll take whatever I can get. So, my fellow disciples, I hope you'll place your bids. When the old man spoke, his voice overlapped with Su Ming's voice at the same time once again in the auction hall. Laughter immediately spread through the auction hall. All those who could come to the auction were people of status in the land of Freezing Sky. If they were not disciples from Freezing Sky Clan, then they would be powerful berserkers from nearby tribes. It was only natural that they could easily decide on who they wanted to side with between Western Sea Clan and Su Ming. It was especially so since that Sky Shaman spear was incredibly attractive to a lot of people there.
The people who had previously placed their bids had originally thought that they would not be able to get it and were either sighing in pity or harboring other thoughts within their hearts when they heard Su Ming's words. They were immediately tempted. 6 million. 7 million.
8 million.
10 million. They reached that price once again, but this time, the person who placed the bid was not from the 3rd room but from the emaciated old man from the 8th room.
A smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. He cast a glance at Zishan, who was burning with anger as she glared at him coldly from his side.
Su Ming had put up with the woman's multiple provocations when she humiliated Ziche and wanted to cause strife between him and Tianlan Meng. Truth be told, Su Ming would even go so far as to say that he could already imagine incidents like these happening again in the future.
You're despicable.
Zishan's chest heaved in anger. She looked so mad that it seemed as if she wanted to just jump on Su Ming and tear him to shreds. Within the 3rd room was the young man with a black dragon embroidered on his robes, and he also happened to be the person who had initially placed the bid of 10 million stone coins on the spear. At that moment, he sat in the room with a smile on his face. That Su Ming is very interesting. Standing beside the young man was the old man from Heaven Gate. That old man shook his head with a wry smile on his lips, but he did not speak.
20 million. The young man lifted his wine cup and took 2 sips from it before he spoke. His words traveled out of the room and echoed in the air of the auction hall, stirring up another wave of shock among the people. Up till now, while not many treasures had been brought out in the auction, the people there had pushed the atmosphere up to the climax. 21 million. After a short period of silence, a voice appeared once again from the 8th room.
30 million. The young man spoke unhurriedly from the third room. A look of interest appeared on his face. Suddenly, a slight hint of admiration grew within him towards Su Ming. 31 million. That hoarse voice from the eighth room only appeared once again after a while. 39 million. This time, the person who placed the bid was not the young man from the third room, but one from the empty spot in the corner of the auction hall where Tianlan Meng was. Tianlan Meng twirled a lock of her hair by her ear with a calm expression and spoke gently. The blue-haired old man standing on the stone pillar at the center of the auction had an incredibly sullen expression on his face. He originally wanted to stop this, but when Clan Elder Hai from the eighth room joined the bidding, that which was unreasonable had turned into something reasonable. He also knew that Clan Elder Hai had to join in the bidding. It could even be said that he wanted Su Ming to hold that auction. If that did not happen, then he would be unable to explain himself once he returned to the clan. Unless he could truly bring out 100 million stone coins and give it to the clan. Then once his adversaries started interfering with him trying to clear things up, this matter would only continue getting worse. 40 million. The voice that appeared from the eighth room burned with anger as it reverberated through the area. Tianlan Meng smiled softly and no longer placed any more bids. As for the young man in the third room, he placed his wine cup down, thought for a moment, before he shook his head with a smile and decided not to place any more bids as well. Since you offered that price, then you must give the money to the owner of the spear. If that was a false bid, then you will have to be punished as well. The young man might not have continued placing bids, but he did not mind using those words to get acquainted with Su Ming. Besides, it was not as if he was worried about one clan elder in Western Sea Clan either. Su Ming cast a glance at the third room and made a mental note about that voice. Soon, someone knocked on the door. Once Ziche opened it, he brought back a storage bag and handed it to Su Ming calmly. Su Ming took the bag and scanned it with his divine sense. Once he did so, he put it away. Then, as if he was spurred on by the well of emotions stirring within him, he spoke languidly, as if talking to himself, but at the same time, seemed to also be talking to Zishan. With this amount of money, I can join in the bid for every single item now. I don't have to be like before and not dare to place any bids because I don't have any coins in my pocket. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Su Ming, you're shameless. You're despicable. Zishan was so angry that her face had turned white. She glared at Su Ming, then stormed out of the room in a rage, though her rage only added extra charm to her alluring body. Ziche cast a glance at the departing Zishan from the corner of his eyes, then shook his head and averted his gaze. Within his heart, he thanked the heavens that Su Ming's second senior brother was not there. If he was, then Zishan would truly come to understand that there was someone who was even more shameless than Su Ming. If Hu Zi was here, then Zishan would also be driven insane with the realization of just what sort of life she would have to face during her remaining stay in the land of freezing sky. She was lucky that she met Su Ming alone. The disturbance during the auction died down once the bid arrived at an amount of 40 million stone coins. The blue-haired old man had a sullen look on his face, but he had to continue hosting the auction. He brought out some of the remaining items and tried to redirect the people's attention back towards him, allowing the auction to get back on track. When the sky started to darken and the first day of the auction that would be held for several days was about to end, the auction committee brought out the last item to be sold on that day, and the atmosphere within the auction gradually heated up once again. The Great Yu Dynasty is the sacred land for us in the Berserker tribe. The Great Barren Cauldron is the country's sacred item. It can even be considered as a Berserker tribal item. During that era, when the Berserker tribe was at its most glorious age, the cauldron was considered the most supreme of all items. All treasures that were created in the form of a cauldron were rare, because all of them contained power so incredible they could cause the heavens to tremble. Now, we do not know whether the Great Yu Dynasty still exists. Neither do we know where our tribal item, the Great Barren Cauldron, was located. In fact, even if we, their descendants, created other items in the shape of the cauldron, it'd be difficult for us to escape bringing destruction on our heads when we create a cauldron. We all know that when a cauldron is created, the moment its form appears, a destructive force will manifest. And it is so devastating that even a powerful berserker in the Berserker Soul realm cannot endure the blast. Even during that ancient age, there was only a small handful of cauldrons and any treasures that were made in the cauldron's shape that existed, and now I'm about to bring out one of them. This is a treasure that is made in the form of a cauldron, and its seal still remains even now. Over the years, it has been buried in a corner of Earth until it was discovered by the head preceptor of Western Sea Clan. There should be something sealed within the cauldron, but it cannot be opened. Those of us in Western Sea Clan have examined it for a long time, but we cannot open it. Now, we brought it here to be auctioned off to those in the great tribe of Freezing Sky. Only those chosen by fate can open it. This item is the treasure of the Berserker tribe. It doesn't belong to any tribe or any clan. My fellow tribesmen in the land of Freezing Sky, I hope that someone among you can obtain this. The old man's voice grew increasingly louder until it reached a volume so great that it had practically turned into a thunderous rumble reverberating through the hall. Behind him, the 9 sea dragons swam about and disappeared into the air, but soon, they appeared once again, and when they did, they carried a gigantic cauldron about 1,000 feet in size on their bodies as they slowly swam out of the distortions. The cauldron was so huge that when it appeared, an incredibly oppressive feeling was formed. While the people were not as small as ants compared to the cauldron, they were still nothing before it. The 9 mermaids surrounded the cauldron and their singing voices echoed in the air, adding a solemn feeling to the cauldron along with that oppressive air it brought with it. Because the song the 9 mermaids sang was the god of Berserkers' song the first god of Berserkers created. The place where I was born still did things according to the laws of the universe. After I was born, the Berserkers thrived. If the heavens have eyes, then let them watch the Berserkers running wild on the lands for eternity. If the gods have spirits, then I will become the king of the Berserker tribe who rules over the gods themselves. If the heavens do not dare open their eyes, then I will seal the heavens with the 8 cauldrons. If the gods disobey me, I will use the cauldrons to destroy the gods and re-establish the position of the blood descendants of Berserkers all across the universe. As the voices of the mermaids echoed in the air, the auction hall was enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. Su Ming stood on the balcony and the god of Berserkers' song echoed in his ears. He could feel the arrogance of the god of Berserkers seeping out of the song itself, could hear the respect coming from all the living in the world from the lyrics. He could even hear the brazenness and boldness coming from the declaration about resealing the world and re-establishing the blood descendants of Berserkers as the rulers of the land. That was during the most prosperous age of the Berserker tribe, when an innumerable amount of Berserkers followed their king, their god of Berserkers, and fought against the heavens. Su Ming mumbled. Fascination appeared in his eyes. The moment the mermaid's lingering voices started fading, the blue-haired old man suddenly spoke up. The starting bid for this cauldron is 10,000,000. You may place your bids now. 11 million. 13 million. 50 million. Since the starting bid for the cauldron was too high, not many people in the auction hall had the ability to buy it. Only 3 of people were placing bids, and one of them was second young master from the 3rd room. The other person was the elegant Tian Lan Meng. It was as if those 10 million stone coins was just a number to her. The final bidder was an old man wearing a straw hat. Only his white hair was revealed outside, his face unable to be seen clearly. His voice was hoarse and he did not stand out as he sat among the crowd. Since the start, he had rarely placed many bets, and when he suddenly called out that high bid of 15 million stone coins, he immediately attracted the attention of those around him. Su Ming frowned and began lamenting on the amount of stone coins these people who joined the auction had. Compared to them, Su Ming shook his head. If he did not include the stone coins he obtained just now, he definitely would not have the ability to compete against these people. 500 golden stone coins is worth more than the white stone coins, which are worth 100 each, and it's also worth more than the purple stone coins, which are worth 1,000 each. But now, these 5 million stone coins I have aren't even enough for the starting bid of this item. Su Ming knew that he had miscalculated a little. In truth, ever since the start of the auction, he already knew that the 5 million stone coins which he thought was originally a large amount of money was in truth nothing in the auction. That was why he orchestrated the whole entire scene for him to get those 40 million stone coins. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he stared at the 1,000 feet cauldron floating in the air above the auction hall. An excited look appeared in his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, that item was a barren cauldron used to create medicinal pills.
It was especially so since Su Ming could even sense a faint wave of heat that did not blend in with the illusionary sea around him. Clearly, it had been enveloped in fire for long periods of time and was very suitable to create pills. 17 million. Tianlan Meng spoke softly. Her gentle voice was pleasant to the ears and showed off her unique temperament, causing the people who looked at her to not be able to help but begin feeling attracted to her. She was a woman who did not seem to belong to this world. She was graceful, composed, and even her breath smelled like orchids. When she sat there, she could make the area around her fall into tranquil silence. It was as if it did not matter which world that place she was at belonged to, it would naturally turn into her world. The people could only watch her from afar, unable to get closer. It was not that she was acting indifferent and aloof, it was simply because there was a layer separating their world from her world. 20 million. Second young master stated from the third room with an air of casualness in his voice. It was different compared to the gentle quality in Tianlan Meng's voice, but it still gave a similar feeling to those who heard it. It was as if the two people who placed the bids belonged to the same world. The old man with the straw hat fell silent, as if he was hesitating on whether he should continue bidding. As he remained silent, Su Ming lifted his head. No matter what, he was getting that barren cauldron. After all, he came to the auction specifically for it in the first place. 23 million. Su Ming stood on the balcony and declared unhurriedly. Due to the large impact he left behind earlier, the moment his voice appeared, he immediately attracted a lot of attention to himself. Tianlan Meng lifted her head, cast a glance at Su Ming standing on the ninth room's balcony calmly, fell into a short period of contemplative silence and no longer placed any bids. Within the third room, a glint appeared in second young master's eyes. He looked at the cauldron floating in the air above the auction hall, then at Su Ming standing in the ninth room, and his lips curled up in a smile. He wants this item. Second young master, treasures made in the cauldron's shape rarely appear. If you can obtain this and offer it to the elder, perhaps we can find another use for it, the old man named Qin from Heaven Gate said in a soft voice. Offer it to the elder? A pensive look appeared in second young master's eyes. At that moment, due to Tianlan Meng's silence and second young master sinking into his thoughts, the auction sank into an atmosphere that could almost be considered silent after Su Ming placed his bid. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest. He still could not reach a state of mind where he was completely unbothered by anything. He became nervous. 30 million. A hoarse voice spoke, and the moment it did, the atmosphere in the auction hall became so tense that it was almost suffocating. Su Ming cast his gaze over in that direction and saw that the person who had placed the bid was the old man wearing the straw hat. Su Ming gritted his teeth and said without hesitation 40 million. The moment the bid of 40 million stone coins was placed, the crowd in the auction hall burst into an uproar. 40 million was not a small sum. It was not as if that sum had not appeared before during the auctions, but in truth, it did not matter whether it was that previous bid of 100 million stone coins or the spear that was eventually bought by someone from Western Sea Clan with several tens of millions of stone coins. To most of them, that sum of money was just an act. Yet it was different now. This was a real auction. In this sort of situation, a bid of 40 million stone coins was enough to make a lot of people's breathing quicken. 41 million. The old man with the straw hat still did not lift his head. Once Su Ming placed his bid, he immediately spoke up. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he placed another bid. 45 million. Those were all his stone coins, and it was the biggest bid he could place. If the old man continued bidding, Su Ming could only use other methods to obtain the cauldron. The old man with the straw hat fell into a moment of pensive silence before he spoke once again. 50 million. Su Ming closed his eyes. When he reopened them, calmness appeared within. He did not look at the old man with the straw hat but at the floating cauldron. That cauldron shone with a light that spoke of age, as if there was an infinite amount of time resting within it. Once the old man with the straw hat made that 50 million bid, the auction hall was silent besides the audience's labored breathing. That amount of money was not something that could possibly be owned by a normal person. Even Clan Elder Hai from the 8th room could only amass a fortune that was only slightly greater than that amount after numerous years with his power and status. When Su Ming fell silent and the crowd in the auction hall waited for Su Ming to possibly place another bid, someone knocked on the ninth room's door lightly. Su Ming did not turn back. Ziche walked over to the door calmly, and there outside the door stood a man in black robes with a white mask over his face. He wrapped his fist around his palm to Su Ming before he placed a white storage bag on the ground and left. Right till the end, the man did not say anything. Ziche frowned, then picked up the storage bag before he returned to Su Ming's side. However, when he saw the letters Meng embroidered on the storage bag, understanding dawned on him and he handed it to Su Ming. Once Su Ming took it and saw the letters Meng sewn on the storage bag, he fell silent for a moment before he scanned the storage bag with his divine sense. The moment Su Ming lifted his divine sense from that bag, he shouted his bid to the auction hall. 60 million. The moment the bid was placed, it immediately incited an uproar that caused the entire auction hall to be filled with buzzing sounds. 60 million stone coins was an amount most people would never be able to obtain in their lives. The old man with the straw hat shuddered and slowly lifted his head to cast a glance at Su Ming standing on the ninth room's balcony before he lowered his head and fell silent. Everyone waited for a little while longer before the blue-haired old man's voice reverberated throughout the entire auction hall. 60 million sold to the person in the ninth room. This is the end of today's auction. We will continue tomorrow morning, and I will now reveal something to all of you beforehand. During tomorrow's auction, we will be bringing out even rarer treasures. As the blue-haired old man spoke, he waved his right hand and the sea dragons beside him immediately roared. Ripples spread out swiftly in all directions, and as they swept through the auction hall, the illusionary deep sea gradually disappeared to reveal the dark sky along with the bright moon above them along with the falling snow. As the illusionary deep sea disappeared from the auction hall, a refreshing cold breeze swept in. The people gradually got up and left, returning to their lodgings to wait for the next day. Su Ming also left. Ziche followed behind him and the both of them left the ninth room to return to their lodgings at the edge of the tribe. Soon after they returned, the disciples from Western Sea Clan arrived to deliver the giant barren cauldron to Su Ming. They also left with the promised amount of stone coins. The cauldron was 1,000 feet in size and was placed outside Su Ming's tent. Su Ming stood beside the cauldron while Ziche stood further in the distance to protect him. However, there were still quite a number of people coming out of their tents to look over in their direction. Most of their gazes were filled with hostility. The cauldron was too big. Su Ming tried multiple times to put it in his storage bag, but he did not succeed. Western Sea Clan would naturally not be bothered by how Su Ming took that cauldron away. In fact, the dozen or so people who had brought that cauldron over were also watching from not too far off. If Su Ming could not bring that cauldron with him and placed it outside for a night, then he would turn out to have made a huge fool of himself. Su Ming stood beside the giant cauldron. At such close proximity, he could feel the incredible feeling of age coming from the cauldron. This item was like an old man that had gone through multiple shifts through different periods of time. Perhaps it had even changed multiple owners before. Su Ming lifted his hand and pressed it on the giant cauldron. He closed his eyes and his divine sense spread into the cauldron through his hand. The moment his divine sense fused with the cauldron, Su Ming shuddered. An incredibly powerful force shot out from within and charged towards Su Ming's divine sense as if it wanted to destroy him, lunging forth towards him like a tidal wave that wanted to drown his divine sense. All of this happened too quickly. That rebound charged towards him in an instant. But the moment it was about to touch Su Ming's invisible divine sense, Zhan, In, Chue. These few syllables rolled off his tongue awkwardly, though no one heard his voice, because he only said them in a whisper, barely forming his mouth in the shape of those syllables. Those words had been lying in his head since the first time he went into the strange dimension and obtained the method to create his first medicinal pill, and they had appeared in his head once he looked at the picture with the cauldron, telling him how to control the barren cauldron. This was the first time he used them ever since he obtained those words. They were 3 simple words, but the power contained within them was something Su Ming could not understand. The moment he uttered the first word, he clearly felt his flesh and blood shuddering as if they were sucked out by the power contained in that one word, and his blood surged into the giant cauldron through his right hand.
Once he said the second word, Su Ming's bones started rubbing against each other. Perhaps more accurately speaking, they were not rubbing against each other, but it was more like a feeling as if all his bones were trembling. As they trembled, the noise that was produced by his body due to the tremors was that sound of the word. "In." The moment Su Ming's voice traveled into the giant cauldron, he uttered his third word. A bang went off in his head, and he felt as if his soul had left his body and was surrounding the cauldron with the power of that word. The power of the rebound abruptly went still once those three words left Su Ming's mouth. At the same time, the black stone he'd received in Dark Mountain, which was hanging off his neck, hidden underneath his clothes, let off a flash of dim light. In the blink of an eye, that gigantic cauldron was covered by that light. The cauldron shuddered and gradually shrank until it was only about the size of a palm. It floated up and landed on Su Ming's palm. That strange sight made the onlookers around him immediately widen their eyes, disbelief coming to their faces. The Western Sea clan disciples who had brought the cauldron over sucked in a sharp breath, shocked. Standing among the crowd observing Su Ming's actions was also that second young master and those old men from Western Sea clan who had come because of the auction. Even that auctioneer, Feng Xiaofeng, and Zishan were also watching to see how Su Ming would take that cauldron away. After all, that cauldron had been in Western Sea clan for many years and they had never been able to shrink it. The only reason they had been able to bring it to the land of Freezing Sky was because Western Sea clan had a storage item that could store things up to the size of a mountain. Yet right before their eyes, they saw Su Ming pressing his palm on the cauldron, and without him doing anything else, it was immediately enveloped by a dim light before mysteriously shrinking down. The first thing that popped up in the people's heads when they saw it was what the blue-haired old man had said during the auction. Only those chosen by fate can obtain this item and only those chosen by fate can open it. Zishan instinctively opened her mouth where she stood in the crowd. She knew that cauldron and she knew that no changes had ever occurred to it over the years it had been in Western Sea clan, just like it should be for an inanimate object. There had been countless Western Sea clan disciples who had examined it and tried claiming it for their own, but no matter what method they used, it yielded no results. Even the clan master of Western Sea clan had to give up in the end, and the research on this item only ended when Guru Li Long, their progenitor who was regarded with the highest prestige in Western Sea clan, said something. That something was what the blue-haired old man had said during the auction. The cauldron was sent to the land of Freezing Sky due to Guru Li Long's will as well. He had a feeling that since no one in Western Sea clan could obtain it, then it was best that they did not keep it around, or else they would only bring disaster on their heads. That was why they sent it to the land of Freezing Sky to see whether there was anyone who was chosen by fate to own the cauldron. At that moment, the clan elders of Western Sea clan who came to the auction began breathing rapidly as they stared at the small cauldron glowing dimly on Su Ming's palm. They were shocked, but at the same time, all of them imprinted Su Ming's face in their memories. A curious glint appeared in second young master's eyes. He looked at Su Ming standing in the distance and a smile appeared on his lips. Very good. At least changing my plans and not buying that cauldron to give it to the elder wasn't for nothing. A pensive look appeared in the eyes of the old man by the name of Chun from Heaven Gate as he looked at Su Ming. For the first time, he regarded the youth seriously because of Su Ming himself, not because of his master. He had Su Ming's name burned into his memories. Tian Lan Meng was also watching Su Ming from the distance, and an elegant smile appeared on her face. At that moment, the person who was under everyone's scrutiny had a dazed look on his face, and he only regained his senses after quite a long time. He looked at the small cauldron in his hand and turned around silently to walk towards his tent. Ziche followed behind him and sat down cross-legged outside his tent. Then he started giving a cold glare to the people whose eyes had now turned towards the tent. After a long while, the owners of those eyes gradually averted their gazes, feeling conflicted, jealous, emotional, and all sorts of other feelings that were reflected on their faces before they returned to their own tents. It was already dark outside. The moon shone high in the sky, but snow continued falling down, causing the land to be covered in a layer of silver. The entire tribe fell into silence, and the only sound that could be heard came from the fires in the covered lamps, letting out crackling noises in the cold wind.
Su Ming sat cross-legged within his tent and stared at the cauldron on his palm. Excitement appeared in his eyes, and he brushed the small cauldron with his left hand. A feeling as if his blood and flesh were connected to the cauldron rose within his heart the moment he touched it.
This is indeed the barren cauldron needed to quench herbs and create medicinal pills, and the blue-haired old man from Western Sea Clan is right. This cauldron hasn't been opened for a very long time.
There's a medicinal pill in it, Su Ming mumbled, and the light shining in his eyes grew brighter still. His heart pounded against his chest. He had originally not believed in those words, but when he used the method to control the barren cauldron and made this thing shrink, he had a faint inkling that there was a mysterious life force within the cauldron.
That life force did not seem to belong to a living thing but a medicinal pill. The cauldron has been around for ages. If it wasn't opened for thousands of years, then the medicinal pill inside is definitely something that is thousands of years old. If no one has opened it for tens of thousands of years.
Su Ming's heart pounded even harder against his chest. He stared at the cauldron on his palm, and hesitation gradually appeared in his eyes. Once he observed the small cauldron closely, that hesitation in his eyes was replaced by shock. A solemn expression appeared on his face, and he brought the cauldron right up to his face to take a deep sniff. Once he did so, the shock in his eyes became stronger, bordering on disbelief.
The medicinal scent isn't strong. There are two reasons for this. It's either that the medicinal pill in the cauldron was cast aside, or that the medicinal pill isn't completed.
But if this unknown medicinal pill is discarded, then while it's only natural that the medicinal fragrance isn't strong, but after so many years have gone by, then the medicinal scent shouldn't even be there, it should have completely disappeared. Unless it's because no one has opened this cauldron for thousands of years. So the medicinal scent hasn't disappeared, or else, it would be because the medicinal pill isn't completed. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He stared at the small cauldron and only lifted his left hand after a long while to form some weird signs. This was one of the hand seals lying in his memories. One that commanded the cauldron to open while he was creating medicinal pills. With some strange-sounding words, he could make the cauldron's lid move aside and end the entire process of creating the medicinal pill. Su Ming knew that he just needed to recite the correct words as he made those hand seals and the cauldron would open up immediately. But when he looked at the small cauldron in his hand, he hesitated. If the medicinal pill in the cauldron isn't discarded because it was a failed pill but is actually going through a process of reaching completion, then if I open it now, it'll truly become a failed pill.
Su Ming was silent for a little while before he stopped making the hand signs and put the cauldron away into his storage bag.
This isn't the place for me to look into it. I'll figure it out once I return to the 9th summit. Su Ming did not act rashly. Once he put away the small cauldron, he closed his eyes and started meditating. Night passed by soon. When the second morning arrived, Su Ming walked out of his tent and went with Ziche to the auction hall. He did not join in the bidding for the auction during this day. As of then, he only had one item he wanted, the black humanoid sealed within the stone. That item did not appear on the second day of the auction but on the last day. Once the auction had gone on for some time and the intense atmosphere in the hall had started dying down due to it having gone on for several days. Only then, the blue-haired, old auctioneer finally brought out the item Su Ming had been waiting for. It was a mountain rock that was slightly taller than a person. It was transparent, and there was a small black humanoid sitting inside. It looked almost as if it was alive. I have no idea what this is, and I've even asked a lot of people about it, but most of them do not know what it is. We did not bring this here. A few days ago, an esteemed guest of ours brought this here and asked us to put it for auction for him. That esteemed guest called it a soul in stone. He once said that he originally had 3 of these stones, but once he opened up 2 of them, one of the small black humanoids in there died and turned into a black crystal, while the other turned into a gust of black wind and escaped. Even now, we don't know where it is.
This is the last piece. He did not dare try opening it again and brought it here to put it for auction. He did not ask for a high price for this, but he had one request. The person who bought it must be able to tell him the name of this item, and the buyer had to prove that his words were true. If the owner is satisfied, he would pay for the bidder and give the bidder this item for free. He would also give the bidder the black crystal that the small black humanoid turned into once he cracked open one of the stones.
The owner would negotiate with the bidder alone, so you do not need to worry about a third person knowing about this. The starting bid for this item is 100,000. The blue-haired old man spoke languidly. Due to the strange nature of this item, many people's interests were sparked, but as most of them were unfamiliar with this item and had never even seen it, they could not provide its name and its uses, so they did not place any bids. 150,000. A voice called out from among the crowd. It was a thin, middle-aged man. He did not hide his face but simply sat with an aloof gaze. His clothes were very unique as well, a combination of black and white. That attire was unique to a tribe called Enlightenment Gathering Tribe. That tribe was skilled in making ice sculptures, and they would infuse life into those ice sculptures using a unique method, allowing them to turn the sculptures into something akin to an enchanted vessel. The process in creating those sculptures was a secret. Besides there being a sealed record of the method in the great tribe of Freezing Sky, the others would find it difficult learning about it. A bid of 15 million stone coins was practically nothing to those participating in the auction. However, since too few people knew about the item's origins and its uses, the competition became largely limited. 200,000. Su Ming stood on the balcony, and as he stared at the small black humanoid in the transparent mountain rock, he clearly saw 3 fingers on each of the small humanoid's hands. Once he was certain that the small humanoid was exactly what he needed to create the welcoming of deities. Su Ming placed his bid. 300,000. The tribesman from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe frowned. 500,000. 700,000. 1 million. Su Ming declared unhurriedly, though his gaze was trained on the transparent mountain rock. Sir, I suggest that you don't force yourself to place those bids. You don't even know what this is. If you place your bids without any knowledge of what it is, and you can't name its origins and its uses, then how are you going to deal with the consequences? The thin, middle-aged man from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe turned towards Su Ming. He then stood up and spoke to the people around him. I don't know who put this item on auction, but I'm certain that you are here, sir. I can tell you that only I know what this is, no one else knows it, much less how to use it. If I didn't know about it, I wouldn't have placed any bids. Su Ming averted his gaze from the transparent mountain rock, and his eyes fell on the Enlightenment Gathering tribesman wearing the black and white long robe. That thin man from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe stared at Su Ming with a sullen expression. He did not have that many stone coins on him, and he originally did not expect to take back anything, but he did not think that he would encounter this mountain rock here. The moment he saw that item, the excitement that grew within his heart was enough to surpass most of those within the auction hall, and he had been ecstatic when he realized that due to the incredibly rare nature of this item, the others would definitely not know of its origins. Only he knew how to use this item. He originally thought it would be easy for him to obtain this item, and the starting bid for the mountain rock was low as well, which not only made him excited, but also so eager and hopeful that he could not control himself. But right in the middle of the auction, Su Ming butted in. 1 million was his limit. He did not have any more stone coins to buy this item. Even if his desire for this item had reached an indescribable level, his lack of stone coins gradually made his eyes become bloodshot. He's lying. To the person who placed this item up for auction, only I know what it is. Besides me, no one could possibly know. The tribesman from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe shouted to the people around him. Yet most of the people ignored him. Even the ones who looked towards him watched him with sparkling eyes as unknown thought flickered in their heads. The bidder from the 9th room. There is someone who suspects that you do not know what this item is. I will give you a chance to say what it is, a mild voice asked, traveling forth, but the person who spoke was not the mysterious owner of the mountain rock. Instead, it was the blue-haired old auctioneer. If you can't provide an answer, then please give up on the chance to bid for this item so that things remain fair. A light appeared in the blue-haired old man's eyes as he spoke slowly. Oh? Could it be that all the people who want to buy this item have to say what it is right before the crowd? The ghost of a smile appeared on Su Ming's lips, and he cast a glance at the blue-haired old man. That's right. Those are the rules. The blue-haired old man gave Su Ming a once-over before he nodded his head. The tribesman from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe felt his breathing quicken. He had already risked defending Su Ming for that mountain rock. In his mind, once he obtained that item, he would immediately leave, and perhaps before anyone else could find him, he would already be back in his tribe.
That's rather unfair. If I said it, then if someone else places a bid, then he'll be able to just imitate my words. I can say it only if there is no other bidder after me. The only ones who will continue placing bids are me and him.
Only if you're willing to do this can Western Sea Clan be considered fair. Also, if I have managed to correctly identify the item's origins and buy it, then I don't need you to send it to me after the auction ends. I want to get it right on the spot, Su Ming said languidly. The blue-haired old man laughed coldly in his heart as he hissed out in a dark voice. Very well. No one has been bidding for this item before the two of you anyway. If that's the case, we will not accept anyone else placing any more bids for this item. The only people eligible to obtain this item are the two of you. If you can get it, then take it away. This item is indeed a soul in stone. However, what's valuable isn't the small black humanoid inside but the mountain rock itself. With a special method, a person can put it into his or her own body, which will make their chi become thicker.
It will also nurture the mind, which will help in training when meditating. The small black humanoid within is actually formed after the mountain rock absorbed the polluted aura from the world. That thing is filled with venom, but that venom is not deadly. However, it will affect a person's growth in his training, and it must be extracted with a special method. Anyone who takes it out recklessly will only bring harm to himself, Su Ming stated in a mild-mannered tone, and his voice filled the entire auction hall.
Bullshit.
You're wrong, the tribesman from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe immediately shouted and glared at Su Ming with eyes dripping with hate. That hate burst forth all of a sudden and without a reason. To him, Su Ming was just doing this on purpose so that the tribesman could not get the item.
A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He was not bothered by a person like this who could not conceal his feelings. He was more worried about the people who could hide their feelings and showed no hints of what they were thinking.
Su Ming looked at the person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe and said, "I've finished speaking. Now then, it's your turn to say what this is."
There was a sullen expression on the blue-haired old man's face, but he could not accuse Su Ming of saying the wrong thing. After all, he did not know what it was himself either. Since you're certain that the person from the 9th room is lying, then you can say what this item is right here. I can tell you that the person who placed this item for auction is here.
If the answer you give satisfies him, then perhaps that person will change his mind. The blue-haired old man looked at the thin tribesman from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe. That's...
The person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe found himself speechless for a long time. He did not know how to say it.
Even if he spoke the truth, he was not certain whether he would be able to get it, and that was not all, just the potential dangers he might face on his way back would be enough to kill him multiple times. In fact, there was a high possibility that he might bring disaster back to his tribe.
Yet if he did not say it and had to watch that item be bought by someone else, he would feel really disgruntled.
As the person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe continued glaring at Su Ming, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his lips.
That thing's name is Magnetic Wraithstone, and it's different from what you said. The most valuable thing about it isn't the mountain rock itself but the small black humanoid inside. That thing is called a stone wraith and was formed naturally after absorbing the aura from the world.
A person would also have to put it in the body and refine it to use it, but while it can only boost a person's power slightly, its biggest use is when we of the Enlightenment Gathering Tribe use a special method to carve it into a treasure that could defend the user.
That treasure would be tied together with the user's life and would die in place of the user once. As his words traveled out, the auction hall instantly fell into dead silence. Multiple pairs of eyes turned towards the transparent mountain rock, shining with a myriad of different emotions. I don't have the ability to buy this item anymore. Neither do I want to buy it. If you like it, then you can take it away. I'd like to see just how you'll be able to keep that treasure that can die once for you safe on your person. Besides, without the special method from us in the Enlightenment Gathering Tribe, that item is completely useless. That thin, middle-aged man smiled darkly and sat down. He was feeling smug that he did the right thing. By saying that and putting up the act of giving up on that item, he just made himself more convincing. However, he did not factor in the possibility of him offending not just Su Ming with his words, which were spoken entirely on purpose.
In fact, Su Ming was not even the main person he offended. The man had just greatly offended the mysterious person who had put that item up for auction. And that person was the most important person in this.
Perhaps the people from the land of freezing sky would face some problems in searching for this mysterious person, but it was incredibly easy for Western Sea Clan to do so, and since that person himself was in the auction hall right then,
if Western Sea Clan believed in the words of the person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe, then he would immediately sink into deep trouble.
A hesitant look appeared on Su Ming's face. He looked at the mountain rock, then back at the person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe before he shook his head. Perhaps I was wrong about this. If its use is really as you say, fellow brother, then I'll give up on this item. This thing can no longer be considered a treasure, but something that will cause me to lose my life. Su Ming sighed. The moment Su Ming said those words, the person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe was stunned. Then his expression changed. He just came to understand what was wrong with his words.
At the same time, within the crowd gathered in the auction hall was a man dressed in black robes and wearing a straw hat on his head. His face underneath that straw hat was incredibly dark, and he clenched his right fist instinctively.
When he lifted his head, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. That murderous intent was not aimed towards Su Ming but the thin person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe. He was the owner of the mountain rock who contacted Western Sea Clan. At that moment, his hate towards the person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe was so strong it could burn the skies. They were practically forcing him in a dilemma, and with the slightest mistake, he would not be able to walk out of the temporary tribe built by Western Sea Clan. He could even sense the blue-haired old man's gaze falling on him occasionally, and within that gaze was surprise.
Nonsense. The man stood up swiftly and, with one leap, rose in midair. His voice rumbled like thunder in the hall. I was the one who brought that item and handed it to Western Sea Clan for them to put it up for auction for me. I've had this item for many years and have asked many people before. I might not have a detailed answer to its use, but this item is definitely not that magnetic wraith stone. It's just like what that fellow tribesman from the 9th room said. It only has one name and it's soul in stone.
Sir, by saying those words, you have just tried to harm me, and I won't let it slide. I'd like to see just how Enlightenment Gathering Tribe will explain what happened today right before all the people in the land of freezing sky. The man took down his straw hat and revealed a gruff face. He had to do this because if he continued hiding his face, then it would be even more difficult for him to get himself out of trouble. You've seen my face now. There's nothing for me to hide. Enlightenment Gathering Tribe, I will invite Western Sea Clan along with me to act as my witness to test whether what you've said is the truth.
If it's fake, then you must give me a satisfactory answer. There was anger on the gruff man's face. Once he finished speaking, he turned towards Su Ming and the anger disappeared.
My fellow tribesmen from the 9th room, the uses for this item which you provided are about the same as what I understood, but there were some details about this thing that I did not know. Now I've gained a clear understanding of it. My fellow tribesmen, thank you for stating the true use for this item. The promise I made before is not fake. Since you bought this item for 1 million stone coins, I will return those 1 million stone coins for you, and I will also give that black crystal to you as promised. As he spoke, he immediately brought out a bag from his bosom and threw it at Su Ming. Once Su Ming caught it, the man turned around and returned to his seat, looking incredibly sullen. He felt his heart bleeding in pain, but he had to do it. If he did not pass the mountain rock and the other things he promised to Su Ming, then the persuasiveness of his words would become less. Now all the people there had seen him pass the mountain rock and the other things to Su Ming. The people had just seen how generous he was, but at the same time he also did this for another reason. Just in case what the person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe said was true, then he would have someone else to share his burden. Western Sea Clan's target would shift to Su Ming. Though his thoughts could be ignored for now, Su Ming caught the bag and cast a glance at it before he put it away in his bosom. Then he wrapped his fist in his palm towards the man with a smile on his lips. After that, he brought out the correct number of stone coins and handed them to Xianxia before he pointed at the mountain rock in the auction hall. This item belongs to me now. Xianxia, bring it here. With one leap, Xianxia's body turned into a long arc and he charged towards the center of the auction hall. As he stood beside the mountain rock, he swept it up with one wave of his arm and quickly returned to Su Ming. The auction in Western Sea Clan ended on that day. even though the final item that was brought out during the auction was very eye-catching, but it did not bring about a large amount of attention.
Su Ming's 3 acts during the 3-day auction had instead caught a lot more attention. The conflict that arose due to that soul in stone also stirred up many different thoughts among the people. If what the person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe said was true, then that item would be priceless. Even if it was fake, judging by how agitated he was at that time, that item was surely a fantastical treasure. However, its true use would then be a mystery.
However, there were plenty of people who were curious about it. The person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe was controlled by Western Sea Clan and could not leave alone, having to return to Enlightenment Gathering Tribe along with the gruff-looking man who originally owned that mountain rock, as well as someone from Western Sea Clan to see whether what he said was true. But before that happened, there were still quite a number of people who left at night to Enlightenment Gathering Tribe. They were going to use their own methods to investigate the truth about this matter.
After all, before they acquired accurate information, most of the people did not want to offend Freezing Sky Clan. The rumors circulating about the 9th summit were also a cause for these people to act so carefully.
Once Su Ming returned to his tent, he fell into deep thought for a moment before he asked Ziche to pack up. He had 2 valuable treasures on his person, and he had already brought attention to himself. For him, leaving before anyone else was better than staying here. However, he did not want to leave alone. Tianlan Meng had helped him during the auction, causing the both of them to have arrived at an agreement without either of them saying anything. Besides, Su Ming did not dislike Tianlan Meng. Perhaps working together with her during Sky Mist Shaman Hunt isn't really impossible. When Ziche was putting away the tent, Su Ming stood on the snow and nodded his head as he mulled over his thoughts. Perhaps they really had a form of mutual understanding between them in terms of their souls, or perhaps it was because of his previous associations with Tianlan Meng through art, which had allowed them to form a faint connection between them in terms of picture creation. As Su Ming was immersed in his thoughts while he stood on the snow, before him, as snow floated down from the sky, a woman in white with her hair falling down her shoulders walked slowly towards him. She treaded lightly on the snow, causing crunching sounds to ring in the air.
That woman was incredibly beautiful. Her eyes were bright and her teeth pearly white. There was a certain gracefulness and an indescribable charm about her as she walked through the snow. She looked like a drawing.
2 people followed behind her. One of them was the girl Su Ming had seen before, and the other was the man in the white mask who had given Su Ming the stone coins previously. The man had his head lowered and not a hint of power could be felt from him. He seemed like a normal person, but when Su Ming looked at him, he sensed the same depressing feeling he had when he stood on Sky Mist Barrier in the past and looked at the land of the shamans. I was wondering whether you would want to leave. When Tianlan Meng got closer, her gentle voice floated through the wind and snow and drifted into his ears. When are you leaving? Su Ming turned around and looked at the woman walking towards him. The snow added another charm to the woman's beauty. It was as if her existence caused the snow and wind in the area to go towards her and surround her, making her look breathtakingly beautiful. I've spent several tens of millions of stone coins on you, so it's only natural that I have to always follow you around. If something happens to you, my stone coins will all be wasted. Tianlan Meng's lips curled up in a smile, and that smile looked like a flower that had bloomed, causing the people who saw it to be unable to help but be attracted to her. A rare awkward look appeared on Su Ming's face. He was incredibly unused to this sort of conversation, especially when he had to talk to his creditor. We're not in a hurry to leave. The auction this time hasn't ended yet. The real auction is about to start soon. Don't you want to go see it? Tianlan Meng winked at him. She found Su Ming's expression to be very interesting. Even if I see it, I won't be able to buy anything. Su Ming laughed wryly. It's fine, I have money. You already owe me quite a lot of stone coins. I don't mind if you owe me more. Besides, being a creditor is quite fun. A hint of smugness that was rarely seen on Tianlan Meng appeared in her smile. However, the girl standing behind her was looking at Su Ming with disdain and scorn in her eyes. She rolled her eyes at him before she looked somewhere else. I'm not invited, though. Su Ming hesitated for a moment. He had heard about the auction that would only be attended by the powerful berserkers. Compared to the auction that lasted for 3 days, This small-scale auction was another important part of the exchange between the two clans that only occurred once every century. As he was hesitating, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he lifted his head to look into the distance. Almost at the exact same moment he lifted his head, Tianlanmeng also looked towards that direction. A man with an aloof face, dressed in black, was walking over from that direction. Not a single footprint was left on the ground he stepped on, but his feet were indeed stepping on the snow.
The man in black stopped 100 feet away from Su Ming and cast a cold look at him. A powerful might seeped out of his eyes, and it was the might that belonged to those in the bone sacrifice realm.
In the presence of that might, the snow around them was immediately thrown into the air as if it was swept by a huge gust of wind, covering their gazes and preventing them from seeing each other. An invitation by my master. The man in black only said 5 words, his voice as cold as the freezing wind. As he spoke, he brought out a wooden plate from his bosom, threw it at Su Ming, then turned around and left.
Su Ming caught the wooden plate and found that there was not a hint of force added to the throw.
He caught it as it floated into his hand, but the moment he did so, a rebounding force spread out from the plate and surged into Su Ming's body, causing 6 muffled booms to appear in succession beneath his feet, snow flowing into the air once again. Su Ming cast a glance at the wooden plate calmly. By his side, Tianlanmeng's eyes grew bright. She looked at the snow beneath Su Ming's feet and her smile grew more brilliant. 9 forces through 1 breath. That is one of the arts in the great tribe of freezing sky that won't be taught to outsiders. That person came from the great tribe of freezing sky. He's one of the followers of their elder's second son. The person who spoke was the man with the white mask standing behind Tianlanmeng. That person's voice sounded old. Judging by his voice, he was an old man.
The person in the 3rd room was second young master of the great tribe of freezing sky. You're invited to the auction now. Let's go. Tianlanmeng chuckled lightly, and her voice was very pleasant to the ears.
Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he nodded.
As Tianlanmeng continued smiling, the two of them walked into the deeper parts of the tribe with the wind and snow blowing in their faces. Over there, they saw a golden tent located at the center of the tribe.
Ziche and the girl followed behind them. That girl found Su Ming an eyesore, and Ziche was also disliked in association. With a prideful look, she strutted before him and insisted on walking in front of him. As for the person with the white mask and the old voice, he walked at the very end. Most of the time he would look at Tianlanmeng fondly, and sometimes his eyes would shift to Su Ming, and his gaze would turn into one of scrutiny.
By the way, where's that little stalker of yours?
I remember she came with you. As Tianlanmeng walked with Su Ming, she looked at him with a smile, and her voice was like the lingering notes of a song echoing in the air after it finished. Little stalker? Su Ming was momentarily stunned before the memory of Bai Su's ashen face when she left appeared in his mind. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he answered unhurriedly. She left.
The smile on Tianlanmeng's face fell away and she whispered softly, it's better that she left. Her heart lies with Sima Xian. Putting her beside you must have been a form of torture for her, but it might also be a way for her to find her true self.
Su Ming cast a glance at Tianlanmeng and said nothing.
Are you wondering why I know about it? Sima Xian can only come up with these sort of methods with his petty tricks. A person's Tao differs according to his or her own heart.
Those with a great Tao can perceive the sky and earth, but those with a small Tao can only perceive others and themselves. Tianlanmeng stated calmly, twirling a few locks of her hair gently. You've gained a clearer understanding since the last time we met. Su Ming walked on the snow and listened to the crunching sounds of his feet walking on the snow.
He loved the sound. That is all thanks to you giving up on the grass-woven crane. I can tell that it looked at you when it was flying in the air. Tianlanmeng smiled. There was some snow stuck on her petite, smiling face, causing her soft and fair skin to look as if it was made of sparkling ice. As the both of them continued speaking to each other, they arrived before the golden tent at the center of the tribe. The moment they stepped into the tent, an invisible wave swept past them. When it touched the wooden plate in Su Ming's hand, ripples appeared in that wave and Su Ming's vision blurred. When he could see clearly again, he was already in a dark room that was about several hundred feet in size.
There were quite a number of tables set on either side of the room. There were already around a dozen people sitting behind those tables. Their faces could not be seen clearly and everything appeared as a blur, a clear sign that their identities were intentionally hidden. These people did not talk to each other. All of them sat silently behind the tables. When Su Ming and Tian Lan Meng arrived, their gazes traveled towards them. Su Ming's heart thumped against his chest. All the gazes looking towards them pressured him greedily. That sort of pressure was not something a normal berserker in the bone sacrifice realm could bring on him. In fact, some of the gazes that swept towards him even made Su Ming feel shocked to the core. That sort of gaze only belonged to those in the berserker soul realm. However, there were also some gazes that were quite ordinary when they turned towards them. How we see them is the same as how they see us. Unless we reveal our power on purpose, then they will not be able to tell our true level of cultivation. A gentle voice suddenly spoke in Su Ming's mind. That voice belonged to Tian Lan Meng. She stood beside him, and her face too was blurred out. Su Ming stayed silent. He cast a glance at Tian Lan Meng. Then the both of them sat in the chairs placed beside each other on the right side of the room and waited for other people to arrive. Before long, more people came. Most of them were familiar with the rules and moved to the empty seats. An hour later, when all the seats were filled and there were about 20 people in the room, Tian Lan Meng's voice once again spoke in Su Ming's mind. It's starting. Almost the moment that voice turned to echoes in Su Ming's mind, loud, hearty laughter came from within the dark room. When the laughter started, a young boy walked through the wall at the very front of the room. That boy looked like he was only about 7 or 8 years old. But his voice was as loud as a tidal wave, and it was dripping with experience and ruthlessness. Most of us here are old friends. There are some of us here who are new, but since you're here, you must know the rules. I won't take up your time with idle chatter, so we'll just do things as we did. Let's start with something not so valuable. The first thing I'll be bringing out is a living thing. As the boy spoke, he lifted his right hand and waved it in the air before him. Immediately, a black chain charged out, and at the other end of it was a bound living creature. Its speed was exceptionally quick, and the moment it appeared, it instantly started running as if it wanted to escape, but the chains were tightly fastened around its neck. When it dashed quite close to Su Ming, the chain was stretched taut and strangled its throat, causing it to let out pained shrieks. The moment Su Ming saw that living creature, he felt as if hundreds upon thousands of lightning had just struck him. A bang went off in his head, and in the blink of an eye, everything before him except that living thing vanished. It was an ape. It was an ape that was entirely dark red. There was madness on its face. There was a chain tightly wound around its neck, and there was pus on the skin underneath the chain. Some of its flesh had even fused with the chain itself. That chain was stretched taut due to the ape's charge, and it cut into the animal's neck to the point that the ape had difficulty breathing, but it still continued struggling madly to break free of the chains. Its dark red fur did not seem like the ape's original color, but was because it had not cleaned itself for a very long time. If it could clean itself up properly, then its fur would surely turn into a fiery red shade, judging from the red hue at the very end of its fur. It was not big and was only about the size of a child around 3 to 4 years of age. At that moment, it had all 4 of its limbs on the ground and was howling at the people around him. Hidden in its eyes were terror and hate, and as it looked around it, it trembled. Su Ming shuddered. He stared at the fire-red ape before him, and a boom reverberated in his head. He had already forgotten where he was. All he could see was the picture that was hidden deep within his memories. In that picture, he saw a boy in beast skins laughing happily as he jumped around in the forest. On the boy's shoulders was a small monkey with fire-red fur. It held the boy's hair in a tight grip with one claw, and in its other claw it held a piece of fruit, gnawing at it while occasionally letting out delighted squeals. This is a new type of fire ape. This ape likes fire, and it's impossible for it to live in the land of freezing sky. We've never seen a fire ape like this in Western Sea Clan territory before either. I've even checked through some ancient scrolls before and found that the climate and environment in the entire land of South Morning isn't suitable for this type of fire ape to live. That's why I call this ape a new type. It's incredibly rare, and I don't know whether it's the only one of its kind in the world, but over the years, I've only ever seen this one. The boy smiled and cast a glance at the fire ape before he spoke slowly. It's just a monkey and you brought it here to be auctioned?
You're overestimating its value, a sharp voice stated from the crowd sitting by either side of the room. The body of the person was entirely blurred out and his face could not be seen clearly.
This is not a normal ape. It's so quick that even I have some degree of difficulty trying to chase after it. Also, the monkey's blood is good for your health and can lengthen your lifespan. If you continuously drink its blood, your power will also increase.
But that's not the main value of this creature. Due to the rareness of this monkey, that's why if you take out its soul and put it into an enchanted vessel, then the power of fire in that enchanted vessel will reach astonishing heights. Also, this ape's physical strength is so great that it could compete against those in the bone sacrifice realm.
You can also use it to guard your cave abode, and that is discounting the possibility of it undergoing transformation, the boy said leisurely.
Perhaps no one else noticed Su Ming trembling, but Tianlan Meng, who was sitting beside him, could tell with just one glance. She looked calm, but questions had already appeared in her heart.
She looked at the ape, then at Su Ming, and found herself not being able to understand what made Su Ming behave this way.
Su Ming did not hear what the other people were saying and only stared at the ape. After a very long time, he closed his eyes.
It's a pity that this ape is too wild. I've tried everything that I can, but I still can't tame it completely. I've even subjected it to bear the weight of mountains. But the monkey has showed no signs of submitting to me.
I wouldn't have been willing to sell it otherwise, the boy lamented. Once he finished introducing the ape, he brought out another few more items and explained their uses. Each of the items he took out would have caused a stir if he had brought them out in the auction during the day, but it did not incite much of a reaction among the people in the room. He only managed to draw a few pairs of eyes to the items at most. After all, the people who could join the small auction were all highly calculative people. Their faces were also blurred out and no one could see their expressions. Even if they could see them, they would not be able to see any clues there.
All those who could reach the later stage of the bone sacrifice realm or even the berserker soul realm had definitely gone through multiple life and death situations. Anyone who could survive through these ordeals was definitely not any ordinary person. Those who lacked in intelligence would not be able to survive so easily. Su Ming did not hear the descriptions of the items the boy brought out later. He closed his eyes and quelled the vicious surge of emotions in his heart. The very first item that was brought out in the small auction had completely caught him off guard. Its sudden appearance had caused Su Ming's heart to feel as if there were waves moving backwards and crashing against his heart. Before he even had time to accept the truth was forcefully brought right before his eyes.
Xiaohong.
Su Ming's thoughts quivered and echoed in his heart as his memories in Dark Mountain surfaced in his mind. Xiaohong was like family to him. It had been beside him since he was young and had shouldered through all his moments of happiness, anger, and sadness with him. The memory of him getting to know Xiaohong, the memories of him playing with it, the memories of him talking to Xiaohong when he was lonely. All these memories appeared in Su Ming's mind uncontrollably. His childhood memories were filled with beautiful and happy moments. In those moments, there was always a fire-red monkey that stayed with him as he grew up, went with him when he went to search for Bai Ling, joined him as he went to steal Dark Dragon's saliva. There were also moments where Xiaohong was the only listener when Su Ming started talking to himself, even though Xiaohong would be holding onto a piece of fruit in its claw every single time and would throw away the core secretly as it listened to him.
These moments were the ones that occupied his memories with Xiaohong the most.
Su Ming would never forget any of these. He would forever remember one particular action from Xiaohong, and that was it sniffing its right claw while putting on an intoxicated face. That expression would forever be etched into Su Ming's memories. Su Ming still remembered himself following Xiaohong in secret, then witnessing Xiaohong grabbing a bit of a bear's fur, and everything else that happened. When the change in Dark Mountain happened, when the void appeared and sucked Su Ming in it, when he opened his eyes once again, Dark Mountain was no longer there. His elder was no longer there. His tribe was no longer there. Xiaohong was also no longer there. The sky was not that of the Alliance of the Western Regions, and neither was the ground. Everything reeked of unfamiliarity, and it was so unfamiliar to him that he had to grow up quickly. He had to force himself to get used to being silent, force himself to use sinister methods to kill others. Only when it was dark and quiet would he sit in the corner and look at the sky alone while bringing up memories to keep him company in his loneliness. Su Ming opened his eyes. The moment he did so, the silence around him quickly disappeared and everything in the room seemingly returned to normal in his eyes. He heard the fire ape's screeches in his ears, heard the boy's voice, and heard some voices of people negotiating over it. In its continuous struggles, Su Ming saw the ape with the dark red fur beginning to suffocate, and it squatted down on the ground as if it gave up on the thought of escaping. Grief appeared in its eyes. Its gaze did not appear to be looking at anything in the room, and its soul also did not seem to be in its body any longer. It was as if its soul had gone to a place far away from here, and no one had any idea what it was thinking about. Su Ming looked at it and felt a sharp stab of pain in his heart. That pain filled his entire body like a tidal wave that drowned him. Even though he could tell that this ape was not Xiao Hong, it possessed the same intelligence as Xiao Hong, had the same fur as Xiao Hong, had the same speed as Xiao Hong, but Su Ming had lived with Xiao Hong for many years. From the minor details, he could tell that this was a fire ape, but it was not Xiao Hong. It was just like the case with Bai Su. She was not Bai Ling. As Su Ming stared at the ape, it noticed that there was one particular person among the dozen humans it hated and despised around it staring at it since the start. It was a gaze that was different from the people around it. It wasn't filled with indifference but with a type of sorrow. The ape had seen these sort of gazes before when it was caught. However, in its memories, there was almost always pity and compassion lying underneath those sorrowful gazes. The ape did not need that kind of compassion. However, this person's gaze was slightly different. It squatted down on its spot, and the highly intelligent ape turned its head around to look in the direction where that gaze came from. The ape saw a blurred-out person, saw the gaze that was looking towards it. There was no pity in that gaze, no compassion, only pure sorrow. That sorrow made the ape shudder. I can't exchange anything of mine for that ape alone. Its value is either too great or too small for my items. How about this? I'll use a ray of starlight that I've been refining for nearly 100 years to exchange for those 2 sea creation stones of yours as well. I may not have starlight, but I obtained the skeleton of a sacred beast from the shaman tribe in the past and turned it into a puppet. This puppet's price is worth much more than all the items you showed us. If you give me another 10 drops of that Western Sea Clan's sea marrow, then I'll exchange the puppet with you. This was an auction Su Ming had never seen before. The bidders did not compete using stone coins but with items, and the idea of the item going to the highest bidder did not exist. The person who brought out the auctioned items would be the one who decided who he would be trading those items with based on what he was lacking. His will could determine the results for everything here. I can refine starlight myself, though it might take some time. As for the puppet made using the skeleton of the shaman tribe's sacred beast, if I spend some effort in this, I'll be able to get it from the shaman tribe myself. I want rare items. If you don't have them, then forget it. The boy shook his head. There were 4 items floating before him. One of them was a jade bottle, while another one was a small umbrella, and the remaining 2 were 2 black stones. Based on what the auctioneer said just now, the jade bottle contained sea marrow liquid. While he might not have mentioned its uses, judging from the words from those around him, most of them seemed to know what it was. The small umbrella was an enchanted vessel embedded with some unique effects. It could make a person's aura disappear completely. The remaining 2 black stones were naturally sea creation stones. Its effects were just like its name. It could create an ocean out of thin air, and it contained incredible power. The fire ape was also part of the auctioned items along with those 4 items. However, there were only few among the people sitting on either side of the room who were interested in the items the boy brought out. Only those 2 people named a price, but it was not enough to make the boy satisfied. Does no one have anything rare? If you don't, then I'll have to let the next person bring out their treasures. The boy was rather disappointed. He let his gaze sweep past both sides of the room and was just about to retrieve his things when a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he spoke. Wait! I'll exchange for it with sky pearls. Almost the moment Su Ming spoke, Tian Lanmeng's voice also came from beside him. It could be said that the both of them spoke at the same time. When the boy heard it, his gaze immediately fell towards them, but the person he looked at first was not Su Ming. It was instead Tian Lanmeng, who was sitting beside him. The boy looked at her and asked with a smile, "How many sky pearls? How many do you want? Tianlan Meng asked calmly in a moderate voice. Lass, you must be one of the people chosen by Sky Mist's ancestor to be one of this generation's mist worshippers. Your name is Tianlan Meng, and your elder sister is Tianlan Yu. The boy's eyes sparkled as he spoke with a chuckle. The Tianlan family has to send one of the mist worshippers of each generation to Freezing Sky and Western Sea. Then they would choose one among the two to receive the coming of Sky Mist's ancestor. I respect Sky Mist, so if you want these items, then I'll give it to you for 10 sky pearls. The boy's words echoed within the dark room, though the people who heard it did not turn their gazes over. Most of them chose to ignore what was going on. 10? Tianlan Meng hesitated. She looked at the 4 items before the boy, then at the dark red ape before she fell silent for a moment. I can only give you 2, she stated softly. No can do, lassie. You need at least 5 sky pearls before they can gather together. 2 isn't enough. You can't get any of my items with just 2. Unless you have some rare items with you, that is. I'm especially interested in all rare items. The boy smiled, then turned his gaze to Su Ming. He remembered that Su Ming had spoken up just now as well. Rare items. Su Ming closed his eyes and reopened them a short moment later. Right at the moment Tianlan Meng was about to speak again, Su Ming pressed his palm against her arm. Tianlan Meng offered the price because she saw the changes that occurred on him when he saw the ape. There was in no way that Su Ming would not know that. He committed her goodwill into his memories. He could also tell with certainty that those sky pearls were incredibly valuable items. The value of those pearls were the same for Tianlan Meng. He could choose to give up. After all, he was not too interested in the other things brought out by the boy, but Su Ming found himself unable to turn his eyes away from the ape. Even if it was not Xiao Hong. I have a rare item, but it'll depend on you on whether you can discern the uses of this item. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the boy. The difference in their levels of cultivation was incredibly great, but he was not afraid. This was a trade. At the very least in this dark room, both parties involved in the trade were in the same position. If he became afraid, if he was stunned still by the boy's power, then there was no need for them to negotiate anything. Oh! The boy gave Su Ming a lazy once-over and there was a ghost of a smile on his lips. It was really hard for him to believe that the person speaking to him could really bring out anything that he would consider as rare. He was a member of Western Sea Clan. He might not know the people invited to this auction, but if this person could sit beside Tianlan Meng, then either he was a powerful berserker in the Tianlan family, or he was just her friend. Judging by their actions, it was clear that the person who spoke was not a member of the Tianlan family. There was only one other explanation for his presence then. He was Tianlan Meng's friend. By his voice, the boy could tell that he was not an old person either, so his power was definitely not very great. At most, he would only be in the bone sacrifice realm. You can bring it out and let me take a look. Perhaps it's really something I don't know. The boy did not sound too arrogant when he spoke, but that was just the way he was. It was not because he was attaching any form of importance to Su Ming. Su Ming no longer wasted his time on idle chatter. He put his right hand into his bosom and brought out something from his storage bag. When he held that item in his hand, he hesitated for a moment, but as his gaze swept past the items floating before the old man and the ape, he swiftly brought out the item and threw it towards the boy. It was a round object. Once the boy caught it, he brought it before his eyes and took a closer look. With that one glance, the boy's face instantly turned serious. He lifted his right hand and waved it before him. Immediately, the space before him became clouded. That indistinctiveness surrounded him, causing the people to be unable to see what he was doing clearly. However, since the auction was hosted by Western Sea Clan and the specifications for this auction were very high, the possibility of someone stealing anything was practically nil. The boy's power was also very great, and he, too, was an outstanding member of Western Sea Clan in terms of both his status and position. Naturally, he would not do something as degrading to his position as snatching a junior's possessions right before the eyes of many people. That was why while that space appeared clouded to the other people, it was not so for Su Ming and Tianlan Meng. This was naturally the boy's doing. Su Ming could see the boy bringing that round object in his hand to sniff it. Once he did so, his expression changed once again and he stared at the item hesitantly.
During that time, his expressions changed multiple times. Su Ming looked at the item the boy held in his hands and felt a stab of pain in his heart. That item was his spirit plunder. This was the only thing he could bring out which could be considered as a rare item. What is this? The boy hesitated for a long moment before he lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. Can I get the things you offered? Su Ming asked softly. The boy looked at Su Ming and said sternly, you can, but that depends on the effects of this thing. I don't know the name of the item, but the effects are quite simple. It can absorb all illusionary entities, such as berserker marks. There's even a shaman's totem contained within it, Su Ming stated slowly after sighing inwardly. So that's how it is. I was wondering why I sensed a hint of shaman presence when I was observing this thing. This thing might not be incredibly useful and there's a crack on it, which can only mean that there's a limit to how many things it can absorb and will break once it goes past its limit. But it's indeed a rare item. But you can't get all my things. How about this? Besides the sea marrow, you can take another one of these items along with the fire ape. The boy nodded his head solemnly. Then he cast a look at Su Ming and explained, I'm not taking advantage of you. It's just that this item can only be considered rare. Because of the crack, it can only be considered as broken goods. It won't be able to absorb many more illusionary entities. To me, its biggest use is for research purposes. However, if you have more, then we can still talk. Once the boy finished speaking, he gave Su Ming a profound smile. I only have one of it. Su Ming swept his gaze past the items the boy offered before it eventually fell on the fire ape. Then he looked away. My master gave it to me, he added, and once he averted his gaze from the items, he looked towards the boy. Oh? And who is your master? The boy asked casually with a smile on his face as he toyed with the spirit plunder in his hands. My master is Xianxia. He's very protective of me. Su Ming did not hide his identity. It was something incredibly hard for him to keep secret anyway. If Western Sea Clan wanted to know about it, learning his identity in the auction they held in this dark room was not hard. More importantly, Su Ming had a feeling that there was something behind Xianxia's identity. This was something he sensed when he saw him in his purple-robed form, and he grew more certain of his thoughts during the trip to the land of the shamans. Besides, Su Ming had also found some odd things through a few clues lying here and there in the large-scale auction held during the day. First, it was the actions of Western Sea Clan's clan elder, then there was also second young master of the great tribe of Freezing Sky acting friendly with him. Su Ming did not believe even for a moment that all of this happened because of him. The smile on the boy's face froze the moment Su Ming mentioned Xianxia's name. That careless expression on his face instantly turned into one of stupefied horror. He lowered his head to look at the spirit plunder in his hands. Then at Su Ming. Then a wry smile appeared on his face. You're Su Ming of the 9th Summit. Please send my greetings to Senior Xianxia. Ah, fine. You can choose another one of these items. The boy shook his head. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest. He was just about to speak when Tian Lan Mang let out a fake cough beside him. I want the fire ape and 5 drops of sea marrow. The boy hesitated for a moment before he shook his head and said, I can give you the fire ape, but I can't give you so many drops of sea marrow. 3 drops, and that's only because of Senior Xianxia that I'm doing this. All right, then we'll go for 3 drops. Tian Lan Meng winked at Su Ming before she quickly spoke. The boy no longer wasted any time with idle chatter. He lifted his right hand and grabbed the jade bottle, opened it. Then with a flick of his wrist, 3 blue drops of liquid flew towards Su Ming. Tian Lan Meng quickly lifted her hand and an ice bottle appeared in it. The 3 drops of liquid accurately fell into the bottle and the ice bottle instantly turned a deep blue color. The boy then waved his arm and a chain flew towards Su Ming, who caught it. The instant he caught the chain, Su Ming's mind shuddered. A feeling as if he could determine the fire ape's life and death, which was connected to the end of the chain, appeared in his heart. With just one thought, that fire ape would instantly die. I'll lend you that chain temporarily, but not for too long. Search for a way to control the fire ape as quickly as possible, and once you do, throw the chain into the sky. It'll return to me. The ape is brutal, be careful. Once the boy finished speaking,
The cloudiness in the space before him vanished, allowing the others to be able to see his face and hear his voice again. As for the dialogue between the three people and their expressions, well, no one could hear or see any of it. This was a special arrangement made by the small auction. It was a protection made in consideration of private negotiations between the parties involved. The people on either side of the room did not pay too much heed to it. Only some of them cast a few looks at Su Ming and Tian Lan Meng, but Su Ming found it difficult to discern exactly how they were looking at him from their gazes. After all, compared to these people, he was still a little green. Su Ming did not join the subsequent auctions. Instead, he simply watched the people bring out rare items. Some of them made Su Ming's heart pound in excitement, but he did not have anything in exchange for those things, and there were only few of the people who would suggest using stone coins as a method of trading. Most of them preferred using the barter system. I won't be bringing out a lot of items. In fact, I'll only be selling one thing. All the people there had a chance to sell something. They could also say what they wanted to trade it for. At that moment, the person who spoke was someone sitting on Su Ming's other side. That person's body was blurred out and his features could not be seen clearly. His voice was not old, but instead sounded as if it was drifting. There was a certain rhythm to his speech. As that person spoke, he lifted his right hand and pointed to the space before him. Immediately, the space which he pointed to distorted, and a small bottle floated out from within. Once the bottle appeared, it gradually became transparent and the bottle opened up by itself. A medicinal scent spread out from the bottle and filled the entire dark room. As the body of the bottle slowly became transparent and all the people's gazes turned towards it, they clearly saw four spherical-shaped things the size of a fingernail in the bottle. Medicinal pills? Su Ming did not expect that there would be two things that would throw him into such huge shock in the small auction. The medicinal scent filled the dark room and spread around, causing the people who took a whiff of it to feel refreshed. Su Ming looked at the four medicinal pills in the transparent bottle. They were green. The inside of the bottle seemed like an illusion, as if the four medicinal pills inside did not blend in with the surroundings. Once the person beside Su Ming brought out the medicinal pills, he stated unhurriedly in his seat, "These are 4 second-grade shaman cores. I've already verified their uses myself. They're used to treat wounds." Shaman core. Su Ming looked calm, but his heart was trembling. This auction had let him get to learn of many items he never knew before. He stared at the transparent jade bottle and remained silent. "You actually managed to snatch shaman cores from shaman priests? Interesting. But I don't really believe that those are second-grade shaman cores," a dark voice said. The person who spoke was someone among the people sitting on the other side of the room. While speaking, he lifted his right hand and seized at the air in the direction of the jade bottle. That bottle instantly charged towards him, and once he held it, he poured one of the medicinal pills into his hand and brought it to his nose to sniff it. The person beside Su Ming did not stop the other person from doing so. Clearly, doing such a thing was normal in the auction. He was not worried that the shaman core would be stolen. There were also others who grabbed the bottle through the air and took out the medicinal pills inside to inspect them. Usually, they would only look at a pill for a moment before putting it back into the medicine bottle. Quite a number of people inspected those pills. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He waited for a moment, and once he saw that no one else inspected those pills, he lifted his right hand and clutched it in the direction of the medicine bottle. Immediately, that medicine bottle flew to him. He poured out one of them and took a few close looks before also choosing to sniff it. A medicinal scent wafted into his nose, but there was also a bloody stench contained within it. He stared at the pill, and while Su Ming was certain that this was a medicinal pill, it was not of the few types he knew about. The quenching process for this pill was also rather crude. It might look as round as a core, but once Su Ming took a closer look, he could see numerous small holes in the pill. It was not as good as the medicinal pills Su Ming created, which looked natural. "When I went to the land of the shamans, the patriarch of lizard shaman tribe said that my spirit plunder was a barren core when he saw it. Now, by the looks of it, the shamans do indeed have the methods to create medicinal pills, and they are similar to mine. But the products of the quenching process I learned are called medicinal pills, and the shamans call theirs shaman cores. By the looks of these shaman cores, they are lacking compared to my medicinal pills." Su Ming put the shaman core in his hand back into the medicine bottle. then pushed it forward and kept silent. The shaman cores did not incite a large-scale competition, but there were some people who negotiated privately with the owner of those cores while everyone else's sites were obscured. Then each of them obtained those shaman cores in exchange for some item of their own. The small auction lasted for a long time. Su Ming renounced the chance to bring out anything to be auctioned. He did not have anything that could be sold anyway. Tianlan Meng was the same. Another hour passed by before the small auction ended. This was the first time Su Ming had joined a private auction of such high standards. Most of the items these people brought out were things he had never heard about. As the private auction ended, while Su Ming might not have obtained a lot of things from it, he had gained new knowledge about more valuable items. If it was not for this chance, he would have needed a long time to slowly accumulate this sort of knowledge. When the private auction ended, the boy waved his arm, and the blurred-out figures of the people sitting by either side of the room started turning into illusions and slowly grew invisible before they eventually vanished into thin air. To enter this place, people would need to step into the golden tent. There were about a dozen golden tents in Western Sea Clan, and it was not necessary for them to enter the dark room through the biggest golden tent located at the center of the tribe. That was why when the people left the dark room, most of them would be separated, and once they left the golden tent, they would usually quickly leave the place. Su Ming and Tianlan Meng walked out. In Su Ming's hand was a chain with a fire ape with dark red fur at its end. When the ape left the tent, it lifted its head to look at the sky. As it watched the snow floating down from the sky, it shuddered. "Brother Su, this bag of mine can store living things. Quickly put that fire ape in there. We must leave this place immediately." The moment they walked out of the golden tent and Ziche as well as Tianlan Meng's followers went back to them, Tianlan Meng quickly spoke to Su Ming. At the same time, she brought out a small white bag before handing it to him. Su Ming did not hesitate. He took the small bag and scanned it with his divine sense. Once he did so, he patted the bag gently, and instantly, a mighty and great power of absorption shot out from within it, sweeping away the fire ape and sucking it into the bag in an instant. "Let's go!" Tianlan Meng turned into a long arc and rose into the air. Su Ming took a step and bounded forward. Even if Tianlan Meng had taken off first and was charging forward, with that one step, Su Ming could stay by her side in midair. Ziche and the girl followed behind them while the man with the white mask stayed at the very end of the team. His footsteps were paced moderately and he looked rather relaxed. They turned into several long arcs in the air and traveled into the distance gradually. No one spoke on the way. Su Ming was caught in his thoughts. Sometimes he would lower his head and look at the small white bag. He still did not know how to describe that feeling within himself. The very first moment he saw the fire ape, he had been shocked, and mixed feelings had even arisen in his heart. He had hoped that the ape was Xiao Hong but found it hard to accept the possibility of it being the truth. When he saw that the ape was not Xiao Hong, his heart was filled with melancholy and longing for him. With those complicated feelings in his heart, Su Ming flew silently with Tianlan Meng. When the sky started becoming bright and they were some distance away from the temporary tribe built by Western Sea Clan, Tianlan Meng turned around and gave Su Ming a look. The thing you used in exchange for the fire ape was also a type of shaman core. Tianlan Meng's voice was gentle and no one else could hear it because it appeared in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming was on the receiving end of this method of communication before in the private auction. It had been a very strange experience. This is a simple art belonging to the Immortals. It's easy to describe it, but it's difficult for berserkers to master it. Tianlan Meng smiled at Su Ming. She could tell that Su Ming was baffled by this sort of art that could transmit sound. "You don't need to tell me. I don't know whether you know its origins. If you know, it's fine, but if you didn't, well, now you do. But that shaman core of yours was very special. It was very different from the ones I've seen before. If it wasn't because I had seen plenty of shaman cores in my life, it would have been difficult for me to identify it." The boy from Western Sea Clan thinks he's very knowledgeable, but he still didn't manage to discern the origins of that thing at first glance. Tianlan Meng's smile was very beautiful. As she smiled, her eyes turned into the shape of a crescent moon, and it added a charm to her that would make people's hearts flutter. Su Ming carefully sensed the way Tianlan Meng's voice echoed in his mind. By using his divine sense to observe it, he could tell somewhat that the voice was transmitted through an aura. This aura was not the power of qi that was contained in the flesh and blood, but it was another sort of power that was contained in the world.
It would have been difficult for other people to notice this aura, but it was not so for Su Ming. There was another path that had been opened up within his body, and that same aura was contained within that path.
He had sensed it before and given it a name himself, Aura Refinement Art. After a moment of deep thought, a gust of aura started circulating within the open path in Su Ming's body. The instant it surged out, it fused together with his divine sense.
When his divine sense spread out and the instant it touched Tianlanmeng, Su Ming gained an epiphany and a smile appeared on his face. Perhaps it's not so. Su Ming did not use his mouth to say those words. His voice had instead traveled directly into Tianlanmeng's mind.
Oh, eh? Tianlanmeng had originally not discovered that he was talking to her without using his mouth. But very soon, she was stunned. She widened her eyes and turned around swiftly to look at Su Ming, and on her face was shock and disbelief. Were you speaking just now? Tianlanmeng asked after a moment of hesitation. That's right, I said. Perhaps it's not soda. Su Ming sent his voice into her head. You learn too quickly. There was a strange look on Tianlanmeng's face when she glanced at him before continued moving forward. After a long while, Tianlanmeng finally could not help it and asked, How did you do it? I did it just the way you did it. It wasn't anything difficult to begin with. Once I got the gist of it, it was easy, Su Ming answered, smiling. Oh well, it's fine if you don't want to say it. But it's a good thing for us if you can speak with your mind. Su Ming, I need your help during Sky Mist Shaman Hunt. A stern look appeared on Tianlanmeng's face. Details. Su Ming sighed internally. There was no way he could refuse this now. After all, the things that happened during the auction had turned her into his creditor. Tianlanmeng looked at Su Ming and said after a moment of hesitation, I can't tell you the details now. This isn't a good place to talk. When Sky Mist Shaman Hunt begins, I'll tell you everything in detail. Once you help me, not only will you not owe me stone coins, but I'll also reward you greatly in other ways. All right, but I'll say this beforehand. I don't care how dangerous this is. If it exceeds my abilities and endangers my life, then I will choose to give up. I'll think of another way to return the stone coins I owe you, Su Ming said in a low tone. All right. Tianlanmeng smiled and nodded towards him. Time trickled by as the two of them talked to each other with their minds, and it lasted until evening. They arrived back in Freezing Sky Clan without running into any danger. As Tianlanmeng looked at the 9 summits on the ground, she brought out a deep blue ice bottle from her bosom, then poured a drop of the blue liquid in there into another ice bottle. I'll take one of the 3 drops of sea marrow as an interest, and I'll return the other 2 drops to you. This item is very valuable. Once you take in 1 drop, it'll produce a large life force within you. It's a lifesaver, Tianlanmeng said and gave the ice bottle containing the 2 drops of sea marrow to Su Ming. With this thing around, our chances of survival during Sky Mist Shaman Hunt will increase. As she spoke, Tianlanmeng smiled once again before she flew back to the 7th summit in a long arc. The girl followed behind her. The man with the white mask had already gone somewhere else. Su Ming looked at Tianlanmeng's departing figure, lowered his head to look at the ice bottle in his hands, turned around, and flew back to the 9th summit with Ziche. There were now less than 2 months until Sky Mist Shaman Hunt began. The battle was practically hanging over Su Ming's head now. 2 months was incredibly short for him. That amount of time might even naturally pass while waiting to obtain an epiphany. That amount of time was not enough for him to isolate himself to train either. Besides, there was not even 2 months. More accurately, there was only about 1.5 months left. The entire Freezing Sky Clan was in a state of silence akin to the calm before a storm. That was not to say that people were being quiet, it was just a condition formed by everyone's mental condition. It was a feeling. All those who were going to enter Sky Mist Shaman Hunt were making their final preparations restlessly. Either they were going to cause a stir during the battle, or they were going to die in foreign lands. The great shaman battle that only happened once a century usually ended with blood-soaked Sky Mist City. Once Su Ming returned to the 9th summit, he made a decision. He would not leave the 9th summit before the start of Sky Mist Shaman Hunt. He would use the remaining time to make his final preparations. He had too many things to do. He Feng's fusion with the wings of the moon had reached its critical stage. This was his final transformation, Once he succeeded, He Feng would become a strong guard for Su Ming during Sky Mist Shaman Hunt. There was also the creation of spirit plunder as well. He had enough materials now, so all Su Ming needed was the aura of death, and once he had enough spirit plunders on standby, he would be ready for the battle in the land of shamans. He also needed to examine the barren cauldron he had obtained. After all, if he did not open it, then he would not be able to use it to create other medicinal pills. The battle in Sky Mist this time would last for years or even longer. That was why he needed to prepare a large amount of medicinal pills, or else, once an accident happened, he would die. There was also the matter about Su Ming's own training. He had to spend more time on turning the black mist into runes for his divine general armor and make it even sturdier. Su Ming also had to train and refine his body even more when he used picture creation's second style and activated the golden rock speed. Only by doing so could he be able to withstand even faster speeds. He had also sensed the key for him to go from the later stage of the Awakening Realm to great completion in the Awakening Realm. He had to go and retrieve his repaired Sun and play the song from Dark Mountain so that his cultivation base could reach great completion in the Awakening Realm. Su Ming had to prepare all of these things. As for Sima Xian, well, he did not have time to care about him. The moment that person had failed to plant the berserker seed in him, he had already lost his courage to face Su Ming head-on. Su Ming sat on the stone platform outside his cave, and Su appeared in his head. She started to gradually fade away in his head, and eventually disappeared. Once Su Ming calmed his mind, he brought out a small white bag from his bosom when it was dark and the moon hung high in the sky. He looked at the bag and sorrow appeared on his face. It was a deep sorrow that was usually hidden deep within Su Ming's heart, only revealing itself occasionally, albeit rarely. Every single time that sorrow appeared, the scar on Su Ming's face would turn as red as blood. After a long while, Su Ming patted the bag gently. Instantly, a layer of mist spread out from the bag, clinking of chains coming from within it, and as it did so, a dark red shadow charged out of the mist with a speed so quick it was difficult to see with the naked eye. That dark red shadow came to an abrupt halt several dozens of feet before Su Ming. Its body became clear. It was the fire ape. It squatted down before him and glared at him with hate and disgust, along with a strong desire to not submit to him. From its gaze, Su Ming could sense the pride within the ape's heart and its hatred towards all the living. Clearly, it had gone through an endless amount of suffering and torture in the boy's hands. Yet not only did his actions not subjugate the ape, they instead fueled it with a maddening killing intent towards all the people around it. Even Su Ming, who had looked at him slightly differently previously, was completely hateful in its eyes as he sat before it at that moment. Once the ape had the chance, it would tear its body apart. Ziche stood up in the distance and took a few steps forward as he glared at the fire ape coldly. He could sense the intense rage and madness from the ape. If it was not for the chain binding it, it would probably have instantly jumped on Su Ming and killed him, and once it did so, it would roar towards the skies before running away. Ziche could also sense a powerful, threatening feeling from that animal. That ape might be weakened now, but there was a mighty pressure that was equivalent to the power of those in the bone sacrifice realm coming from within it. That pressure might be faint and weak right then, but it was there, and it was a clear sign on just how strong the ape was when it was at the peak of its health. The speed just now had especially shocked Ziche. Almost the instant Ziche took a few cautious steps forward, that fire ape immediately turned around and glared at him with bloodshot eyes before charging towards him with a murderous aura. He only managed to see a dark red shadow charging out, and in an instant, it was already only 30 feet away from him. With a bang, that chain was stretched taut, causing the fire ape's speed to come to an abrupt halt, and its claw swiped through the air 20 feet away from Ziche. It might not have touched Ziche, but it still stirred a strong gust of wind that stunned him where he stood. The wind against his face was so strong that it caused a faint stab of pain. The fire ape that was tied down by the chain around its neck was howling at the sky at that moment. Its voice was filled with despair, resignation, and resentment. The flesh under its neck was also torn into a bloody mess because the chain was wound too tightly. Ziche, stand down. Su Ming was staring at the fire ape when he whispered. Ziche bent his body down and bowed towards him. He took a few steps back but kept his eyes trained warily on the fire ape. That creature's savage presence was shocking, and he could already imagine that it would definitely turn into a huge disaster once it broke free of the chains and regained its freedom. Though Xianxia retreated some distance away, the madness in the fire ape's eyes did not diminish. It instead became stronger. It could be seen from the ape's expression alone that it did not believe in anyone and harbored an intense repulsion and hatred towards everything around it. Su Ming could also tell that it was using its savageness and madness to hide the loneliness in its heart. These were the things Su Ming saw. "I once had a companion," Su Ming whispered softly. The moment he opened his mouth, the fire ape turned around and stared at him. The red glare in its eyes appeared once again. As the murderous glint appeared in its eyes, it turned around, squatted down, and ruthlessness appeared on its expression. "Its name." When Su Ming said the last word, the expression of Xianxia, who was standing not too far away, changed. The fire ape let out a piercing howl, and it rushed so quickly that it only left behind a shadow. It charged towards Su Ming so quickly that it arrived before him in an instant, its murderous aura burning so strongly that it could burn the skies. By the looks of it, it seemed as if the ape wanted to tear a hole through Su Ming's chest, tear out his heart, and eat it raw. Sorrow appeared on Su Ming's face. The fire ape saw that sorrow, but not only did it not slow down, it became even faster. Yet the moment it was about to touch Su Ming's body, the ape suddenly let out a shrill cry. Its neck was bound tightly by the chain, causing it to be unable to breathe. The chain also jerked backwards, causing the ape to be dragged away and thrown against the wall beside Su Ming. A bang echoed in the air and cracks appeared on the wall. The fire ape's body fell down, but the beast immediately climbed up and continued howling at Su Ming with madness and ferocity. "Uncle Master, be careful." At that moment, Xianxia's voice buzzed in Su Ming's ears. Everything had happened too quickly, and all of it only lasted for an instant. Was Xiao Hong? Su Ming did not stop speaking, finishing his sentence. If anyone was going to describe the scene just now, then it could be said that everything happened during Su Ming's first sentence. "When we became acquainted with each other, I was just a naive teenager, and it lived in the forest." Su Ming spoke softly as if he was mumbling, but it also seemed as if he was speaking to the fire ape. The brutality on the fire ape's face became stronger, as if it did not understand Su Ming's words. It charged towards him once again, even though it knew that it was useless. Still, it continued charging towards Su Ming. It closed in on him in the span of a breath, but before its claw could tear through his skin, the chain around its neck instantly threw him back again and it crashed on the ground. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief only then. He took a few steps back and looked in the direction where Su Ming and the fire ape were with wariness. That fire ape was very strong and its strength had delivered a large shock to Xianxia. Not only was it fast, it was also incredibly powerful, so powerful that the murderous aura in it was still burning intensely even though its body had already sustained such heavy injuries. I was weak, and besides being agile, there was nothing else good about me, but I was very familiar with that forest, that's why I usually ran around there. I thought that I was really quick. Until I met Xiao Hong. As Su Ming mumbled, that fire ape let out a piercing screech and charged towards him once again. Yet once it arrived before him, it was still thrown back by the chain. A crashing sound reverberated through the air, and it covered Su Ming's voice. "I remember that when we first met, it was sitting on a tree branch with a piece of fruit in its claw. It was laughing at me from that tree. It had fire-red fur just like yours." Nostalgia appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As he spoke, the fire ape appeared before him once again, yet what awaited it was it falling to the ground once again. This time, it coughed out a mouthful of blood. Yet the madness and ferociousness on its face did not dwindle. It was very beautiful and I really liked it. I wanted to catch it, but it was just too fast. Perhaps it was fate, but after that, every single time I entered that forest, I saw it. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. It was a nostalgic smile brought about by reminiscence. The moment that smile appeared, the fire ape charged towards him once again. However, this time, before it could even get closer to Su Ming, it saw the gentle smile on his face and trembled. It possessed high intelligence and could differentiate good intentions from bad. It had also never believed in people, be it their smiles or their words. because from its experiences they were never true. It did not believe in anyone. It only believed in its own instincts. That was why, while it had understood Su Ming's words, it chose to ignore him and instead used violence to fight against him. However, right then, at that very moment, it saw the gentle smile on Su Ming's face. For a reason it did not know itself, that smile touched its soul, which was hidden deep inside. There was not a hint of ill will in that smile, but neither was that smile aimed towards it. Nonetheless, there was sincerity within that smile, and even a hint of sorrow that was hidden underneath joy. That fire ape stopped and squatted down 10 feet away from Su Ming. It looked at the person before it, and a hint of hesitation appeared on the brutal expression on its face. "I gave Xiao Hong its name," Su Ming mumbled and closed his eyes. Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at the fire ape that was squatting down 10 feet away from him. He whispered softly, "I always wanted to catch it." Perhaps there would be someone who could truly tame this fire ape in the land of South Morning, but all their taming methods would be related to brute force, because it was just like the boy had said, that fire ape was a new type. That was why no one had any experience in taming fire apes. They could only use the taming methods they applied on other fierce beasts. Only Su Ming and Su Ming alone had the experience of befriending a fire ape. Because when he was young, there was a fire ape that had been with him for his entire childhood. But I never managed to catch it. Su Ming stood up, and as he shook his head, he walked towards the fire ape. Almost the same moment, wariness appeared on the fire ape's face. It let out a low growl, and as it did, the savage look appeared on its face once again. This lasted for several years before it let me catch it on purpose. At that time I was really happy, but it was not until a long time later that I realized that it let itself be caught on purpose, because it was also very lonely in the forest. Just like me. Su Ming mumbled, walking towards the fire ape. A fierce light appeared in the ape's eyes, and the moment Su Ming walked over, it suddenly leaped up and swiped its claw at his face. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, a huge gust of wind blew against Su Ming's face. Yet this time, almost the moment its claw was about to touch Su Ming's body turned to the side. It looked as if he was ripped apart by the fire ape, but in truth, the beast had only torn apart an afterimage. Only then did I know that it was not me who found it, but that it chose me to be its friend. A friend for eternity. Su Ming mumbled and shifted his body to the side before he took a step to stand behind the fire ape. He lifted his right hand and brushed the fur behind its head lightly. His touch was very gentle, just like how he petted Xiao Hong in the past. This particular action made Xiao Hong the most comfortable. The fire ape shuddered and turned around. It bared its teeth, and anger appeared on its face to hide that thump of its heart during that instant. Su Ming looked at the fire ape snarling at him and said softly, "You're very fast. If you weren't tied down by the chain, you'd be even faster, just like Xiao Hong. It's also very fast. When I was young, I could never catch up to it. This place isn't suitable for you to stay. Perhaps the land of the shamans is a more suitable choice for you. I won't harm you. Once I go to the land of the shamans, I'll release the chains and I'll return your freedom to you." Su Ming mumbled and looked at the fire ape. The ape took a few steps back and looked at Su Ming warily, as if it did not understand what he had just said. "Let's make a bet and see who is faster." Su Ming suddenly smiled. That smile contained a sense of naivety that was rarely seen on his face since he arrived in the land of South Morning. It was a smile that belonged to a young boy, not a man. "If you win, I'll unchain you right that instant and return you your freedom. But if you lose, then you must brush your fur. You look far too dirty right now." Su Ming looked at the fire ape, and the fire ape also looked at Su Ming. "We'll race from here to the top of the mountain. Let's see whose speed is faster. You have to follow the rules." Su Ming pointed towards the top of the 9th summit, then at the fire ape before he let go of the chain in his left hand. The moment he let go of the chain in his left hand, the fire ape charged forward, but it did not run towards the top of the mountain. It instead seemed to have jumped into the air and flown towards the world in the distance. It howled, and its voice was filled with mockery. Ziche was shocked still where he stood by the side. A wry smile appeared on his face. He had always thought that Su Ming was a bright person, but he could only smile wryly at the things he was seeing right now. "At the very least, its first thought is to escape, not to attack me. Su Ming looked at Ziche with a smile, then took a step towards the sky. The moment his foot landed, booming sounds came from his body. 4 of the 16 ice hoops on his legs had exploded. Because of it, Su Ming's speed instantly increased. In the blink of an eye, he rushed after the fire ape and even closed the distance between them. Once he did so, booming sounds came from his body once again, and 4 more ice hoops exploded. The moment that happened, his speed reached a level as if he could warp through space itself. With one step, his body seemed to have disappeared, and once he reappeared, he was already less than 100 feet away from the fire ape. The fire ape swiftly turned its head around, and disbelief appeared on its face. It let out a piercing screech. Then as it charged forward at its full speed, 2 more booms fell into its ears. 2 more ice hoops exploded on Su Ming's body. His speed increased to the point that he appeared before the fire ape in the blink of an eye and blocked its path forward.
"You have to follow the rules," said Su Ming with a smile.
The fire ape widened its eyes and snarled. Then it swiftly went backwards to run in another direction. Su Ming looked at its retreat, and praise appeared in his eyes.
Even the fire ape itself was not certain why it chose to change directions instead of brutally tearing apart Su Ming's body like it had wanted to do previously. Perhaps Su Ming's words had had an effect on it, or maybe his smile had touched it. Perhaps it was that gentle touch from Su Ming's hand that made it hesitate, or it could have been something else.
When the fire ape changed its direction, Su Ming took a step forward, and when he reappeared the next instant, he stood before the ape once again. It was not until the fire ape changed its direction a few more times, his path repeatedly blocked by Su Ming, did the savageness return to its face.
It let out a piercing howl and no longer changed its direction. Instead, with bloodshot eyes filled with madness, it lifted both its claws and swiped them at Su Ming with full intention of tearing apart the person that was blocking its path. Almost the moment the fire ape swiped at Su Ming, black mist surrounded his body and his divine general armor instantly appeared as an illusion. That armor may look as it did usually, but if anyone took a closer look, they would see that the black mist had gathered into a large amount of lines that crisscrossed against each other to perfectly form the armor. The instant the fire ape's claws were about to touch the armor on Su Ming's body, a booming sound echoed in the air, and a powerful force spread from within the fire ape. That force was so great that it was definitely not something a berserker in the awakening realm could summon. It was one equivalent to those in the bone sacrifice realm.
This was also when it was tied down by the chain weakened. If the ape was at the peak of its health, then the force of that strike would definitely surpass what it could summon now. With the booming sound echoing in the air, Su Ming took a few steps backwards, but his expression did not change. Yet the fire ape did not continue with its attack. It instead used the bounce created by that boom and leaped backwards, charging right towards the top of the 9th summit.
As it dashed forward, a smug expression appeared on the fire ape's face. Although it was still snarling, that pleased expression was still as clear as day. It only used the span of several breaths before it reached the top of the 9th summit.
It stood there and pounded its chest with its fists, then scanned the area. Judging by its actions, it was looking for Su Ming to boast to him.
Yet the moment it saw him, it was very clearly stunned because it saw 2 Su Mings. One of them was smiling while looking at it from where they clashed, and the other was standing by its side while picking up the other end of the chain binding its neck that had fallen on the ground.
"You lost."
Su Ming smiled faintly as he held the chain in his hands. At that moment, the shadow of his in the air far into the distance turned into black fog. That fog tumbled about before turning into a phantom shadow that charged towards the platform outside Su Ming's cave. When that fog descended on the platform, it turned back into a 3-pronged fork. Then with a buzzing sound, it stabbed into the platform. Ziche was also baffled by the scene before his eyes. He had clearly seen Su Ming himself chasing after the fire ape, but he hadn't managed to see when he swapped places with the phantom fork. Anger appeared on the fire ape's face. It turned towards Su Ming swiftly and growled at him with its teeth bared. "We're not redoing the match, I didn't cheat," Su Ming said with a smile. The moment he finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned. He was not the only one who was stunned. The fire ape was also stunned. Su Ming was stunned because during that instant,
He had naturally understood what the fire ape wanted to say when it growled and bared its teeth at him. It was as if that fire ape had turned into Xiaohong. The years together with Xiaohong had allowed them to reach a level where they could understand what the other wanted to say just by their actions and expressions alone. But this ape was clearly not Xiaohong. The fire ape was stunned, because in its memories, there was no one in the world who could immediately understand what it was trying to say, as if they'd know what it was thinking. Just then, it had indeed expressed that it wanted to redo the match. It suddenly began to somewhat believe that this person who was slightly different from the other humans and who also happened to be a person that it did not especially hate and despise did indeed have a friend called Xiaohong. Su Ming remained silent for a moment and looked at the fire ape with a dazed expression. After a long while, he shook his head. "You lost. Let me clean your fur." As Su Ming spoke, he walked to the fire ape's side and was just about to use snow to wash its fur when the fire ape shuddered. Clearly, it was not used to the cold, but after a moment of hesitation, it chose not to move away and simply allowed Su Ming to start rubbing snow on its body. After a few rubs, the white snow turned black, and the fire ape was also clearly uncomfortable. It hissed and growled at Su Ming before retreating several dozens of feet away. Its eyes sparkled, and immediately a ring of fire erupted and surrounded the fire. Cracking sounds echoed in the air, and after a moment, when the flames disappeared, the fire ape's body immediately returned to its fire-red shade. The fire-red color overlapped with the red in Su Ming's memories. Just when a dazed look appeared in his eyes, suddenly low growls came from his cave located lower in the mountain. Those growls were filled with pain and spoke of someone struggling, and that voice belonged to He Feng. He Feng's final fusion had just begun at that moment. Su Ming immediately snapped out of his stupor and swiftly looked towards the cave. With one leap, he charged down, and the fire ape followed behind him with an impatient look on its face. Yet when it looked at Su Ming, that expression on its face was clearly different from before. That different look had never appeared on its face ever since it could remember. That look was one of bafflement, of puzzlement, of uncertainty, of bewilderment it did not understand. Su Ming rushed into the cave like the wind and charged towards the room where He Feng was fusing with the wings of the moon. The moment he arrived before the stone room, a ferocious aura instantly came crashing against him. Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt and he saw He Feng's body floating in the stone room. A gigantic pair of wings was growing on his back, and that pair of wings belonged to the wings of the moon. At the center of He Feng's brows was a picture of a ball of flames. It looked as if it was blazing and burning, caught in a state between reality and illusion. When he saw that picture of the ball of fire, Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He was not unfamiliar with that picture. It was the symbol of the Fire Berserker tribe. The entire stone room was engulfed in a sea of fire. An intense wave of heat spread through the area, but even under that intense heat, Su Ming remained still, as if the fire did not affect him at all. It was the same for He Feng, but growls continuously spilled out of his mouth, and the pained look on his face made it seem as if he was struggling against something. Every single time the picture of the fire shone, it would cause He Feng to sink into more pain. Veins popped up on his face, but he simply had his eyes closed as he continued bearing through the pain. The fusion between the wings of the moon and He Feng was a test. Su Ming did not know what would happen, but the previous few fusions were successful, and by what he could tell from this final fusion, the amalgamation between He Feng's body and the wings of the moon was already close to perfection. So the final fusion shouldn't be about the body, but about memories. Su Ming's eyes sparkled and he looked at He Feng, ready to take action at any moment. Time trickled by. He Feng's growls grew softer and softer, but the picture of the flames still could not be imprinted completely at the center of his brows, as if something was missing. As time passed by, gradually, more veins popped up on He Feng's face. His new body swelled up, as if he was about to explode at any moment. His growls had already turned into pained howls. As his body shuddered, the pair of wings on his back started showing signs of being separated from his body. The sea of fire in the stone room became dimmer, as if it was about to be extinguished at any moment. If the sea of fire was extinguished and He Feng's wings became separated from his body, then it would mean that the final fusion had failed. He Feng would die, and the souls of the wings of the moon would also vanish.
Su Ming would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen, especially when Sky Mist Shaman Hunt was about to begin. This was something he could not accept. Without hesitation, Su Ming took a step forward into the stone room. The instant his foot landed on the ground of the Sea of Fire, the dimming Sea of Fire blazed up as if a barrel of oil had been thrown into it. A large amount of flames surrounded Su Ming, as if he was their king and his appearance could make them stronger. Su Ming walked towards Hifeng through the blazing Sea of Fire and lifted his right hand. The moment Hifeng's head swelled up as if it was about to explode, he tapped his finger against the picture of the ball of fire at the center of Hifeng's brows. The instant Su Ming's finger landed on the picture, a powerful rebound swiftly shot out from it and bounced off Su Ming's finger, forcing him to a few steps back. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly. He could feel that this rebound was not from the wings of the moon but Hifeng's will rejecting him. That rejection could be said to be a repelling force that seemed to be a declaration from Hifeng that he did not want Su Ming to do anything. Instead, he wanted to use the moment of success in the final fusion to break free from Su Ming's control. However, there was in no way that Su Ming was unprepared for this. When he helped Hifeng in his previous fusions, he was also observing this. Through those fusions, he had continuously strengthened his methods to control Hifeng. After all, he had no idea what would happen once the man succeeded. Su Ming might look forward to it, but the outcome of the fusion was also an unknown entity to him. When he saw Hifeng rejecting him for the first time, Su Ming gave a cold snort and a fiery red light swiftly appeared in his eyes. The faint shadow of the moon appeared in his pupils. It was the burning moon, the fire-red moon. The moment the blood moon appeared, Hifeng lifted his head and roared. Immediately, countless wings of the moon surfaced on his skin and let out submissive screeches, worshipping Su Ming. Hifeng, are you the one who refuses to obey me, or is it the souls of my wings of the moon who are doing so? Su Ming stood in the Sea of Fire and stared at Hifeng's pained expression. A bewitching feeling came from the blood moon in his eyes. You were the one who wanted to fuse with the wings of the moon. Are you regretting it now? If you're regretting it, then I'll release you. Su Ming's voice reverberated in the air. The moment he spoke, the blazing roars of the Sea of Fire around him grew stronger once again. That fire burned everything around them and covered every single corner of the stone room. The wings of the moon on Hifeng's skin howled as if they wanted to charge out of Hifeng's body. Hifeng trembled even more viciously. He looked as if he wanted to open his eyes, but he did not have the strength to do so. As his lips trembled, couple words spilled out of his mouth. Mas, please, don't be angry. Su Ming lifted his right hand, but this time he did not go straight to tap the center of Hifeng's brows. Instead, he bit down on that finger, and when a drop of blood appeared, he pressed his finger at the center of Hifeng's brows. The instant Su Ming's index finger touched the center of Hifeng's brows, his blood also touched the picture of the ball of fire. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of veins that looked like a spider's web appeared at the center of Hifeng's brows. The color of those veins was blood red, and they rapidly spread throughout the entire body. Even the ball of fire at the center of the brows turned red. Once those red veins covered Hifeng's entire body, the souls of the wings of the moon in his body fused into him once again. As Hifeng trembled, he opened his eyes. Right as he did so, the blood moon appeared in his pupils. He stared at Su Ming, and a conflicted look appeared on his face. Su Ming was also staring at him with a regal look in his eyes. Their gazes met. After a moment, Hifeng closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he slowly knelt down on the ground on one knee. Right till the moment his knee touched the ground, he still made sure the center of his brows was connected to Su Ming's finger. When he knelt down, Hifeng no longer trembled. The Sea of Fire crackled and surrounded him and Su Ming. He slowly tucked in his spread-out wings and had them hang behind his back. A powerful presence was contained within Hifeng's body. That presence was so powerful that Su Ming felt as if he was going up against a powerful berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. I swear by the moon that I will follow you, my master, with the wings as my honor. I will bring back the scene of the fire berserkers burning the skies. I am the fire berserker Hifeng. Greetings, my king. Hifeng lowered his head. I can grant you the power of the fire berserkers, and I can also take it back. Su Ming said calmly, lifting his finger away from the center of Hefeng's brows. The instant he did so, the sea of fire around them immediately surged up as if rejoicing and charged towards Hefeng to fuse into his body. Those flames eventually gathered at the center of his brows, causing the picture of fire over there to become a real entity. However, that color remained a blood red hue. That red was Su Ming's color, and within it was Su Ming's will. The fire berserkers worship the moon and treat the moon as their honor. From now on, you will be my shadow. My shadow created under the moon will be your dwelling place. Su Ming turned around and walked out of the stone room. As he walked out, Hefeng's body, which continued kneeling on the ground, gradually faded out, eventually turning into a mere illusion. Once he disappeared, Su Ming's shadow became slightly different. When Su Ming walked out of his cave, Ziche looked over from his position not too far away. There was uncertainty in his eyes. Clearly, this was not the first time he had heard Hefeng's roars. He already had a few guesses regarding the secrets contained in Su Ming's cave. Compared to him, the fire ape who had been originally squatting outside the cave grooming itself lifted its head once Su Ming walked out of the cave and let out a few growls whilst snarling as it stared at Su Ming's feet. A wary expression appeared on its face, as if the thing under Su Ming's feet was making all its fur stand on end. It even took a few steps back, the growling sounds becoming louder. Ziche immediately looked at Su Ming's feet, but no matter how he looked at it, he could not see anything different. There was nothing under Su Ming's feet besides his shadow created by the moonlight. His shadow? Ziche shuddered, and his gaze immediately fell towards Su Ming's shadow. A shocked look gradually settled on his face. Su Ming's shadow was not of a human but someone with a pair of tucked-in wings, and during the instant Ziche looked over, he seemed to have seen a pair of blood-red eyes staring coldly at him from the shadow. Ziche felt shaken and he quickly moved back. "Don't look at my shadow," Su Ming stated unhurriedly, and sat down on the platform outside his cave before he lifted his head and looked at the moon in the sky. Ziche quickly obeyed and took a few steps back. He had his head lowered, but he could not calm down. He had a feeling that his eyes had not been playing tricks on him just now. There was something strange about Su Ming's shadow, especially that pair of blood-red eyes that had looked towards him just now. Not only did they shake Ziche to his core, they also gave him a feeling that the distance between him and Su Ming was becoming wider, and that distance between would only continue increasing for an eternity. Once that distance arrived to a certain point, Uncle Master will no longer need me to protect his cave. Ziche lowered his head quietly, and as he sat there, resolution appeared in his eyes. My level of cultivation has been stuck at the same stage for a long time. Am I really unable to break through into the bone sacrifice realm? While Ziche was occupied by his thoughts, Su Ming looked at the moon in the sky, and the fire ape stared at Su Ming's shadow with a hostile look on its face. Su Ming turned around and looked at it before he spoke softly. "Stay by my side until we go to the land of the shamans. Let's call you Xiaohong. Once we go to the land of the shamans, I'll return your freedom to you. Remember not to be captured by anyone anymore." The fire ape rolled its eyes and gave Su Ming a stink eye. The words, "I don't believe you," were written blatantly on its face. There is a saying that goes that the people who are lonely may be different from each other, but all of them stare at the moon. At that moment, there was a girl basking underneath the moonlight in the 7th summit. She had released the red string of straw tying up her black hair, released the braids, and was no longer wearing white clothes. Neither was there any glittering crystals on her forehead anymore. The bone earrings had also been taken off her ears. She sat on a mountain rock with her chin placed above her hands as she stared blankly at the moon in the sky. There were still some unshed tears at the corners of Baisu's eyes. She had no idea who she was crying for, yet as she was basking under the moonlight, she remembered many things. She remembered the things that had happened when she was young. She remembered everything that had happened once she grew up. She met Sima Xian, she met Su Ming. She had no idea how long she had been looking at the moon in this manner. Eventually, when she wiped away her tears, she heard a sigh behind her. When she heard that sigh, she shuddered and turned around to see a middle-aged man who seemed to have been born with a stern look on his face. That man was incredibly tall and was like a hill as he stood there dressed in a long gray robe. There was a kind, loving look in his eyes.
"Father!" Baisu teared up even more. She stood up and hugged the middle-aged man. "Ever since you grew up, you seldom hug and refuse to let go of your father like this anymore," the middle-aged man said softly and patted Baisu's back gently. Baisu originally did not want to cry, but the moment she heard his words, she could no longer contain herself and started bawling.
"There now, everything is ended. Come home with me. You're already at the age where you should begin your training after all," said the middle-aged man softly.
"You're still too young to understand the love in the world." The man sighed and his gaze landed on the 9th summit. A frown appeared between his brows.
"This has nothing to do with anyone. It's my fault. I don't know what I should do, I just don't know," Baisu said softly and lifted her head from her father's bosom to wipe away her tears.
"Then don't think about it anymore. I've already sent Sima Xian to Freezing Sky Cave. Whether he lives or dies now depends on him. I don't like him." The middle-aged man lifted his hand and wiped away the remaining tears from Baisu's face.
"I've also suppressed the injuries he sustained from failing to create the Berserker seed. If he doesn't walk out of Freezing Sky Cave, then he'll die. If he manages to come out, you'll have a servant by your side. It's not a bad thing either." The middle-aged man looked at Baisu fondly and a smile appeared on his face.
"But," Baisu hesitated for a moment. "I kind of hate him," she whispered softly.
"I've already punished him." The middle-aged man ruffled Baisu's hair and took a step forward with her before they gradually disappeared. Before Baisu vanished, she turned around and cast a glance at the 9th summit with conflict, regret, and well-wishes shining in her eyes. "If I could redo everything." Baisu mumbled and averted her gaze bitterly before she vanished into the night from the 7th summit with her father.
At that moment, right underneath the great frozen plains, within the endless layer of ice that no one knew just how deep it went, was a maze-like world where moonlight could not shine through. There was no light in that place, only cold. Yet there was a strange wind in there. That wind should not have existed in that place. But it was there, and it continued blowing endlessly. In a corner of the maze-like world was a person curled up into a ball, shivering.
A weak mumbling voice came from the person's lips. "Freezing Sky Cave. Freezing Sky Cave."
After a long while, a ripping sound could be heard. The shivering person lifted his right hand and made some unknown signs. Immediately, light appeared before him.
It was from a ball of fire burning on a stone that was about the size of a baby's fist. As the fire burned and the dark world was lit up by a flickering light, that light illuminated the person's face, and it was a terrifying sight to behold.
It was a rotten face. There were thousands of scars marring that face, rendering that person's appearance completely ruined. Only the light in his eyes showed a faint sign of familiarity to anyone who might catch a glimpse of him.
His entire body was covered in frost. The stone on which the flames were burning was gradually shrinking as the fire continuously heated the surroundings. The moment the stone disappeared, it would mean that there would no longer be any other way for the person to obtain warmth.
Once that time came, all forms of power would not be very useful in the freezing wind. "Su Ming! Su Ming!" That ugly person gritted his teeth, and as he shivered, he hissed in a voice that was filled with hate so deep it was engraved in his bones. He was Sima Xian. Only he himself and Baisu's father knew exactly what had happened on him. Yet judging by his looks, it was clear that this was a path he was forced to choose. Moonlight continued shining on the ground. There was also a woman sitting outside her cave abode on the 3rd summit. She was not afraid of the cold. As she breathed, freezing aura blew against her face. An old man sat by her side. "You've already accumulated enough freezing aura, and your chi has already changed because of it. You can already awaken, so why do you continue gathering it?" The old man asked languidly. "Master, if I awaken, I must definitely have more than 990 blood veins." The woman opened her eyes and a clear light appeared within them. She was Han Fei Zi. "Must you compete against him?" The old man frowned. "He's a divine general. Then I too must become a divine general." Han Fei Zi nodded her head with a determined face. "But if you persist, then you won't make it to Sky Mist Shaman Hunt." The old man gave his disciple a look. "Even if I can't make it to the start, I can still join the battle halfway through. As Han Feizi spoke, all her chi started circulating and blood veins manifested on her body, shining through her robes with a blood-red light while also giving off a shockingly cold air. 981 blood veins. I can still continue. Han Feizi took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and continued immersing herself in the process of breathing in freezing aura to stimulate her blood. Her expression was calm, but only she and the old man beside her knew just what sort of intense pain she had to endure by breathing in the freezing aura. Yet no one could see any signs of that pain on her face. It was as if her entire person had almost turned into a block of ice. Night gradually went by. When a hint of light appeared in the horizon in the distance and a new day arrived, Su Ming opened his eyes. He had already recovered from the depletion caused by helping He Feng. Once he returned to normal, he got up and went back into the cave when the day arrived. Days went by. Su Ming seldom went out of his cave, and during the times he did, he would only get out during the night to look for his second senior brother. Only his second senior brother had the aura of death required to create spirit plunder in the 9th summit. Half a month later, once he had enough aura of death and there was less than a month left until Sky Mist Shaman Hunt, Su Ming left the 9th summit alone at night. He did not bring Ziche, neither did he bring the fire ape. He left alone, only in the company of his shadow born under the moon. 3 days later, above an ice mountain located far away from Freezing Sky Clan, thick clouds collected. Thunder rumbled in the sky and bolts of lightning struck down, causing that mountain to turn into a pool of lightning. The bolts of lightning continued raining down for several hours before gradually disappearing. When the tribes around the area sent people to check the place, they found nothing. 3 days later, Su Ming returned to Freezing Sky Clan. Lightning swam on his body, and when he stepped on the ice mountain, cracking sounds rang out. His origin vessel that was hidden within his body had grown stronger, and he had gained further understanding towards controlling lightning. When he returned to his cave abode, Su Ming brought out the completed spirit plunders. For spirit plunders floated before him, shining with a light that could suck in gazes. There were only 20 days left until the commencement of Sky Mist Shaman Hunt. Changes also gradually appeared in the 9 continents floating in the air above Freezing Sky Clan. The distance between them shrank, and people could see others moving at each hour. That strange sight attracted quite a large amount of attention, but most of those who had gone through Sky Mist Shaman Hunt before knew that the war was about to start. The oppressive feeling that filled Freezing Sky Clan from the upcoming battle reached its peak at that moment. The movement of Heaven Gate also meant one thing. One of Freezing Sky Clan's greatest treasures, Frozen Sky, had appeared. Frozen Sky was the treasure that the disciples of Freezing Sky Clan were most familiar with among the greatest treasures in the clan, because every single time the Battle of Sky Mist was held, the treasure would appear, and it symbolized Freezing Sky Clan. The number of shamans who died under its hands could not be counted. Every single time it appeared, it would turn all the ice mountains in Freezing Sky Clan red. That was not because they were dyed red, but they turned red due to the light shining on them. A part of it will be revealed 15 days before the battle. 5 days before the battle, its full form will show up, and 2 days before the battle, it would break free from the illusion it was sealed in and descend upon us. What we see during the Battle of Sky Mist that occurs once a decade is just its projection. It's not the real deal. It will only appear in its true form during the great battle that occurs once a century. With it around, those of us from Freezing Sky Clan fighting in the battle will have a much greater chance of survival, and we can experience the life and death crisis in our growth. There are a lot of rumors regarding its origins, and the one that is the most widely accepted is about it being created when Freezing Sky Clan was formed. As one of the 3 greatest treasures of Freezing Sky Clan, its main function is to kill. Of our 3 greatest treasures, this is the treasure we use primarily to kill. It constantly changes, and from what I can tell, the projection it uses each time it comes in battles every decade is always different from the others. In fact, its form is also different each time it descends upon us with its true form during the battles that occur once a century. It's as if its true form is constantly changing. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the 9 continents of Heaven Gate that were moving slowly while Ziche's pious voice fell into his ears. All those who are joining the battle will follow it, and head to Sky Mist City. Uncle Master, the war is about to start, even if it has been a very long time since Sky Mist Barriers was broken through, but during the great battle that occurs only once a century. Well, such a possibility still exists. Ziche looked at the sky and mumbled. I can already imagine ferocious beasts so great in number they cannot be counted gathering under the skies in the land of the shamans. There's also the matter about those powerful sacred beasts.
The shamans are also preparing for it as if we are fulfilling an ancient promise. Ziche closed his eyes.
Su Ming and Ziche were not the only ones looking at the sky at that moment. Almost all of the people in Freezing Sky Clan, even the superior Heaven Gate disciples living within Heaven Gate, were watching the sky. Yet then, during that morning, at the top of the 9th summit, Xianxia, who had his palms flat on the ground while counting something, suddenly shuddered. He lifted his head swiftly, and at that moment, his expression turned incredibly stern as he stared at the sky in the distance. From that piece of sky, a shooting star with blue and red colors crisscrossing against each other whistled through the air at an unbelievable speed. The size of that shooting star was like a small hill. The blue light symbolized protection, while the red light symbolized murder. It was a shooting star from Sky Mist City.
It was not alone. There were 9 of them.
When Xianxia saw the 9 shooting stars, his expression changed drastically, its intensity at the level that had never been seen on him before. He was not the only one to react like that. At that moment, dozens of people flew out from Heaven Gate and charged towards the 9 shooting stars. 5 shooting stars mean a great disaster. 7 mean that there is a change among the shamans. 8 means that the berserkers in the land of South Morning face the threat of total annihilation. The 9 mean Tianlan Meng's face was deathly pale as she stood on the 7th summit. The jade bottle in her hands fell to the ground as if she could not hold onto it properly. With a presence that shocked the sky and earth, the shooting stars from Sky Mist City stirred up a huge gust of wind and brought with them a deafening rumble as they traveled through the sky.
This happened while the 9 continents of Heaven Gate continued moving. Frozen Sky, the primary killing tool of the 3 greatest treasures of Freezing Sky Clan, had not fully revealed itself. And the moment when all the people had their gazes trained on the treasure. The blue and red lights crisscrossed each other in the 9 shooting stars in the sky. When they flew over, the sky seemed to be tremble as if it could not withstand the pressure of the 9 shooting stars flying on its body. They also left behind 9 long scars that seemed endless. An intense murderous aura spread towards the earth from the 9 shooting stars. Su Ming was stunned. Ziche was stunned. Almost everyone within Freezing Sky Clan were stunned at that instant. Even the disciples from Heaven Gate were also stunned. The 9 shooting stars appeared too suddenly, and no one was prepared for it. More importantly, Su Ming saw Xianxia going towards them, saw long arcs flying out from the other summits at shocking speed, and even saw a dozen people quickly walking out of Heaven Gate. He might not be able to see these people's faces clearly, but when they appeared, an indescribable pressure swiftly enveloped the world around them. Ripples spread out and distorted the space around them. It was as if the sky had turned into the sea and there were huge and fierce waves rocking the sea as of then.
Once the 9 shooting stars got closer to Freezing Sky Clan, they came to an abrupt halt, causing ripples to spread through the sky. They floated around Freezing Sky Clan's Heaven Gate. It was as if they had formed a strange, interconnected rune. The blue and red lights continued shining brilliantly. Su Ming lifted his head. His eyes were glued to the shooting stars. He had a bad feeling about this. In truth, he was not the only one with that feeling. Almost all the Freezing Sky Clan disciples who were looking at the sky at that moment had the same feeling. 9 shooting stars.
Why did they appear?
What do they mean? Su Ming mumbled and immediately looked towards the 7th summit. He could faintly see Tianlan Meng over there.
Perhaps she knows. Su Ming fell silent.
Yet at that moment, a shrill sound came once again from the sky in the distance, attracting all the eyes of the people.
A rarely seen grim look appeared on Xianxia's face. Around him, the people who originally had dark expressions on their faces when they arrived became terrified and shocked when they heard that shrill sound.
That shrill sound from the sky in the distance came from a shooting star. It was yet another shooting star with red and blue lights crisscrossing each other as it traveled forth. It was the 10th shooting star. The instant the 10th shooting star appeared, Tianlanmeng's face turned stark white where she stood on the 7th summit. Horror gradually appeared on her face. It was an expression that was rarely seen on her, the polar opposite compared to her usual grace. She shuddered as if she could not stand properly. There was terror on her face, and sorrow too appeared in her eyes. 10. Tianlanmeng staggered a few steps backwards, then gritted her teeth and flew up, then charged towards the sky. The moment she flew into the sky, the 10th shooting star had already arrived and joined together with the previous 9 shooting stars to form a gigantic circle. Soon after the shooting star completed the picture of the circle, a deep voice spoke from within the 10 shooting stars as if it came through time and space itself. Sky! The ancient voice echoed in the air. That voice might only have uttered one word, but that one word alone caused the ice on the ground to rumble and the sky to distort. It made Su Ming's ears buzz, and besides that one word, he could hear nothing else. Su Ming was not the only one who could not hear anything else. Ziche, who was standing by his side, was the same. Even Hu Zi, who was in the 9th summit at that moment, could not hear anything else as well. Their ears were filled with only buzzing sounds. That buzzing reverberated incessantly in the air. Almost no one from the 8th summit, the 7th summit, and all the 9 summits on the Great Frozen Plains could hear anything else after the first word was spoken clearly. All they could hear was the buzzing in their ears. This was not limited to the disciples in Great Frozen Plains. Those within Heaven Gate were the same. All of the disciples could only hear buzzing sounds and could not hear any other sound clearly. That was a type of subjugation done using the power of cultivation. It was a mystical ability that was used intentionally. That mystical ability was not harmful. Its only use was to allow only those who were qualified to hear it, and those who were not qualified could not hear the voice. Those who wanted to hear the voice carried within the 10 shooting stars had to be at least at the Berserker soul realm. From that alone, it was clear that the message in that voice was an incredibly shocking secret. There were only around a few dozens of people who could hear that voice in the entire Freezing Sky Clan, and almost all of them were the true powerful berserkers in Freezing Sky Clan. Su Ming's ears rang incessantly. He could hear nothing else around him, but his mind was clear. He looked at the dozen people standing around the 10 shooting stars and watched as their expressions changed rapidly. Among them was Tianlanmeng, who was shivering. She was so pale her face was bloodless. Su Ming knew that something shocking must have happened. A glint appeared in his eyes. Even if his ears could not hear, but perhaps if he used his divine sense, he could. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Ming spread out his divine sense and shaped it into a thin thread before he stretched it out towards the sky. During the process of him extending his divine sense, Su Ming shuddered. He felt a strong force repelling his divine sense, causing it to be unable to stretch out any further once he arrived at a certain distance. Nonetheless, even so, he could still hear some faint murmurs in his head. This thing. 3,000 years. Observe. The voice was very faint, but Su Ming could indeed hear it. He lifted his right hand quickly and grabbed a few golden stone coins from his bosom before clenching his fist. Those stone coins were immediately crushed, and as they scattered into the wind as dust, a vast amount of spiritual aura surged into the opened path within Su Ming's body. Once he circulated that spiritual aura in his body, his divine sense rushed forth and went further, closer to the stars. Others will be terrified, but alarm. Su Ming saw that the expressions of the people in the sky changed once again. Xianxia's robes even started showing signs of changing. Su Ming's heart trembled, and he quickly brought out more golden stone coins. No one noticed his actions at that moment. All those who could hear the words were paying full attention to the voice, and those who could not hear had their minds turning blank as their ears continued ringing. Su Ming brought out a large amount of stone coins, and once he crushed all of them, spiritual aura surged into his body, causing his divine sense to stretch out madly until it got closer to the area covered by the 10 shooting stars. Western Sea. Freezing sky. 100 years. Suffering. Land. Every single time he heard new words, the uneasiness within Su Ming's heart would grow stronger. He wanted to know the truth. So he lifted his hands, and immediately, a large number of stone coins flew out and surrounded his body. Once they all crumbled into dust, a powerful force was gathered onto Su Ming's divine sense. With a bang, it stretched right into the territory surrounded by the 10 shooting stars. At that instant, for the first time, the ancient voice appeared within Su Ming's mind in its complete form without stopping and without sounding muddled. This is the catastrophe of the land of South Morning, and the only ones who need to know about it are those in the Berserker Soul realm. The others should remain in the dark about this for their own good. Once the 10 shooting stars disappear, I will go forth to the land of shamans for one final check. If it's truly the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands, then you must all quickly decide on whether you are going to move. Once that ancient voice spoke the last word, it let out a long sigh. Once it sighed, the 10 shooting stars shuddered and shattered into dust before they rushed above the 9th heaven and disappeared without a trace. Once they disappeared, the buzzing sounds no longer rang in the disciples' ears. Their hearing returned to normal, and all of them looked at the sky confused. Xianxia walked back from the sky and went straight back to the top of the 9th summit. The others returned to their own mountains and to Heaven Gate with dark expressions on their faces. Tianlan Meng staggered back to the 7th summit with a pale face. At the same time, an old voice came from Heaven Gate and reverberated in all the ears of Freezing Sky Clan's disciples.
There is a change within the shaman tribe. We will march out before the scheduled date. That was the reason why Sky Mist City sounded the alarm. This is nothing major, do not panic. All those who want to enter the battle, hear me.
By tomorrow morning, gather at Frozen Sky, and we will move immediately to defend Sky Mist City. That old voice was very calm, as if it contained a calming effect. When the voice spread out and landed in the disciples' ears, it made all of them recover from their shock and stop making assumptions so that they would not think too much. The Berserkers have fought many times against the shaman tribe. This sort of thing has happened quite a few times in the past. Marching out before the scheduled date is not an uncommon thing during the great battle that only occurs once a century.
That is why, all of you who are going forth, you must be careful. You must prevent all the actions of the shamans because the land of the Berserkers lies behind you. As the old man's voice echoed in the air, the disciples of Freezing Sky Clan fell silent. They were no longer running wild with their thoughts in paranoia, their battle spirits were instead ignited.
Tomorrow morning we will go to war.
Once that old voice shouted out his last words, all those within Freezing Sky Clan who wanted to fight bowed towards the sky together and roared with their strongest voices.
To war! To war! The voices came one after another and turned into a wave of sound that reverberated through Freezing Sky Clan. Su Ming stood there with a pale face. He might not have heard all the words contained within the 10 shooting stars, but he had indeed heard of some secrets here and there. Because of that, he knew that the voice from Heaven Gate was lying.
Or perhaps more accurately, that person was not dwelling on the crux of the matter. He did not tell them the true problem.
The catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands. What does it mean? Passionate shouts resounded in Su Ming's ears as he looked towards the 7th summit. Then at the top of the 9th summit. In his silence, he took a few steps back and returned to his cave abode. If Master refuses to say it, he won't tell me even if I go and ask him. Besides, Master is not the only one who can tell me about it. There's also Tianlan Meng. Su Ming sat down in his cave. The passionate shouts ringing in his ears had died down somewhat.
Are we about to go to war now?
But I still have something important I haven't done.
He closed his eyes.